This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 501, Bad Endings. The corridor returned to normal. The old lady looked at the opposite door and sighed with pity. Lost the house and the child, no wonder she went crazy. Poor Gia. Outside the building, the taxi driver heard the call being ended, and he still had not recovered from the shock. What is the meaning of this? Have I been dragged into a murder? What about the mention of mental illness? The driver's mind was blank. He had just woken up and found his car parked at an unfamiliar place. He did not even know where he was. I should call the police. With shaking hands, the driver called the cops and told them how he had been kidnapped. What? Chenji rested outside the last classroom for a while before re-entering the room. The dark winds had disappeared, and the bodies of the few mental patients were close to being transparent. However, they were still as ferocious as ever and refused to communicate. They sure are mad. Chenji summoned them back into the patients list. He left Muyang High School and entered the 3rd sick hall. He found a random bed and went to sleep without removing his clothes. The next morning, Chenji was woken up by the alarm on his phone at 8 a.m. That was quite a good sleep. Chenji rubbed his eyes as he opened the sick room's door. It's quite a waste to have so many empty beds. Perhaps I can open a hotel that only operates at night. Exiting the underground scenario, Chenji cleaned himself up and ran to the staff break room. It's time for work. Chenji was worried that Ziogu might have been bullied by the white cat and Xiaoxiao, but he realized that Ziogu was sleeping nicely. The guy sure is brave, but this type of person will have an easier time accepting new things. After waking Ziogu up, the two worked together to clean up the haunted house and prepared to start a new day of work. Opening the gates, the sun fell on Chenji. Ever since I came back from the underground morgue, my body temperature has still been dropping, but the rate seems to have lessened. Boss, you have been getting later at opening the gates. There was a girl with impressive upper body that walked from the resting hall. She held a box of breakfast in her hands. This is for you. It's barely 8:20 am. It's you, that's too early. Chenji accepted the breakfast when Ziogu exited the haunted house. Good morning, Sister Su-wan. Ziogu was quite dim-witted at social events. He waltzed out from the haunted house and looked at Chenji's breakfast with some envy. Su-wan greeted Ziogu, and she was about to walk away when her pupils suddenly danced. She stopped where she was as she glanced at Ziogu. The gates just opened. This means you did not go home last night. Before Ziogu responded, her expression became weirder. Why are you wearing boss clothes? It was raining last night, and when I was going home. Ziogu stopped himself when he was halfway through explaining, because he suddenly remembered that Chenji had told him not to tell anyone what had happened the previous night. He turned to look at Chenji. Su-wan also looked at Chenji with some complaint, like she was asking for an explanation. Sensing the curious atmosphere, Chenji was stunned. Why are the both of you looking at me? The entire Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors only had 3 living people. Chenji did not want any misunderstandings between them, so he quickly explained. Ziogu was unable to find a taxi home last night, and it was raining heavily, so I had him stay at the staff break room for the night. I busied myself inside the scenarios. Right, I almost forgot. Ziogu, I'm giving you a half-day off. You go back to pack your things and move to a place near the park. I'll help you cover the down payment. Thank you, boss. Ziogu did not really understand what was happening, but he was glad. He went to the dressing room happily. Hearing Chenji's explanation, Su-wan's mood turned better. Boss, I shall go to the dressing room as well. Remember to come help me with the makeup later. Okay. Seeing the happiness on his workers' faces, Chenji felt comforted. The park opened at 9 a.m. and the visitors swamped the place. However, the curious thing was that no one dared to challenge the underground morgue again. He kept himself busy until 12 noon. When the employees went for their lunch break, 2 shadows, one small and one big, came out from the resting hall. When Chenji saw them, he put down his lunch and rushed back into the haunted house. Boss Chen, I have something important to tell you. The large shadow used an agility that did not match his size to catch up to Chenji. Knowing that he was unable to avoid them, Chenji turned back with a friendly smile as he grabbed the man's arm. Fan Chong, why are you here? Come and take a seat, we're considered friends now. What scenario would you like to challenge today? The ones who blocked Chenji were Fan Chong and his brother, the chef at New East International Hotel, Fan Dade. Fan Chong's hands were cold, and he had 2 large dark circles on his face like he had not slept for a long time. Boss Chen, I really need your help this time. He sounded so serious, and that caused Chenji to turn serious as well. What happened? Do you still remember the game that I told you about last time? In the park's medical room, Fan Chong had described the weird game for Chenji before. He suspected that the game was based on a real murder. I remember the main character's name is Xiaobu. Chenji had a lasting impression of the game, and the reason was simple. Fan Chong had said that the style of the game changed after the main character opened the door to the basement. The first thing that the main character saw was a bus stop. There was a red shadow and an old bus at the bus stop. This matched what had happened to Xiaogu perfectly. The red shadow represented the woman in the red raincoat, and the old bus was the last bus on Route 104. In other words, the game creator had perhaps experienced that. Good that you still remember it. Fan Chong rubbed his hands. After a while he added, I've cleared the game, but... Don't worry, just tell me everything. Chenji was more nervous than Fan Chong. By now he was certain that the game was hiding a big secret. I've cleared the game 4 times, sacrificing my sleep for the past 2 days, and I got 4 different endings. The flesh on Fan Chong's face scrunched up together. But the 4 endings were all bad endings. Xiaobu died 4 times in different ways, but I suspect there are more endings, meaning more ways for Xiaobu to die. This is a game without hope, or I can't find the hope. Don't rush, take it slow. Chenji had Uncle Su take over, and he pulled Fan Chong to the resting hall. Tell me the whole process, or if possible, you can bring me over to your place to see the game tonight. Chapter 502, The Murder Inside the Game. Fan Chong was very unstable. It was obvious that this had affected him deeply. Boss Chen, the game is really too much. Whenever Xiaobu dies, I feel like she's looking at me like I'm the one who killed her. Taking a breath, Fan Chong took out his phone. Whenever I clear the game, I record the game process so that I can select a different route to go for a different ending next time. Swiping on the screen, Fan Chong opened the note on his phone. It was filled with words. Unlocking all the achievements in the game, the system awarded me with Mommy's pajamas, and the key to the basement was found inside the pajamas. It was after the discovery of the key that the name of the main character was changed to Xiaobu. The entrance to the dungeon was hidden behind the closet at a friend's home. After using the key, the style of the game changed completely. I've told you what happened next. I controlled Xiaobu to go through the dungeon, and she saw a bus stop. To evade the red monster, she was forced to get on the bus. So far, it matched what Fan Chong had said earlier. The bus started its engine and moved on the road. Xiaobu in her mother's pajamas wandered up and down the bus. Some time later, the sound of a child crying came from the game. Then, 2 options came on screen: find the source of the crying or ask the driver. The first time I chose to ask the driver. However, when I reached the driver's seat, I realized that the bus had no driver. In fact, the whole bus was empty. The crying became louder, and it felt like it appeared next to my ears and not from the game. The bus soon reached its first stop, Liwan City. A line appeared on screen then, I have to leave this place. I controlled Xiaobu to leave the bus. She turned back to look, and the scary part happened. The windows were filled with human faces, and they stared at me through the computer screen. Before I could react, a red shadow appeared. It was the scary woman in a red raincoat. To evade her pursuit, I ran into the nearby Liwan City. The city was the map where the main character did her mission. The building and layout were all the same, but the style had completely changed. From a city filled with warmth and sunlight, it turned into a city of fear, dullness, and terror. The woman chased after me. I controlled Xiaobu to run down the street. Words kept popping up, help me, help me. But there was no one in the city. In the end, I was forced to hide inside an old building with no other escape. The woman got closer and closer. The screen focused on her face until it was fully dominated by it. The sticky hair parted to the sides, and the woman revealed her real face. Her eyes were filled with blood, and her mouth was sewn shut. It looked so scary. A very scary smile issued from the computer, and then a sentence appeared on screen. Xiaobu has become her new child. Xiaobu's head was covered by the red raincoat woman's hair, and I lost control of her. Fan Chong took a deep breath after that. The image was too scary, and just thinking about it made him scared. Was this one of the bad endings? Chenji got a bottle of water from the worker and handed it to Fan Chong. Compared to the other endings, this might be the best one. Fan Chong did not reach for the water. His face was pale as he continued his story. After Xiaobu was taken away, the screen went dark. The sound of children laughing and crying came from the computer, and then a row of gray words appeared. Why did you kill me? The handwriting was like the child's dark and helpless eyes. It made me feel so guilty. After a long time, the words disappeared and the screen returned to normal. Xiao Bu woke up in her own room, wearing her mother's pajamas. At this point, Chenji raised his hand to interrupt Fan Chong. Sleeping in her own room, meaning after the character's death, the game reloaded at the bedroom. Yes, she was lying in bed like what had happened earlier was just a nightmare. The sun outside the window was still shining. People hurried to work and they greeted each other. Fan Chong did not think too much of it. The game restarted. I controlled Xiao Bu to enter the dungeon and got on the bus, but this time I made a different decision. You chose to search for the child's crying on the bus. Eastern Jiujiang was different from Western Jiujiang. All the ghost stories seemed to be connected, and the trigger of one would create a domino effect. Therefore, Chenji memorized everything Fan Chong said. He felt like the game was hiding a very important clue. Yes, I controlled Xiao Bu to walk to the last row on the bus. She found an old school bag. Then a sentence popped up. Xiao Bu found a wet phone inside the bag. Xiao Bu activated the phone, and then a few more windows popped up. It looked like Xiao Bu was reading the content of the phone. There was a phone inside the bag. At the last row, what did it say? Chenji remembered Xiao Bu say that there had been a high schooler at the last row on the bus, and the student had kept hugging his bag. His hand had been inside the bag like he was holding something. I've jotted it down. These few words were the reason I came to find you today because I think this has gone beyond just a simple game. There has to be something more. Fan Chong passed his phone to Chenji. 3 paragraphs were written on the note. 1st September, my mother and I moved into a new apartment. Our neighbor is a young man who lives alone. He rears a large dog. It looks so tame. Its name is Xiao Bu. 7th September, when I came back, I saw the neighbor walking down the stairs hugging a big black plastic bag. He looked so sad and said the pet that he had looked after for so many years had left him. The dog seemed to have ingested some poison and died at home. At the end of October, the young man moved away. The landlord found a fridge filled with dog meat in his home. The neighbor must have been devastated when Xiao Bu died. The 3 sentences might look normal, but upon closer inspection, they read so weirdly. The neighbor carried a large bag down the stairs, saying his pet was dead, but then the landlord found a fridge filled with dog meat. Then what was really inside the man's plastic bag on the night of 7th September? Fan Chong slid the display downward. I checked the news around Jiujiang in September, and there was indeed a similar murder around the time, and the crime scene was in Liwan City as mentioned in the game. Chapter 503, All Xiao Bu. The information left on the mobile phone matched a case that had happened in real life, and this made Fan Chong fearful. I've investigated all the news. According to the article, the dead body was wrapped inside a black plastic bag. The time of death was 7th September, and the dumping site was close to Liwan City. You came to find me because of this? Chenji also realized the gravity of the situation. Why didn't you go to the police directly? I don't dare. The cases that this game is involved in is more than one. What Fan Chong said surprised Chenji. More than one case. Chenji signaled for Fan Chong to continue. After I controlled Xiao Bu to grab the phone, there were no more pop-ups. The bus soon arrived at Liwan City. After she got off, the woman in the red raincoat chased after her, but this time the situation changed. Fan Chong frowned. This might be a small bug. After Xiao Bu handed the student's bag to the woman, the mad woman stopped chasing her, hugged the bag like it was her child, and left. What Fan Chong did not understand, Chenji did. The owner of the bag had probably once saved the woman's child on the bus, so when she saved the bag, she chose to let Xiao Bu go. The previous night, the same thing had happened to Xiao Go. The woman in the red raincoat was probably a red specter, but she was different from other red specters. Underneath her cruel exterior hid a heart pining for her child, and that was a strong emotion that could not be replaced. After the woman left, I controlled Xiao Bu to head back into Liwan City. Without someone chasing after me, I felt so relieved, but after entering the city, I realized how naive I was. I underestimated the madness of the game creator and underestimated the evil in people's hearts. Fan Chong's eyes reddened. What happened next made him very uncomfortable. After dropping Xiao Bu off, the bus continued to move forward. The bus was still echoing with the sound of children laughing and crying. I have no idea where the bus was heading. From Xiao Bu's perspective, the bus was eventually swallowed by a ball of gray mist and disappeared. I believe the bus is like a hearse for lost souls, sending them to some place. Fan Chong kept his voice low. Even though it was noon, the time when the sun was the harshest, he looked so cold. When he spoke, his body shivered. After the bus left, I controlled Xiao Bu to continue walking. The fog covered the gray streets, and the buildings on both sides were pale. Walking down the road, it felt like I was traveling in a different world. There was no one else on the road. All the shops were closed, and each house had some white paper pasted on the door. Some weird signs were painted on them. I felt like it was some kind of nightmare. I saw something symbolic on the buildings, and everywhere I turned there were creepy pictures. Fan Chong slowly slipped down into fear. Other people had a hard time sharing his fear. "Don't worry, just tell me what you've seen." Chen Ji tried to console him. I controlled Xiao Bu to walk to the center of the street. Then a question popped on screen. It asked me to choose East Street or West Street. What did you choose? To resolve the phone spirit's wish, Chen Ji had personally been to Liwan City. He knew the difference between East Street and West Street. I chose the West Street, which looked livelier. Fan Chong chuckled bitterly. This seemed to be the moment when the nightmare started. After making the choice, I controlled Xiao Bu to head down West Street. All the shops were closed, and I wandered about until I reached a small area. The place looked old as the walls were peeling. The windows on the buildings were all closed, but one could see eyes peeking out from behind the windows. This seemed to be Xiao Bu's imagination, or perhaps there was a special meaning to it. The eyes followed Xiao Bu as she walked through the neighborhood. When I was controlling Xiao Bu, suddenly a chat box appeared at the bottom of the screen. Xiao Bu feels like someone is watching her. The eyes are like that of a beast, a hungry beast that wants to swallow her whole. Clicking the window made the chat disappear. A middle-aged man wandered out from the neighborhood. He looked unkempt and rather drunk. After the man got close to Xiao Bu, the window appeared again. The man is coming over. He is holding a beer bottle, and there is a blood stain on his pants. I controlled Xiao Bu to avoid the drunk, but the drunk chased after her. With no other choice, I controlled Xiao Bu to run. Even after running around the neighborhood, the drunk was still following behind her. In the end, I remembered perhaps the most dangerous place is the safest place, so I made the decision to run into the neighborhood. The drunk wandered around the entrance. Suddenly, a different girl appeared from inside the building. She seemed to be very afraid of drunken man as well. She jogged past the man, but the man's mind seemed to be consumed by alcohol, and he hounded the girl relentlessly. Several minutes later, the drunk dragged the girl back into the building and slithered down one of the corridors. Then another option appeared on screen, whether or not to follow the drunken man into the corridor. I wanted to save the girl, so I chose to follow. However, what happened next was really hard to accept. Fan Chong could barely continue. I controlled Xiao Bu to follow the man into the corridor to room 104, and another sentence showed up. You saw with your own eyes that Xiao Bu was made into a clay sculpture. Your body is frozen in fear. Xiao Bu. Yes, all the victims in the game seem to share the name, Xiao Bu. Understood. Then what happened next? The damn game keeps trying to challenge the player's humanity. I could only see as the drunken man closed in on Xiao Bu, and then the screen said, Xiao Bu felt the cement solidify her body, and she was changed into the artist's newest creation. Fan Chong paused, and he raised his head. His eyes were red. After the previous experience after Xiao Bu's death was announced, I went online to search the news. As I expected, on 11th October last year, in room 104 of a certain building on Liwan City's West Street, a strange art piece was discovered. The killer was apprehended. However, the police did not catch the artist, but the owner of room 104, the landlord. They got the wrong person. At least that's what the game said. I tried to go anonymous to reflect on this online, but there was no response. Fan Chong had a sad face. He still had things that he had not gone through. 2 murders already. Too many things are involved in this. The more he listened, the more Chen Ji felt this game was different. Chapter 504, Key Detail. The first ending, Xiao Bu was taken away by the woman in the red raincoat and became her daughter. The second ending, Xiao Bu was turned into a sculpture, becoming the artist's creation. These two were undoubtedly bad endings. There was a helplessness in Fan Chong's voice. The save reloaded, and Xiao Bu woke up again in her room. I controlled her to begin the game for the 3rd time. Fan Chong was a gamer lover, and this game had a weird attraction to him. He was both afraid and curious about it. Unlike before, I chose to turn to the East Street, which was comparatively older. The buildings on the side were gray, the walls were spotted, and the roads were complicated. The game was incredibly free. It was an open world where deadly traps were laid everywhere. As the player, you have no idea what kind of scary things you might run into or how you will die. After playing the game for some time, I realized a problem. In this game, humans are scarier than ghosts. Running into ghost might not mean absolute death, but running into a human definitely led to death. Fan Chong shared his thoughts. The game maker's thoughts are rather narrow. Perhaps this is related to his personal experience. Chen Ji told Fan Chong to continue. What happened to Xiao Bu on her third try? I controlled Xiao Bu to wander the street. When she passed past an apartment building, a very thin man ran out from the stairs. He seemed to be in a hurry to leave the town. If this was any other game, this would have been a very normal NPC, but in this game, as long as the character was alive, there had to be something wrong with them. The person ran past Xiao Bu and a window appeared. Why would they need so many children? Damn, the police are coming. I knew I should not have accepted this case. After the man left, two choices appeared on screen again. Enter the stairs or continue moving past the building. Due to curiosity, I chose to enter the stairs. The apartment's corridor was filled with rubbish and the place looked old. I controlled Xiao Bu to get to the rooftop and realized that the door to the rooftop was open. There was a small garden on the rooftop, but all the vegetables and flowers were all dead. There were several large water tanks next to the garden. They were perhaps used by the tenants to pickle stuff, and each water tanks had a large boulder resting on top of them. Initially, I did not think too much of it. The rooftop was windy, so perhaps the boulders were used to stop the lids from flying away. However, when I passed one of the tanks, there was another window on screen. Xiao Bu heard the sound of a phone coming from inside the water tank. I knew I had probably triggered some kind of event. I controlled Xiao Bu to find the tools to move the boulder away. Fan Chong's expression became sad. You have no idea what is inside the water tank. Is it a boy? Chen Ji's expression also changed. This third story was exactly the phone spirit's story. The poor boy that was stored inside the water tank at the rooftop, that was the phone spirit. Fan Chong looked at Chen Ji with surprise and then nodded. There was a boy whose body got twisted when he was shoved into the tank. The boy was hugging a phone. The face was green and purple and his skin was grayish-white. When Xiao Bu found him, he was already dead. I controlled Xiao Bu to remove the phone from the boy's body. The call was from the boy's mother. At the time, I accepted the call, and perhaps this action triggered some event. Footsteps came from the corridor, and the man who had run out the building earlier poked his head out from the door. The expression on his face was scary. He strangled Xiao Bu and shoved Xiao Bu into a water tank. Xiao Bu was shoved into the water tank. That was the third bad ending. Fan Chong did not want to continue anymore. He felt like this game was a torture and used the worst method to interrogate humanity. After hearing Xiao Bu's third ending, Chen Ji thought for a long time. He put the water in his hand away and told the man seriously, Fan Chong, I think you should report this to the police. I'll go with you. The boy whom Fan Chong had found in the water tank was the phone spirit. All the details matched perfectly. Chen Ji also noticed another thing. When the phone spirit's murderer ran into Xiao Bu, he said one thing. Why would they need so many children? This sentence revealed a very important detail. There was a darker secret behind the child kidnapping. The real culprit was probably the person who had turned the whole of eastern Jiujiang into a ghost town. The creep who killed the phone spirit should still be inside the jail. Looks like I need to travel to the police station today. Chen Ji needed Captain Yan's help if he wanted to meet the murderer. A game is hiding so many cases. Eastern Jiujiang is much scarier than Western Jiujiang. After comparing the two places, Chen Ji realized that all the scary scenarios at Western Jiujiang were limited to a particular location. This might have something to do with his parents. It was different for Eastern Jiujiang. All the scenarios were interconnected and they kept expanding in the dark. It seemed that there was even a hidden force that was pushing it along. The final result was, in the day, Eastern Jiujiang looked normal, but at night, the line between man and ghost started to blur. I just want to stably expand my haunted house, but if I allow them to expand freely, it'll eventually affect me. Chen Ji gave himself a reason to strike first. There are good and bad people, and it is the same with Ghost. After the haunted house upgraded to Maze of Terror, it can now house more red specters and baleful specters. After dealing with all the bad ghosts, I can provide a place to stay for the good ghosts. Chen Ji and Fan Chong fell into thought, but they were thinking different things. Several minutes later, Fan Chong opened his lips to say, Boss Chen, I need some more time before reporting this to the police. Why do you need more time? The game is hiding murders. This is very serious. Chen Ji was confused. Let me think about it. Fan Chong seemed to be hiding some more secrets, and it was probably due to this secret that he had gone to Chen Ji first and not the police. The sun fell on his body, but Fan Chong could not feel warm. Okay then, take your time, but give me an answer within 3 days. If it's later, I fear something bad might happen. Chen Ji was really worried that Fan Chong was being targeted by something. After all, this game had recorded many cruel and realistic events. Okay, Fan Chong bit his finger. During his earlier visit, Chen Ji had noticed this habit about Fan Chong. He would bite his finger whenever he was nervous. Chapter 505, Meeting. Chen Ji did not force Fan Chong to go to the police. He had to have his reason. The only thing that he could do was explain the situation, and it depended on Fan Chong to go to the police. Can you tell me about the fourth ending? Chen Ji was interested in the game. Standing under the sun, Fan Chong was quiet. His mind was a mess. The fourth ending is more complicated. After experiencing 3 deaths, I had basically mastered the game's rules and setting. I explored the town for half an hour before I was killed. This fourth ending needs some time to explain. How about you come to my place tonight and I'll let you see it for yourself? That works, Chen Ji nodded. Then you should rest here first. If you need anything, just call me anytime. Then Chen Ji headed to the haunted house. After completing the nightmare mission at Eastern Jiujiang's tunnel, the Black Phone had rewarded him with a new talent, Ghost Ear. So even over such a distance, he could hear the conversation between Fan Dade and Fan Chong. Xiao Chong, do you really plan to hide the thing that happened at our place from him? Fan Dade was worried. The ghost in the game seems to have escaped. Even if we go to the police with something like this, they will not believe us. We'll wait and see what happens after Boss Chen comes tonight. I don't dare play the game anymore. Perhaps we can find a new owner for it. Fan Chong bit his fingers and his brows were locked together. The brothers did not know Chen Ji had overheard their conversation. They were seated at the corner, quietly talking among themselves. Lunch break was over, and Chen Ji threw himself back into work. At 6 p.m., the haunted house closed. Chen Ji had Xiao Gu go and find a new place nearby to move to while he stayed with Su Wan to clean the haunted house. When they were done, it was almost 7 p.m. After removing her makeup, Su Wan picked up her bag, and as she walked past Chen Ji, she casually asked, "Boss, there's a new restaurant that opened up near our park. Would you like to go with me?" "I can't make it tonight. I need to go to the police station." Chen Ji saw no change in the girl's expression, so he did not think much of it. "I'll treat you next time." "Okay, that's a promise." "Of course." After sending Su Wan away, Chen Ji returned to the staff break room. He placed the comic and the recorder inside his bag. Bringing the hammer to the police station doesn't sound so good. After all, I'm just going to ask some questions. Holding the bag in one hand, Chen Ji locked the door and ran out of the park. When he was waiting for his car, Chen Ji took out his phone to call Captain Yan. The call was answered after 3 rings, which showed Chen Ji's importance to Captain Yan. "Captain Yan, this is Chen Ji. Did you catch the killers for the previous cases?" "The cases with the eye gouging have been cleared, and the culprit for the body inside the statue has surrendered, but the main suspect, Dr. Gao, is still missing. However, it's just a matter of time before he is caught. The whole city is under our watch, so he will fall into our trap eventually." Captain Yan was so busy, and it was not until 2 days ago that he had gotten the chance to rest. In other words, most of the earlier cases have been cleared. Chen Ji saw a taxi coming, so he quickly waved. "Why, sounds like you plan to give us more things to do." Captain Yan became alert. This fellow Chen Ji was too cursed. Cases followed him everywhere. "It's just a small thing. Captain Yan, do you mind if I come to the station to meet now?" Chen Ji entered the taxi. Hearing Chen Ji, Captain Yan paused for 3 seconds before reacting. Even though he had predicted as much, he still found it unacceptable. "Wait a minute. Don't you think you have been paying the station too many visits recently?" "Captain Yan, you don't know the issue. Earlier, I discovered a murder at Eastern Jiujiang, and the suspect has been surrendered to Eastern Jiujiang's law enforcement. But then I realized that the case is not that simple. It might be related to other cases." Chen Ji thought about it and added, "It's related to disappearances and child abductions." When the words child abductions were mentioned, Captain Yan changed his mind instantly. "I'm at home now. I'll see you at the station in 15 minutes. "Okay," Chen Ji hung up and told the driver, "To the police station, please." After he said that, the driver started the engine slowly, but he kept glancing at Chen Ji through the rearview mirror. "Boss, is there anything on my face?" No. The driver quickly turned his eyes away like it was a scary thing to talk to Chen Ji. "Then why have you been looking at me?" Chen Ji did not think the driver would harm him. He was just curious about his attitude. The driver did not reply and focused on driving. After paying, Chen Ji just got out of the car, and the driver quickly escaped. "It feels like he doesn't want to ferry me. Did I do something in the car that caused some misunderstanding? Is it because I'm coming to the police station?" Chen Ji thought about it, and it made sense. From a normal citizen's eyes, who would go to the police station for no reason? Zio Chen, an emergency came up for Captain Yan, so he might be late. Why don't you brief me on what's happening first? Li Zheng from Team 1 was asked to intercept Chen Ji. He was familiar with Chen Ji already, although he had no idea why an inspector would get so close to a normal citizen. Li Zheng led Chen Ji into his office. He opened the computer and prepared a recorder and pen. Tell me all the important things you know. If the reason is not enough, we won't be able to help you meet the criminal. Understood. Chen Ji did not tell Li Zheng about the game. Instead, he just described how the murderer kidnapped and murdered Tong Tong. When the police investigated a case, they found the murderer through clues, but Chen Ji's investigation was the opposite. He had asked the phone spirit directly for the murderer. After knowing the murderer, he had collected evidence with that target in mind. Li Zheng, of course, did not know that Chen Ji already knew the killer from the beginning. He thought Chen Ji's analysis was too creative, but the seemingly unrelated events were connected in some mysterious ways and managed to create an ironclad evidence chain in the end. When Chen Ji was almost done, Captain Yan arrived. He came with good news. I've already contacted the people at the prison. They've scheduled for us to meet the killer tomorrow 8 a.m. Thank you, Captain Yan, but is it possible to move the meeting forward? I just have a few simple questions for him. I just need 10 minutes. There were too many variables at Eastern Jiujiang. Chen Ji did not want to wait any longer. He planned to go there tonight. Chapter 506, Reap What You Sow. That's not impossible. We have procedures to follow. Captain Yan picked up the record that Li Zheng had made. On the way here, I logged into the case file on the server, and the case you mentioned did have many loopholes. There are many things hinging on this case, and I fear it is related to a large child kidnapping ring. That is why I'm so worried. Chen Ji rushed through his words, but he did not reveal everything that he knew. It is because this case is so big that we have to be careful. Captain Yan looked at the record, and his fingers tapped the table absent-mindedly. The situation in the case is similar to what you described, but there is something that confuses me. When the killer was dropped at the door of the station, he was fully unconscious, and the doctor said that he suffered from great mental trauma. Chen Ji realized what Captain Yan was getting at, and he stressed firmly. Perhaps that came from all the times he has kidnapped children, and the guilt has been eating at him. Sounds like he was already half-mad when you caught him. Captain Yan added this observation to the record. No matter who asks, that is my answer because that is the truth. Chen Ji's reaction was fact, and he knew what Captain Yan meant. Nodding, Captain Yan put away Chen Ji's written record and passed it to Li Zheng. Bring this along. I'll go make a few more calls. Taking out his phone, Captain Yan left the office to make some calls. The old ginger is the spiciest. Chen Ji looked at Captain Yan, and he realized something. When he was dealing with other officers like Li Sanbao or Li Zheng, when they came into a problem that they were not certain with, they would say that they had to wait for orders from above, but Captain Yan had never said something like that. 3 minutes later, Captain Yan pushed the door open. Li Zheng, go and get the car. We'll go with Chen Ji. Okay, things went smoother than Chen Ji expected. At 8:30 p.m., they reached Eastern Jiujiang's prison. After showing the necessary documents, they were led by an officer to a prison cell. Ma Fu is temporarily in isolated quarantine. He's half dumb and half mad, probably knowing he is going to get the chair. The officer also knew why Ma Fu had been sent there, so he had no pity for freaks like that. Be careful of your safety during interrogation. People on death row have nothing to lose. The few shared some words outside the cell. Ma Fu probably heard them because there were footsteps from the room and then loud banging sound on the door. Help me, let me out. They have returned. Ghosts, there are ghosts in this room. It was a middle-aged man's voice, and the parts of his sentence did not add up. You'll get used to it. When the man was first sent here, he did not even dare to use the covers and wear the clothes. Every night, he would lean against the wall and fall asleep buck naked. The officer frowned at the memory. Didn't dare to use the covers, afraid of wearing clothes. This was the first time that Li Zheng had heard something like that, and he turned to Chen Ji subconsciously. Chen Ji shook his head silently even though he knew what had really happened to Ma Fu. That night, after Chen Ji found Ma Fu, the phone spirit had used his power on Ma Fu to amplify the deepest fear in Ma Fu's heart. At midnight, Ma Fu, who was asleep in bed, had felt something moved under the cover. In his half-asleep state, he had looked under the cover, seen an ashy child staring at him. He had woken up immediately and pulled the cover back. His bed had been surrounded by children, all of them his previous victims. The many faces and many hands had reached toward him and crawled under his skin. Soon, his whole body had been covered in children faces. The screams had echoed through the night. Those whom he had once hurt would eventually return. "Stop making so much noise. Stand back," the officer yelled into the room. "You might want to stand aside first. We'll apprehend him for you." 3 officers stood next to the door to prevent a possible accident. "Please let me out. I beg you, let me out. There are ghosts. There are ghosts in this room." The middle-aged man kept using his head and his hands to knock against the wall. His mind was completely broken. "What's the point of knowing fear now? Why didn't you think of this when you did the crime?" The officer held his fists, considering there were outsiders present. "Why don't you wait outside? I'll have people send him to the interrogation room in a bit." "You have an interrogation room here?" This was the first time that Chen Ji had spoken since he entered the prison. The officer did not have any memory of Chen Ji. The order that he had received was to aid the city police the best they could. "My name is Chen Ji." Ignoring the officer, Chen Ji walked to the door and looked inside through the steel window on the door. His pupils narrowed, and in a voice that was barely audible to the people around him, he said, "So, your name is Ma Fu." The middle-aged man suddenly stopped moving when he heard Chen Ji's voice. He slowly raised his head, and when his eyes caught Chen Ji, he screamed like he was shocked and staggered back several steps. "Ghost, ghost!" His eyes filled with terror. His lips quivered, and he repeated the same word. This shocked everyone present. Just one glance managed to scare the man so badly. Just who was this young man? "Please open the door. I wish to have a chat with him." Chen Ji stood at the door. The officer hesitated. He was afraid that something bad might happen. He worried that Ma Fu might die from fear inside the prison before the sentence arrived. The door opened, and the 3 officers rushed into the room to apprehend Ma Fu. "Ask your question. You only have 20 minutes. One of the officers stood between Chen Ji and Ma Fu. "Make some distance. Here is good enough." "Okay." Chen Ji knew more information from Fan Chang. Ma Fu probably had seen the mastermind at Eastern Jiujiang before. "Have you abducted a boy called Tong Tong a few years ago?" "I can't remember." Ma Fu shook all over. He did not look like he was lying. "Then, can you remember killing a boy and shoving him inside a water tank? You then used a large boulder to block the lid, right?" Chen Ji spoke slowly. His words were like a sharp saw, cutting through Ma Fu's thread of sanity. "I remember." Ma Fu's expression was conflicted. "Tell me who bought this boy from you. Tell me everything you know about this person." Chapter 507, Buyer. The cell became really repressed, and the few officers felt uncomfortable. Honestly, they had quite a good first impression of Chen Ji, but why would the personality of this polite and sunny young man suddenly change? "Answer me, do you still remember the buyer's face?" Chen Ji rarely used this type of tone. His face was expressionless as his eyes zeroed in on Ma Fu. Ma Fu was curled up in the corner with his body shaking. He seemed to have remembered something scarier. His fingers dug into his skin, and he banged his head against the wall like he was trying to kill himself. "We've asked him the same thing before, but whenever we brought up the buyer, he would become like this." The officer placed his palm behind Ma Fu's head and pressed down to stop the man from hurting himself. Seeing the condition of Ma Fu, Chen Ji thought of a possibility. The buyer had done the same thing he did to Ma Fu. However, Chen Ji was trying to take revenge on the phone spirit's behalf, whereas the buyer simply did this to stop Ma Fu from ever selling him out. Walking into the cell, Chen Ji squatted down next to Ma Fu. Looking at this half-mad human trafficker, he whispered into his ears, "Did you remember something scary? I can see that your life is a whole misery, and death would be a release for you, right?" Chen Ji's voice lowered until only Ma Fu could hear him clearly. "If you don't come clean, those children that you killed will come back to get you. I can already hear their voices, and they're coming from inside your body. They are watching you every second of every day. Their faces look at you from under your skin. The sin that you have committed, they will make sure that you pay for them." Ma Fu desperately wanted to get away from Chen Ji, but since his shoulders were being pressed down by the officer, he could not move. Still refused to say anything. "In that case, I can only find ways to delay your punishment and stay a lot longer in this tiny room with them. Enjoy your life. We shall meet again." Just as Chen Ji was about to stand up, Ma Fu raised his head. The blood vessels on his face were popping and his eyes were bloodshot. "I remember it now." "You remember it now?" The few officers were caught by disbelief. "Li Zhang, go get the recorder." Captain Yan was the first to recover. He entered the room with Li Zhang and they surrounded Ma Fu. "Start talking." Ma Fu was collapsed on the ground, and he spoke with his head lowered. "I once talked on the phone with the buyer. The man was very cautious, and he was likely using some kind of voice changer because he sounded like a boy around 8 on the phone." "A boy?" Ma Fu's first words shocked everyone present. Yes, I don't know how he managed to get my number, but I was sure it was a customer. Ma Fu stuttered through his confusion, and his face was blanched. He sounded like a boy, but the words he said were definitely not something a child would say. I have no idea whether someone was feeding him those words or he had practiced them before. You've not met in real life. Chen Ji was more concerned about that. He's very cautious and changed several locations before telling me to bring the children to Liwan City. When I arrived, he made a strange request. He agreed to raise the money, but he wanted me to stay in Liwan City for 3 nights. Ma Fu did not sound like he was just telling a story. What happened next? Why did you kill that innocent child? With Captain Yan there, no one dared interrupt the questioning. It was not easy bringing the kids to Liwan City, and it was too big a loss to just leave. I thought about it for a long time before accepting the request. Ma Fu's expression was weird, like it was a mixture of fear and many negative emotions. During the first night, I had a dream where all the walls in the room were filled with children's handprints. Something was running before they coagulated into a shadow and stood beside me. Stop messing around. The officers thought that Ma Fu had gone insane. Let me talk. Captain Yan waved his hand. The size of the shadow, height, and what it did inside the room, can you still remember? The shadow, the fear in Ma Fu's eyes heightened. The shadow was as tall as I was, almost the same as well. I felt like it was just me. The dream felt very real, but when I tried to look at the face closer, it vanished. When I woke up the next morning, everything returned to normal. I thought it was just a dream, but the next night, the same dream happened. The shadow appeared again, but the scary thing was it came out directly from behind me like it had morphed into my own shadow. I saw it clearly, and I tried to call for help, but my body won't move. I could only watch as the shadow walked down from the bed to open the closet door. The kids that I had brought were locked in the closet. The shadow looked at the kids silently until I woke up. The morning of the 3rd night, the buyer called again and told me to transport the kids to Eastern Jiujiang Mingyang Residence Unit 3, Room 104. The residence was just next to Liwan City, and it was not yet built. According to rumors, many weird things had happened since the project started, and for the sake of good luck, the residence was called Mingyang 1. You know what happened later. The police suddenly stormed the city, and the kid started crying non-stop like he was cursed. Ma Fu was lying on the ground and looked at the people out of the corner of his eyes. His story ended there. Li Zheng, contact the people at the station immediately and tell them to check the address that he gave. Captain Yan left the cell. He was afraid that he might hurt Ma Fu if he stayed. In 10 minutes, I need the details of all the tenants. You done? The officer turned to Chen Ji. Only he remained unmoved. After hearing what Ma Fu had to say, Chen Ji was reminded of the shadow monster that he had met outside of the fresh water plant. It was a reflection of Chen Ji, like it had the ability to become a person's shadow. Zhang Yu's hiding inside my shadow. Could the monster have fought her that night? Chen Ji did not have a clear answer. He did not plan to summon Zhang Yu for a small question like that either. What if she refused to return after that? After leaving the cell, they did not walk for that long before Captain Yan received the call from the station. The information had been gathered. Mingyang Residence is still under construction after 7 years. Captain Yan stopped moving as he read the message on his phone. He waved at Chen Ji. Found the tenant of room 104. His name is Jia Ming. We will investigate this further. You already got the name, the efficiency. Chen Ji paused in shock. Wait, Jia Ming? Isn't that Huang Ling's ghost husband's name? But that isn't right. The thing with the phone spirit happened 7 years ago, and at the time, Jia Ming hadn't been possessed yet. Chapter 508, Eastern Jiujiang Police Station. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. You know this man? Captain Yan saw something on the change to Chen Ji's expression. Last night it rained heavily. One of my employees was stranded at the bus stop with Jia Ming's wife. He called me for help, so I called a taxi to go fetch them and help take Jia Ming's wife home. That was how I met the man. Jia Ming's situation was rather unique, and he was related to the last bus on Route 104, so Chen Ji did not go into detail. Instead, he quickly changed the topic. Can I see the information on Jia Ming? Captain Yan passed his phone to Chen Ji. It not only had Jia Ming's phone, but also his work history and the comments that his employers had for him. Jia Ming once came to the station due to an altercation with a client, so we have his information in our system. Chen Ji accepted Captain Yan's phone. Jia Ming was just over 30 this year. He had arrived in Jiujiang around 10 years ago, and he had done many jobs in the past, but none of them had lasted long. However, the reason for his dismissals were not because he was not good nor because he had problematic personality. In contrast, Jia Ming, who had just arrived in Jiujiang, was honest and hard-working. His only weakness was that he was too stubborn. The young Jia Ming was similar to Xiao Gu in a way, a straight shooter who did not know how to adapt. Because of that, he would accidentally offend people. When he was sent to the police station, technically speaking, the fault did not lie with him. At the time, both he and his wife worked at an insurance company. One of the clients got into a car accident, and the family demanded a settlement. However, based on the report of the accident, the client got into accident because he was driving under influence. Because of that, the company could reject the settlement. Jia Ming followed the company's rules closely, but the client's family did not understand that. They would call daily to scold and insult him. In the end, they called people to create a fight at the insurance company. The client's family came from power. The manager closed the door and hid in his office. He tossed Jia Ming out to be the scapegoat. After he was beaten up and humiliated out of self-defense, Jia Ming grabbed the scissors on the table and accidentally slashed the client. That was when things had gone from bad to worse. The wound was very light, but the client called the police immediately. The police came to mediate, but it failed. The client would not rest until Jia Ming was arrested. The injury on the client was not serious, but the family refused to let it go. The company refused to compensate them, so this dragged on. The worst victim of all this was none other than Jia Ming. To save him from the police station, Jia Ming's wife, Huang Ling, practically traveled to the station daily. After he left the station, Jia Ming quit his job out of anger. After that, Jia Ming's working life dropped into a weird cycle. He kept looking for work and kept quitting. He hated human interaction and became increasingly resistant to human conversation. The misery did not stop there. Jia Ming got into a car accident and broke one of his legs. Since then, he had remained cooped up at home and refused to go out for work anymore. The information provided by police gave Chen Ji a fuller understanding of Jia Ming. Before he dealt with the ghosts, even though Jia Ming's life was not perfect, at least he had good morals and would not do something like child kidnapping. Did something go wrong? Why would the buyer select Jia Ming's home as the address? Chen Ji returned the phone to Captain Yan. He was not defending Jia Ming. He was merely viewing this from an objective view. Could this be a coincidence? At the time, Ming Yang residence was still under construction and few people stayed at the place. Could it be that the buyer just needed a random place to complete the transaction? It's hard to say. Tomorrow, we will send someone to follow up on this case. Captain Yan put away his phone and led Chen Ji and Li Zheng outside. When they were at the door, they saw an officer holding a bag of sweets as he headed to Ma Fu's cell. You guys even feed the criminals sweets? As it was Chen Ji's first time at a prison, he thought that this was the place's rules. Why would we be so free? The officer answered casually. After Ma Fu recovers from his mania, he will ask for sweet. If we refuse, he will try to peel his skin off. After experiencing that a few times, everyone on duty now keeps several bags of sweets in the office just in case. Sweets can help with his symptoms? Chen Ji thought about it and realized it probably had something to do with Ma Fu's past. Perhaps the children in his body were asking for sweets. After taking another step, the phone in Chen Ji's pocket suddenly rang. Huang Ling, why would she call me at a time like this? Your friend? Captain Yan thought the name was familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Chen Ji shook his head. She's Jia Ming's wife, the woman I dropped at her place with my employee last night. Why would she call you? Li Zheng asked. Perhaps just to thank me. Chen Ji accepted the call before Captain Yan and Li Zheng. Hello, how can I help you? Are you Chen Ji? Last night did you call a taxi to head to Eastern Jiujiang? An unfamiliar male voice came from the phone. I did call a taxi to Eastern Jiujiang last night. What's wrong? Chen Ji thought the man's voice was very unfamiliar. He had not heard it before. We've finally got you. I'm calling from Eastern Jiujiang's police station. Please come over to us immediately. The man on the phone was tough and loud. Even Captain Yan and Li Zheng could hear him. You have to give me a reason for summoning me, right? Chen Ji felt this was strange. He had been honest lately. Why would Eastern Jiujiang's police station summon him? You need us to remind you what you have done? Get over here now to assist the investigation. Chen Ji planned to visit Ming Yang residence that night, and he did not want to waste time. I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm now at the prison, and this is not somewhere that I can leave just like that. The prison? The officer did not expect such an answer from Chen Ji. Okay, then you tell the people to call the prison director, Director Wang. No matter what, you have to come tonight. The prison director is not Director Wang, but Director Bai. Captain Yan already recognized the person on the phone. He took Chen Ji's phone and said, Tianlei, this is all Yan from the branch station. Chen Ji is now with me. What crime has he committed? Captain Yan, the man on the phone, startled, and his tone softened plenty. Last night, when it was almost dawn, there was a taxi driver that called us saying he was abducted. He was supposed to be in western Jiujiang, but when he woke up, he was in eastern Jiujiang. The camera and driving record were all ruined, and we suspect that the culprit is someone antisocial but with high intelligence. After a brief investigation, we suspect the culprit is Chen Ji. Where are you getting all this information? Don't randomly accuse people without a clear investigation. This should be a misunderstanding. I'll bring him there with me in a bit. After hanging up, Captain Yan returned the phone to Chen Ji. Captain Yan, what happened? Li Zheng asked softly. He was quite good with Chen Ji. It was a call from Eastern Jiujiang Police Station. Captain Yan's expression was weird as he turned to look at Chen Ji. A few days ago, Li complained to me that work at Western Jiujiang was too harsh, and he wanted to transfer to Eastern Jiujiang. Chapter 509, That is the Man. Li Zheng drove Chen Ji and Captain Yan to Eastern Jiujiang Police Station. On the way, Chen Ji did not say a word. Eastern Jiujiang Police Station had used Huang Ling's phone to call him, meaning they had already interrogated Huang Ling, and Huang Ling had probably sold him out. He just worried that Huang Ling had also told them about the last bus. The previous night, Huang Ling had driven the taxi back to Eastern Jiujiang, and the taxi driver had stayed inside the car. What happened to them later, Chen Ji did not know. Now that the driver had called the police, Chen Ji had to be prepared to not let things go down a route that would be unbeneficial to him. The three arrived at their destination in less than 20 minutes. Altian, you sure are a hard worker. Even now, you're still at work. Once Captain Yan stepped into the room, he saw a group of officers chatting among themselves. He turned to address the officer who looked the most muscular. I'm sorry to have you make this journey. Tian Lei told the officers next to him something and then walked to his office. We'll talk inside. Okay, Captain Yan and Li Zheng followed while Chen Ji stood for a while in the lobby. The atmosphere there was different to Western Jiujiang Police Station, where Uncle San Bao was posted. The place was neatly arranged, and there were 2 rows of chairs placed in the corner. Leaning unsteadily against the corner was a drunkard, while there was an old man with a blank expression on the other side. Of the 2 officers that had spoken to Tian Lei earlier, one of them was patiently conversing with the old man, asking him for his address, but the man only mumbled incoherent nonsense. The other officer rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the mop to clean up the drunkard's vomit. With a frown, he grumbled, People in Western Jiujiang have heavy crimes every few days, and here we are cleaning up vomit and taking care of drunkards and old people. We're the police, not a nursery. Pipe down. If the director hears you, you're going to get it. You're complaining that there's no serious case? You have no idea how much people from Western Jiujiang envy us. The other officer rubbed the old man's frozen hands to help soothe him to increase the blood flow. It looked like this was not the first time that he had come across something like this. Zio Ching, after you're done, go help me pour a glass of warm water for the old gentleman and grab me the blanket as well. Don't call me Zio Ching. The young policeman placed the mop back and continued to grouse. This is different from what I imagine a police officer's life would be like. He walked to the water machine and saw Chenji. Why are you still standing there? I'm just looking around. Chenji walked past the young officer and added casually, Actually, I don't think you need to envy Western Jiujiang's police station. I have a feeling that things are going to get quite busy around here. I sure hope so, or else my limbs are going to get so rusted. The young officer looked at Chenji, and he felt he looked so familiar. As he opened the office door, several eyes fell on Chenji. Instantly, a familiar voice said, That's him. That's the person who called my service last night. He wanted to go to Eastern Jiujiang's freshwater plant around midnight. I knew something was wrong with him. If you knew something was wrong with me, why didn't you say it sooner? Chenji was rather speechless. He was one of the victims as well. Police officer, you see how arrogant and proud this man is. The driver was not that old. He had been so scared back then, but he had calmed down now. Stop arguing. Tian Lei was tired. He did not expect Captain Yan would show up. This disrupted his plan. Captain Yan, you've seen the written record, and we've checked the video surveillance at New Century Park's entrance. Last night, Chenji did hail a cab to get to Eastern Jiujiang. What about the video after that? Now the biggest problem is at the freshwater plant. The driver said that Chenji used some special method to knock him out, but what kind of method, he could not remember. If the driver cannot tell us what really happened, the entire accusation barely holds water. Captain Yan looked at the record and easily picked out the problems. The surveillance at the freshwater plant was all destroyed beforehand. I feel like this is a premeditated crime. Tian Lei took out another document. This morning, we had the people from the tech department look over the driving record and camera inside the taxi. The damage was expertly done. The machine itself wasn't damaged, so this could be a high-tech criminal. Captain Yan turned to look at Chen Ji and put the document down. Does he look like someone who knows how to do that to you? One can never tell. We cannot judge a book by its cover. Tian Lei insisted on his conclusion. Captain Yan knew that he would not be able to convince Tian Lei, so he turned to the driver. On the record, you said that you fainted at the fresh water plant but woke up at an old residence in eastern Jiujiang. Yes, the driver was a good observer. He saw that Captain Yan was the leader, so his tone was reverential. When I woke up, there was a paper note next to me. It had a phone number and these few words: "My name is Huang Ling. I live on the 4th floor." This means you did not lose your money or your phone. The person was even so kind as to leave you a note and did not run from the responsibility. Hey, you can't just brush it off like that, the driver sweated. I'm just a normal taxi driver. I was waiting in the car and suddenly I fainted. When I woke up, I was at a strange place. Who would be able to accept that so easily? And the person on the call just talking about it made me mad. I never thought to call the police. At the time, I was so afraid, so I made the call. Guess what happened? Everyone turned to look at the driver. What did the person on the phone say? Threatened you? Refused to give you compensation? This is already beyond that. My God. I just made the call and barely said anything, and it sounded like there was a murder. A woman was screaming for help at the top of her lungs. Then before I can say a second word, the call was ended. Tell me, wouldn't you be afraid if this happened to you? The driver was agitated, and he got up from his seat. You said you called the lady? She was asking for help. Chen Ji's eyes turned serious, and he also stood up. Did you go upstairs to see if something had happened to the woman? I don't have the courage to do that. This is the thing that made me angry the most. I thought that there was a real murder, and when the police arrived around dawn, they went to the house to check. The wife suffers from a mental illness, and she was acting up last night. I can prove that. We communicated with the woman's husband. Tian Lei told the driver to sit down and took out a bag from his drawer. There was a phone inside. This is the mad woman's phone. All the phone records have been deleted, but we discovered something weird. He looked at Chen Ji. Why would the patient have your number as her first speed dial? What is your relationship with her? Chapter 510, Ming Yang Residence 2 in 1. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Chen Ji was silent as he fell under Tian Lei's scrutiny. Then he said something that shocked everyone there. Last night, when my employee and I dropped Huang Ling at her home, she revealed to us that her husband was a mental patient with serious control issues. The crazy person is not her but her husband. Tian Lei put down his phone. What evidence do you have to make that claim? Huang Ling has been working to support the whole family. Her husband cooped himself up at home and rejected human communication. From how they both carried themselves, it is clear that Jia Ming is the one that has a bigger possibility of being a mental patient. Chen Ji turned to Captain Yan. Before this, I asked Captain Yan to investigate Jia Ming. You can ask Captain Yan for the details. You have not seen them in person and barely investigated, so how could you make such a rushed conclusion? I've met both Jia Ming and Huang Ling already. Even Huang Ling herself thought she was sick, but you said it was her husband that is sick. Don't tell me you know the patient better than she knows herself. Worried that there might be an accident, Tian Lei had rushed to Huang Ling's home early in the morning after getting the report from the taxi driver. He did not see the so-called murder, and there was no domestic violence. There was not one trace of injury or wound on Huang Ling's body. I still insist on my point of view. I feel like you have been tricked by Huang Ling's husband. He was once a kind and gentle person, but people change. After being let down by life again and again, there is now a demon living inside his body. Things had developed out of his expectations. Before Huang Ling could investigate, she had been taken over by the ghost. This triggered a sense of alarm within Chen Ji. The opponent this time is very cunning. I shan't let my guard down. Chen Ji and Tian Lei argued non-stop, and the taxi driver was confused. Who was the real mental patient? Who was lying? He never once considered that, but there was one thing that was certain. He was never going to drive to eastern Jiujiang in the middle of the night again. Please, both of you, quiet down. Captain Yan wanted Chen Ji and Tian Lei to stop arguing. Do you have the written records from Huang Ling and her husband? We only have the one given by her husband. Huang Ling suffered from a mental breakdown last night. We were afraid of triggering her, so we just asked a few simple questions. Tian Lei was stationed in eastern Jiujiang, so he was more attached to the citizens there compared to those who came from western Jiujiang. However, at times, attachment and kindness could cloud one's objective analysis. The direction of your investigation was wrong from the beginning. It was Huang Ling who was with Chen Ji last night, and it was also Huang Ling who drove the taxi and left the note for the taxi driver. This woman is the most crucial part of the entire case. Captain Yan dropped the record that the officers from Eastern Jiujiang had collected on the table. Come, we'll go to Huang Ling's place now. I also wish to meet them in person. You also wish to go? There's no need. Just leave this case to us. Tian Lei did not realize the severity of the issue that was hiding behind this case. He believed that their own officers could handle this case perfectly fine. Since I've run into this case, then I'll just take a look. I can't just walk away. That is not what a police officer should do. Captain Yan opened the office door and walked out immediately. Li Zheng and Chen Ji followed closely behind him. Soon, only Tian Lei and the taxi driver were left inside the room. Sir, what is happening now? Can I leave already? The driver had already gave up hope that he would get any more compensation. Why don't you come with us? You're the victim, you should be there. Tian Lei put on his cap and also walked out of his office. Zhao Qing, Zhao Wen, stay back to look over the place. We might be working late tonight. If there's an emergency, just call me. Captain Tian, where are you going? Zhao Qing had just cleaned up the floor, but the drunkard vomited once more. To solve a case. Tian Lei waved his hand and led the driver out of the police station. The two police cars arrived at Huang Ling's place around 9 p.m. Captain Yan, isn't it a bit rude for us to show up like this without informing them? Tian Lei jogged over after he got out from his car. Haven't you informed them this morning already? But the rules... The group reached the 4th floor and knocked on the door for a long time before they heard footsteps coming from inside the room. Who is it? The man was very cautious and did not open the door immediately. We're the police. Please open the door now to assist in our investigation. Inspector Tian. The door was pushed open, and a haggard-looking middle-aged man pushed his head out. Why did you come back? Didn't you ask everything in the morning? We'll talk inside. The few people all entered the room. Chen Ji followed at the back and kept his presence low. The place was not big and it looked very Spartan. The couch was old, likely a second-hand purchase. There was a stain on the coffee table and a bag of fruit candy was sitting on top of it. Sit anywhere you want. The middle-aged man looked much older than he actually was. He walked into the kitchen and came out with several glasses of water. Where is your wife? Is she doing better? Actually, we have a few questions to ask her. On the surface, Captain Yan asked about Huang Ling, but in reality, he kept his gaze on the middle-aged man's face to focus on the changes to his expression. She is feeling much better. I'll go get her. The middle-aged man walked to the bedroom door and knocked on it lightly. Huang Ling, the police officers want to ask you something. Several minutes later, a woman who looked like she had lost all will to live dragged herself out from the bedroom. You're Huang Ling? Captain Yan studied the woman before him for a very long time. How she looked in person was so different from the picture. Where did you run into Chen Ji last night? Why would you set his phone number as your #1 speed dial? I cannot remember anymore. I cannot remember anything that happened last night. The woman sat on the sofa, and she did not even look at Chen Ji to acknowledge his presence. You don't have any memory at all. No, no, no. Huang Ling suddenly raised her voice, and she used both of her hands to knock heavily on her head. Jia Ming, who was closest to her, did not rush over to help immediately, but it was Chen Ji and Tian Lei, who were further away, that stepped up to the plate. They grabbed Huang Ling's arms at the same time. Please calm down. I did not see anything. I did not see anything last night. Huang Ling was weirdly agitated. This was how she reacted when we arrived this morning. She would act up whenever we brought up anything related to last night. Tian Lei leaned back to inform Captain Yan after Huang Ling calmed down slightly. She was already a sick person. She probably was traumatized last night, and it exacerbated her condition. There has to be a trigger that caused this change in her. Captain Yan turned to look at Jia Ming, who stood to the side. What did you do last night? I was staying at home the whole night. When Huang Ling returned, she was already acting strangely like she was being threatened by someone. The condition was similar to what happened earlier. Whenever I tried to ask her what happened, she would hit her own head heavily. After Jia Ming said that, he silently looked around the room and added, What happened to them last night, you should ask the taxi driver and the creep called Chen Ji. They were together last night. Jia Ming was very familiar with his wife's condition. After Huang Ling stopped struggling, he picked up a candy from the table and placed it in Huang Ling's mouth. Weirdly enough, once the candy entered the woman's mouth, Huang Ling calmed down almost immediately. She likes candy? Captain Yan and Chen Ji noticed this detail, and they were both instantly reminded of Ma Fu, whom they just met at the prison. When Ma Fu was acting up, only by feeding him candy would he be able to calm down. The candy is not medicine, right? Why would it have this calming property? Captain Yan was confused, but Chen Ji next to him had a brief idea already. Ma Fu was able to calm down after eating the sweets because several children's souls had entered his body. The children seemed to be interested in the candy. Following that vein of thought, Huang Ling's body might be playing host to one or several children. It's just a very normal candy. If you don't believe me, you can take a few to conduct tests on it. Jia Ming then picked up the bag of candy and gave it to Captain Yan. Captain Yan did not accept it, but reached out to pick out one candy. One is enough, thank you. Huang Ling finally settled down. Captain Yan did not have any questions for her anymore. He had Li Zheng help her back to the bedroom to rest. He and Tian Lei asked Jia Ming a few more questions. They only prepared to leave around 11 p.m. Thank you for your cooperation. We will definitely uncover the truth. Captain Yan walked at the front. After the other officers left the room, Chen Ji only moved away his gaze that had been staring at the bedroom door. Now only Jia Ming and Chen Ji remained in the room, and the room temperature was drastically dropping. My friend, how can I help you? Do you have any question you want to ask? It's nothing. It's not simple for you to take care of a mentally unstable woman by yourself. Chen Fi tapped Jia Ming's shoulders lightly. He did not say anything else and headed out the door. After they were downstairs, Li Zheng took out his phone and silently walked near to Captain Yan. When I sent Huang Ling back into the bedroom, I snapped a few pictures of the interior. There doesn't seem to be any problems. This Jia Ming doesn't have a motive to commit this crime. Jia Ming is definitely related somehow to Huang Ling's mental illness, Captain Yan said firmly. When Huang Ling was acting up earlier, Jia Ming was closest to her, but he just stood there, not doing anything. There were many similar details. However, based on Tian Lei and his team's investigation, all of the neighbors only had good thing to say about Jia Ming. They thought that he was a very good guy. Haven't we looked through this man's working history? No matter how you look at it, he is a good person. Why would someone like this torture his wife until she went crazy? Li Zheng had studied criminal psychology before. The change in human character has a process and symptoms. Jia Ming's performance was different from the thing that was described in the books. Will a good person be good forever? Captain Yan looked at the candy in his hand before opening the wrapping. But a good person will have a moral compass in their heart, and they will not do things that are too over the line. That's where you're wrong. When a good person loses their moral compass, they will become even worse, falling into the endless abyss. Captain Yan placed the candy inside his mouth and added an observation seemingly out of nowhere. This is because he knows the candy is no longer sweet. Opening the door of the police car, Captain Yan gave Li Zheng one final order. Your team has done a very good job solving the case of the eye-gouging murderer. Team 2 can temporarily take over the rest of the case. I want you and your team to silently investigate the case of Jia Ming and Huang Ling. Captain Yan, isn't this case under the Eastern Jiujiang's police station's jurisdiction? Isn't it a bit over the line if we go ahead and butt in? He did not think that the case was small, but Li Zheng said so because he was worried that the people from Eastern Jiujiang police station might have some comments. That is why I told you to carry out your investigation in the dark. Captain Yan's fingers tapped the edge of the car window, and his countenance slowly turned serious. Keep your eyes open. I have a feeling this is related to a very big case. It shouldn't be. Eastern Jiujiang has always been peaceful. Li Zheng also turned serious. He knew that Captain Yan was not one to joke around. It has been peaceful, yes, but now. Before Captain Yan could finish, the door opened, and Chen Ji, who had just gotten down the stairs, very expertly crawled into the police car. Sorry I'm late. It's fine. Li Zheng, we'll go back to New Century Park to drop Chen Ji off first. Li Zheng and Captain Yan both stopped talking about the earlier topic. Thank you. Do you mind driving faster? Chen Ji said. He still had something else to do that night. After the police left, he had touched Jia Ming's body. He wanted to use the ghost on his person to test out the enemy. However, after he laid his hand on Jia Ming, Chen Ji had realized that other than Zhang Ye in his shadow, he did not carry any other employees with him. He had left his backpack at the haunted house. Chen Ji was unable to command Zhang Ye, and he was afraid that his action might alert Jia Ming, so he prepared to return to New Century Park to grab all of his equipment and turn back later, using the most direct method to get to the bottom of the truth. The police car had not started when an old lady walked out from the stairs. The old lady walked slowly to the car and tapped lightly on the car window. How can I help you? Captain Yan opened the car door and stepped out. Sir, my son bought me an apartment at Ming Yang Residence. It has been several years already since then, but I still am unable to move into that house. Can you ask around to find out when the place will be completed? The old lady sounded so saddened that one was unable to say no. Ming Yang residence? Okay, I will help you ask around. Please return to your room. It's getting late and the winds are strong. Captain Yan walked the old lady back to her room and returned to the car. Go and get Tian Lei. He should be more familiar with this place. Li Zheng called behind him, and Tian Lei got out from his police car and raced to Captain Yan. Captain Yan, are you looking for me? How much do you know about Ming Yang residence? Tian Lei shook his head. The Ming Yang residence project has been inactive for many years already. The tenants come and create trouble every year, and we have to send out our people to talk to them and tell them that we pity them. We know that most of them have used all of the saving to buy this place, but this is something that can't be helped. Something that can't be helped? Captain Yan raised his head. There have been 3 investors. The first one died from illness, the second one got into a car accident when the place was half built, and the third one decided to commit suicide by jumping off the half-finished building in the middle of the night. Rumors started flying around that the place is cursed, so no one dares to take over anymore. All 3 investors met a bad end. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Captain Yan thought about it and told Li Zheng, when we get back, go and pull all the records on Ming Yang residence. Okay, Li Zheng gave an okay sign. Captain Yan, I suggest you stay away from this. That Ming Yang residence is a hot mess. Anyone who gets too close to it will be unlucky. Tian Lei seemed to have experienced that himself. Also you, I need a file from you as well. Captain Yan raised the car window and ignored Tian Lei, who stood next to the car with an unhappy face. The car engine started. After they left the area, Captain Yan suddenly turned to look at Chen Ji and tossed out a random question. Chen Ji, did you know Jia Ming before this? No, Chen Ji answered on reflex. Captain Yan nodded, and his expression softened. You'd better watch over yourself. I have a feeling that Jia Ming has a strange hostility against you. During the questioning, he kept coming up with ways to push the blame on you. Chapter 511, Room 104. Blame me? Chen Ji felt like it should be because Jia Ming felt threatened by him, and that was why he used these dirty tactics on him. Just be careful. We'll handle the bigger picture, and more than that, the trust I have in you is not something that can be shaken with a few words. Captain Yan's words were a huge comfort to Chen Ji. Please don't intervene in the things in eastern Jiujiang. Leave it to us. Probably he was still worried, Captain Yan added. I've already arranged special people to take over. Just wait for the good news. Chen Ji nodded, but he was already planning the action tonight. Huang Ling was innocent. Letting her stay with the devil worried Chen Ji. The man might do something even worse to her. The police car drove out the residential area. They drove for about 100 meters when Tian Lei's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Yan, I just communicated with the officers at the station, and we found something weird. Speak. 9 years ago, Jia Ming was working at Chin Tai Insurance. The client that he had the altercation with was one of the 3 investors for Ming Yang residence, Jiang Long. Tian Lei sounded weird on the phone. It was different from before. Several years ago, Jiang Long's car got into an accident with the last bus on Route 104. Jiang Long died on the spot, and I've informed you earlier, the second investor that died in an accident was him. But how is that related to Jia Ming? Let me continue. The coincidence is that several years later, Jia Ming got into an accident as well, and the accident was again with the last bus on Route 104. We saw the video from back then and realized that it was Jia Ming who voluntarily walked forward to be hit by the bus. And the location that he was hit was exactly the same as where Jiang Long was hit. Tian Lei's voice slowly grew like he had made some great discovery. In other words, this Jia Ming is the actual mental patient. Li Zheng did not quite get what Tian Lei was saying. That I can't tell. What I know is that Zhao Jing just looked through the registration for the tenant, and the address for the second investor, Jiang Ling, has been changed to Ming Yang Residence Room 104. The actual owner of this place was Jia Ming. Someone changed Jiang Long's registration. Who would be so bored to change a dead person's registration? Plus, the man is dead. Why would someone care about his address? Neither Tian Lei nor Li Zheng understood it. Of everyone there, only Chen Ji, who looked out the window, had a flash of understanding cross his eyes. The address on Jiang Long's registration changed to match Jia Ming's. This could represent that the ghost that escaped from bus 104, the ghost that took over Jia Ming's body, was none other than Jiang Long. He became the new owner for room 104. Jiang Long got into an accident with the bus on Route 104. That should just be a coincidence. After the accident, Jiang Long's soul was trapped on the bus, and he wanted to use Jia Ming as his replacement. That would be how a normal person think, but having completed many missions on the Black Phone, Chenji had a more rounded thinking compared to most. He would not give up any small details. All three investors of Ming Yang residence met bad endings. If these were all accidents, then it would be too much of a coincidence. This means that all that killings are probably premeditated. Chenji was more and more curious. Why would Jiang Ling target Jia Ming? Is there something special about Jia Ming, or was he just unlucky to have bought room 104? Jiang Long and Jia Ming were like heaven and earth in terms of background and wealth, so Chenji could not understand why Jiang Long would choose Jia Ming. Room 104, someone has entered the registration server. Stop the car. Captain Yan had been silent, and he rarely made his thoughts known, but once he did, there was no need for discussion. Tian Lei, help me drive Chenji back to New Century Park. Li Zheng and I will go to room 104 to check the place out. Captain Yan, it's too dangerous to go to that place now. I feel like we should make a decision after daybreak. Chenji's fingers fidgeted. Without the hammer, he just felt like something was missing. Captain Yan shook his head. Never underestimate your opponent. If Jia Ming is really problematic, then when we showed up earlier, we will have already tipped our hands. He might do something tonight to destroy the evidence. But we're not familiar with Eastern Jiujiang, and there were so many weird things happening at Ming Yang residence. Isn't it a bit reckless to go there with just the few of us? Chenji asked. You know the meaning of the word reckless? Captain Yan turned to look at Chenji before turning away. This should be you goading me into action, right? Chenji really did not expect Captain Yan to view him in such a manner. He was feeling quite helpless. Enough, you go and take all Tian's car, leave the rest of us. Captain Yan had Li Zheng open the door, but Chenji refused to leave. They were all adults, and they were quite helpless seeing Chenji act like this. The damn young man doesn't look so muscular, but why is he so powerful? Tian Lei tried to yank Chenji out of the car, but he was unable to move the man. Captain Yan, please let me go with you. I really am afraid that you might run into danger. No matter the case, we always put the citizens' safety first. In other words, your safety is more important than the case, understood? Quick, get out from the car. This is the first time I have seen someone refusing to leave the police car. After 2 more minutes of back and forth, and under Chen Ji's insistence, Captain Yan finally relented. The 2 police cars turned to head to a more isolated part of eastern Jiujiang. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Ming Yang residence. This place was close to Liwan City. This sure is in the middle of nowhere. Once he got out from the car, Chen Ji sighed. The area was covered with grass. The old buildings stood in the dark. The front 2 buildings were almost ready, and the 2 buildings at the back were mostly just starting the construction. This is such a waste. Tian Lei pulled out the police-use flashlight. I've been here before, so I'll lead the way. They had just moved in with Chen Ji felt something wrong. Isn't Ming Yang residence completely abandoned? Why would there be light? With his yin-yang vision, even over such a distance, Chen Ji could see the lights coming from the building at the forefront. This place has no water and electricity. Who would live here? Tian Lei was equally confused. Stop guessing, we'll know once we get there. Captain Yan and Tian Lei walked into the residential area. Chen Ji looked at the weak light and fell into deep thought. Chapter 512, The Dolls Inside the Room. The construction was stopped halfway, and the electrical circuit has not been completed, so there isn't electricity. Then, what is giving out light in the building? The 4 buildings stood in the dark. The lights that came from the building were like eyes that were looking at the approaching people. Li Zheng saw that Chen Ji did not follow, so he turned back to yell, Chen Ji, don't stay too far from us and keep your guard up. Understood. Chen Ji knew that Li Zheng was only worried about him, so he rushed to his side. I just thought it was weird. The buildings have no electricity, so why are lights coming out from the room? There could be many reasons. It could be reflection of the moonlight, or perhaps there are squatters. No matter the reason, we have to be careful when exploring abandoned buildings like this. Li Zheng seemed to have a bad memory. Abandoned factories or warehouses in the countryside for the favorite places for people with illegal backgrounds to hide. There are also crazy madmen who prefer these kinds of places to conduct their weird rituals. I once oversaw a case where the killer has been stealing dead bodies from the hospital, attempting to summon a legendary monster from a myth. In the end, we apprehended the person inside an underground sewer. Summoning a ghost inside an underground sewer, has he considered how the ghost feels? Chen Ji's answer stumped Li Zheng. He did not know how to continue. You sure have an interesting mind. Never mind, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. Just understand that it's dangerous here. Ming Yang residence was huge. The 4 unfinished buildings stood before their eyes, and they looked like 4 tombstones. The night breeze swayed the grass and leaves. Looking up from the ground, there was an ominous feeling, like the 4 buildings could collapse at any moment and bury them alive. "Shall we head toward the light first?" Li Zheng suggested. "The closest light is on the 2nd floor of the 1st building. Since we're going to pass it anyway, why don't we go check it out?" "Yes, room 104 is on the 10th floor. As we go up, we can check all the rooms once. Perhaps we might find some clues." Tian Lei was very familiar with Ming Yang residence. He had once handled the cases of the investors. "Room 104 is on the 10th floor, huh? How did they arrange the room number?" "The front 2 numbers are the floor number, and the 3rd number is the room number, so room 104 is the 4th room on the 10th floor," Tian Lei explained to Chen Ji. "But there are 4 buildings here. Does that mean that there are 4 room 104s? The numbering of the 4 rooms on the 10th floor of the 1st building is 1 to 4, and the 2nd building is 5 to 8, so the condition you mentioned doesn't happen. The room numbers of the different buildings are linked together." Chen Ji was just curious, but what Tian Lei said gave him some idea. Why would the designer do that? Apparently, it was a request of the investor. They even planned to build bridges between the buildings to connect the 4 buildings. They planned to make Ming Yang residence the landmark in Jiujiang, but that obviously did not come to be. "Shush, we're preparing to enter the building now." Captain Yan held the flashlight and was the first to enter the dark building. To join 4 buildings together? Chen Ji remembered this. There had to be a reason behind the death of all the investors. After they entered the stairs, the temperature noticeably dropped. There was a chill in the air, like every breath that they took was filled with cold air. There were many rivers that cut through eastern Jiujiang, so this place had comparatively more moisture than other places in Jiujiang. Lichen grew on the walls, and the plaster was wrinkled. As one's finger cut across it, one could peel back a large piece. The light came from this room. The group turned the corner of the 2nd floor and stopped before one of the rooms. "Li Zheng, go in first. Tian Lei will cover you." "Yes." The 3 officers did not carry their weapons, so they were very careful. Li Zheng entered the room with the flashlight raised. There were weird pictures on the wall, and trash littered the ground. These things proved that someone had been staying there. There was a small sound coming from inside the bedroom. A glass bottle tipped over. "Come out now. I'm the team leader of Investigation Team 1, Li Zheng. Come out of the room now and cooperate with the investigation." Li Zheng shone the light into the room, and soon a homeless person walked out from it. He looked around 60, and his beard and hair grew together. He was wearing a tattered sweater and coat. Even with 2 layers, he was still shivering. He was wearing a frayed cap and gloves with his fingers showing. "Name and age, why are you here?" Perhaps Li Zheng's uniform was useful because the homeless person did not resist and act honestly. "My surname is Zheng. Full name, cannot remember anymore. I'm the 7th of the family." Probably because he did not speak often, the man spoke very slowly. "I just want to find a place to hide from the rain. Since the building is abandoned, I stayed here. If you want me to move, I will leave now." Li Zheng put the light down. Captain Yan walked into the room and looked at the man for a long time. "The weather is so hot, but you're so wrapped up, aren't you hot?" "No, I'm very cold." From the man's answer, his mind was still working. He did not appear to have any mental problems. However, he was wearing so many layers like he was already in the winter. "Cold?" Captain Yan looked into the bedroom that the man had vacated. "Stand there by the wall. We won't hurt you. For the sake of your safety, I suggest you don't live here alone. Jiujiang has many shelters. You can seek help there." Captain Yan took 1 step forward, and the man became nervous. "You're afraid?" Captain Yan moved his eyes away from the man's face and suddenly picked up speed to run into the bedroom. "Don't," the man wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Li Zheng and Tian Lei stopped him. "Don't go in, you'll all die." "Be quiet." The man screamed, and his face filled with terror. He was unable to stop Captain Yan and Chen Ji. The bedroom was small, and it was thick with a bad stench. Broken dolls were piled up in the middle of the room. "It wasn't me who killed them. I just accidentally found them. I have not killed anyone." The man started to struggle like he had gone insane. "I didn't kill anyone. It's not me." "These are all dolls, so of course we know you didn't kill them. Quiet down." Tian Lei pressed the man against the wall, and when he turned around to look at the broken toys, he also took in a cold breath. Chapter 513, Cooked. "Are you blind? Those are not dolls. Those are dead bodies. Let me go." No matter how hard the homeless man tried to struggle, he was unable to escape from Li Zheng and Tian Lei's grasp. He finally quieted down after a few minutes. No wonder he's homeless, the man is mad. The man stopped resisting, so Tian Lei relaxed. However, Li Zhang acted different from Tian Lei. He took out a handcuff to apprehend the man. Hey, all Li, it's just a mad, homeless person. Is that really necessary? Li Zhang kicked the trash next to them aside to reveal several hidden, sharpened metal sticks. Don't let your guard down. These people could do anything when they're pushed to their edge. Seeing those hidden weapons, Tian Lei stopped talking. He remembered that the man had been trying to move that way when he was struggling earlier. I'm not crazy, I'm trying to save you, the man screamed stubbornly. Stop wasting our time. You picked these broken parts from the landfill, right? Li Zhang looked at the dolls. After the toys were abandoned, they had lost their charm. They turned weird and ugly. The broken faces were filled with loneliness and sadness. No, they're not toys. They were already here when I came. They have nothing to do with me. You're still trying to argue? Tian Lei kicked the metal rods aside to make sure the man would not be able to reach them. There are so many rooms here. Why did you stay in one that is filled with broken toys? You are a sick man. The man looked like he was really wronged, and he did not sound like he was lying. Many have died here, so Mingyang residence is cursed. All the tenants that moved here became cursed. Everyone in eastern Jiujiang knows that. If not for the storm and the lack of any other shelter nearby, I would not have come here. Stop trying to change the topic. Answer my question. Was it you who collect these dolls? Tian Lei's voice turned up. No, when I entered the room for the first time, the room was already filled with dead bodies. Then why did you stay here? Tian Lei already stopped correcting the man. You can't leave after you've seen the dead bodies. They will follow you, and it's pointless to run, the man screamed like mad. Now you're stepping on their bodies, but one day they will step on your cold, dead bodies. Ali, what do you think? Tian Lei was perturbed by what the man had said. If they were someplace else, he would not have felt that way, but standing there, he just felt unsafe. You believe a mad person? Keep a close eye on him. I'll go ask Captain Yan. Li Zhang entered the bedroom where Captain Yan and Chen Ji were investigating. Captain Yan, the man is mad. He said that these dolls are dead bodies and touching them will get you cursed. Well, it's too late for that. Captain Yan pointed at Chen Ji helplessly. This boss of a haunted house was more zealous than a cop. Without flashlight, he squatted down to inspect each doll closely. With a light cough, Captain Yan asked, Zyro Chen, did you find anything? Most of these dolls are made by plastic, and the date of production ranges across many years. They should have been collected from all over the place by the homeless man, but I'm curious, why would he break them? Chen Ji picked up the head of the doll. Look, the cut is obviously made by knife, or else it would not have been so clean. Perhaps it's to vent. It's not that simple. I studied toy design in university, and I know a thing or two about the materials. These parts have problems from the material to the coloring. Chen Ji placed the head next to Captain Yan. Look closer, what is wrong here? Captain Yan looked at it and eventually said, the color is faded. Yes, these parts appear like they have been cooked. The color fell off and the edges were messed up from the heat. Chen Ji looked at the room of dolls and said to himself, who would cook these dolls for no reason? Captain Yan did not get it either. After taking the pictures, he walked out of the room. Let's go to room 104. That room is the key to solving the issue. The homeless man saw Captain Yan walk out and he screamed again, You saw the dead bodies. They will find you tonight. You keep saying they're dead bodies. Then does this mean that this is a human dead in your eyes? Chen Ji took out the doll head, and when the man saw it, he slammed against the wall. His arms were in a defensive posture before his chest, and his expression was frozen in fear like he was really looking at a decapitated head. Take it away, take it away. The man did not look like he was acting. This was out of Chen Ji's expectations. Can he really see something? Chen Ji initially did not think much of the homeless man, but when he saw this reaction, he thought about it again. He moved the head away and followed the man's line of thinking. If these are all dead bodies, do you know who killed them? I didn't kill anyone. I don't know anything. He only asked me to stay behind to watch over these bodies. I don't know anything else. Both Chen Ji and the 3 officers were shocked before surrounding him. Who is he? Why would he ask you to look after the bodies? I can't say or I'll die. I will die. He will kill me and all of you. The homeless man collapsed to the ground and started wailing. The murderer sure is something else to threaten a homeless man that is already so senior in age. Tian Lei looked at Li Zhang and Captain Yan. Shall we bring him in? Have an officer from your station to bring him back for interrogation. Captain Yan looked at the homeless man. I've seen such a reaction many times from murder witnesses. He might not be lying to us. Murder? Tianlei did not imagine a report from a taxi driver could lead to a murder. He quickly called Xiao Qing, who was on duty. Li Zhang, remember to take all the picture evidence. Give me the flashlight. We'll go to room 104 first. Captain Yan and Chen Ji walked out of the room and walked up the stairs. From the stairs, Chen Ji saw an electric bike move past the two parked police cars as it entered Ming Yang residence. Captain Yan, I saw someone enter the area. The person was riding an electric bike. Doesn't seem like he's here to avoid the rain. Be careful. After we confirm room 104 is fine, we'll leave immediately. Captain Yan walked ahead. No one stayed, and soon they arrived at the 10th floor. Chapter 514, he arrived. Stay close to the wall and away from the rails. Be careful of your step. Captain Yan found room 104 and entered it. The biggest difference about this room was that there was plenty of old furniture inside, and the wall had many children's drawings. It feels like a family of 3 once lived here. Chen Ji followed behind Captain Yan. With his yin-yang vision, he did not need the flashlight and started wandering about the room. What is this? Beside the wooden table, which was missing a leg, there were many dried apples, and there was one under the table that had a bite mark on it. The tenant here must have loved apples. Chen Ji used a piece of paper to pick one up. The apple had gone rotten, and seeing this, he was suddenly reminded of the apple that he had seen inside the underground morgue. Apples seem to have a special meaning to dead people. If I have time, I should consult the few doctors. Look at this. Tianlei, who had been silent, suddenly opened his lips. He shone the flashlight on the left wall of the living room. The cracked wall had a weird painting on it. 2 adults and a girl were talking, and not far away from them was a boy drawing. These 2 adults should be the parents, and that makes the girl their daughter. The boy was the one who painted on the wall. Li Zhang tried to analyze the painting. So it's actually a family of 4. When we interviewed Jia Ming, didn't he say that they didn't want kids because of Huang Ling's physical condition? Tianlei raised his brow. Did this man find a mistress, or was he lying to us? He definitely lied to us, but he probably wasn't lying when it comes to the issue of children. Captain Yan walked out from the kitchen. The house isn't completed. It was Jia Ming and Huang Ling who lived here, and the kids probably had nothing to do with them. Are they homeless children? Li Zhang stood next to the window and looked out. But why would they choose this room? The building does not have elevator. Wouldn't it be easier to stand on the ground floor? The answer is probably hidden in this room. Chen Ji tilted his head back to look at the ceiling, and he did not look away. The 3 officers saw that and also looked up. On the ceiling of room 104, someone had used a sharp stone to carve out 4 human faces. They were placed at all 4 cardinal directions. They surrounded a girl in the middle, and the 4 faces bit on her limbs. What is this painting trying to represent? It doesn't look like a children's painting. The faces of the 2 adults had the names Jiang Long and Zhang Chuyu. The 2 children's faces had the names Jiang Bai and Jiang Zaiouhu. Jiang Long, isn't that the name of the investor who jumped from the building? Why would his name be here? This looks like the name of his family. Tianlei thought about it and said, this was probably the owner venting their frustration on Jiang Long. After all, he is the developer. As angry as people can be, they would not vent on a dead person. Furthermore, in this picture, it is Jiang Long who bites someone else. Captain Yan looked at the painting. The handwriting looks young, like it's written by a child, but a child wouldn't have reached the ceiling, and there are no stools in the room. The 3 officers were thinking of various possibilities, while Chen Ji entered the bedroom alone. He had to control his expression. Only he knew that Jia Ming had been taken over by Jiang Long, and the discovery of Jiang Long family's name in this room only heightened that suspicion. Jiang Long had taken over Jia Ming's body for this room 104. But what is so different from this room? Chen Ji looked for a long time but found nothing. He stood up and looked out the window. Standing there, he could see the buildings in the distance. Liwan City. In the dark, Liwan City had no lights, like a dead city. I really don't understand what Jiang Long is after. If Captain Yan did not insist of coming here, I would have detained Jiang Long already. Chen Ji looked at the other buildings, and he realized a problem. 4 buildings were placed at the 4 cardinal directions, and they all had 19 floors. The 10th floor was the middle and had 4 rooms, and room 104 was on the westernmost side. The layout of the 4 buildings matched the location of the 4 faces perfectly. Jiang Long's face was at the western side, and it matched the location of this room 104 nicely. Chen Ji walked out to look at the painting. Why would they bite the girl, if each face is related to a building? Chen Ji did not understand it, but he walked to the most west side of room 104. After moving the trash away, Chen Ji realized that the color of the ground was different. He found some items to clear the area, and under the clueless gazes of the police, he cracked the top layer of cement. It really is hollow. Chenji reached his hand into it and felt like he had touched something. It was not soft, but not hard either. He pulled the thing out. When he raised his hand, everyone was stunned. The shadow morphed into the shape of a woman, but Chenji did not realize that. He looked at the thin arm, which was wrapped in food wrap, that he had pulled out. With difficulty, he turned around to look at the officers. Honestly, he did not expect that it would be hiding an arm. "Don't move, put it down slowly." Captain Yan took over the scene. He walked closer to Chenji with the flashlight raised. He took the arm, and with just a glance, he was certain about something. "Tianlei, have your people come here in 20 minutes. Li Zheng, contact Team 1 and have them come over to Eastern Jiujiang Mingyang residence now to take over the body dismemberment case." "Yes, sir." After giving the order, Captain Yan's face softened. He asked for a cigarette from Li Zheng and passed it to Chenji. "Are you okay? Why don't you go for a smoke break?" "I'm fine." Chenji did not accept the cigarette, and his face was ugly. "Captain Yan, do you still remember the question that I asked Inspector Tian when we first arrived here?" "What question?" "Why the number for this room is 104 when it's on the 10th floor. If that's the arrangement, how are the rooms for the other buildings numbered?" "Yes, I remember. What about it?" Captain Yan was befuddled. 4 buildings and all have 19 floors. Each floor has 4 rooms, and normally they should be numbered with 4 digits. Like the first room on the 11th floor at the first building should be 1111, but according to Inspector Tian's explanation, these 4 buildings are one entity, and the developers even plan to connect them with bridges. This means that the numbering is completely messed up. Chenji tried his best to explain. "What are you trying to say?" "Look up." Chenji pointed at the painting above them. "We found the body's left arm at this building that was on the west side. It matches the painting perfectly. If the 4 buildings are a whole entity, then doesn't this mean that Mingyang residence represents the girl that was bitten by human faces in the picture, and her other parts are hidden in the corresponding rooms of the other buildings?" Chapter 515, Professional. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Hearing Chenji's analysis, the officers were shocked. Chenji did not normally act like he was much of a quick thinker, but whenever he was at a crime scene, he would come up with discoveries like he was born to fight crime. We'll need to go to the other buildings to see." Captain Yan took the arm. They rushed down the stairs to get to the second building. Like Chenji expected, they found another arm in the room on the 10th floor of the second building. "Take the picture first. Don't ruin the scene. When the killer buried the body, they might have left some evidence behind." After Li Zheng took the pictures, they rushed to the third building. The building was only half completed, and the stairwell did not even have a railing. One wrong step, and it would be a long way down. "Be careful." The group climbed up the stairs, and it took them quite some time before they arrived at the 10th floor. When they did, they were greeted by a surprise. They searched all the rooms but could not find the body. However, they did find signs of the wall being pried open in one of the rooms. "Someone came before us." Chenji touched the edge of the wall and was reminded of the e-bike that came earlier. "Captain Yan, do you remember I told you someone arrived on an e-bike? That person could be the killer. It was him who took the female body's legs away." "Go to the 4th building now." The group ran to the 4th building, but they were still too late. The killer's target was clear and knew what was important. After he took the legs, he had left immediately and given up the arms. Risking the chance of being exposed, he came back to take the legs. "Looks like there is conclusive evidence on the legs," Tianlei analyzed, but Captain Yan stood in the middle of room with a dark face. "Stealing the body parts while the police is around, this killer sure is brave." Chenji picked up the pieces from the ground and tried to piece them back. The person came with professional tools. They're a hammer and gouges. But the question I have is, how did the killer know we're coming tonight? Does he have a spy at Mingyang residence, or was the killer one of the people whom we've met tonight? Chenji had 90% confidence that it was Jia Ming who came to steal the body parts. Only Jia Ming knew that the police were going. There was another detail. Jia Ming's home had an e-bike. He had gotten into the accident when riding one. Captain Yan understood Chenji's hint, but he had his own consideration. The eye-gouging case and the dismemberment case, both these cases have a similarity. They're both very ritualistic. Could the culprits be related somehow? There shouldn't be a relation. The MOs are so different. Chenji was surprised by Captain Yan's instinct. Liwan City's door going out of control had something to do with Ghost Story Society, and the change to Mingyang residence was technically due to Liwan City, so if they were really splitting hairs, this case might really be related to the society. 25 minutes later, the people from Eastern Jiujiang Police Station arrived. 4 police cars stopped within the area. Since this was the first murder within the past year, many officers arrived, and almost all the officers on duty were called over. Inspector Tian, we've arrived. Get into groups and listen to Captain Yan's orders. Tian Lei walked to Captain Yan. Captain Yan, my people have arrived. There are 3 teams in total. Team 1, go and look up the nearby surveillance. Focus on someone riding an e-bike. Team 2, stay to seal up the crime scene and start collecting evidence. Team 3, I need you to go keep a surveillance on these people. Captain Yan gave a list, and it included Jia Ming and Huang Ling. Chen Ji was standing right next to them. He planned to add more blame onto Jia Ming, but after seeing Captain Yan's arrangement, he held his tongue. Captain Yan, what do you need from me? We'll inform you when we have the result tomorrow. After all, this is the police's job. You have done more than enough tonight. Captain Yan turned to tell Tian Lei, get someone to drive Chen Ji home. There are no taxi at this place, and he has worked hard tonight. Zhao Qing, come over here. I have a mission for you. Yes, sir. This was Zhao Qing's first heavy crime case, so he was rather nervous. You see that man? Drive him home. Then Tian Lei left with Captain Yan, leaving behind the young officer. We meet again. Chen Ji greeted the young man with a smile. Told you things will start to get busy. Zhao Qing thought Chen Ji's smile was rather scary. Stop joking. Where is your home? The inspector told me to drive you home. Chen Ji looked at the time. His life officially began after midnight, so he might not be able to sleep after he got home. Wait a minute, let me make a call. According to Chen Ji's original plan, he had intended to meet Fan Chong after dealing with Ma Fu. Who would have thought so many things would happen? Taking out his phone, Chen Ji messaged Fan Chong. To his surprise, Fan Chong was still awake, and his reply came several seconds later. He said that the game would be creepier after midnight, so if Chen Ji was not afraid, he could go now. After getting Fan Chong's agreement, Chen Ji had Zhao Qing drive him to Fan Chong's place. The first residential area at Liwan City's West Street. There is such a place. You don't know the name of the residential area. Zhao Qing looked online for a long time before he found the exact location and drove Chen Ji there. The place was close to the countryside, so it was quite isolated. The only good thing was the fresh air. The car drove into Liwan City, and at the end of the road was a series of old buildings. You live here? Zhao Qing looked at the empty Liwan City, and he felt weirdly unsettled. This is my friend's place. Since I'm in Eastern Jiujiang, I decided to pay him a visit. Visiting at midnight? You sure your friend won't get mad? It's fine, thank you for the ride. Be careful on the way back. Chen Ji waited until Zhao Qing left, and he thought, now that I think about it, it is quite interesting that Fan Chong's home is in Liwan City. He made the call, and with Fan Chong's directions, he entered the first building. Boss Chen, you really have come. Quick, come up. In a tank top, Fan Dade came down to welcome Chen Ji. My brother has been playing for a whole day already. I feel like he's coming down with addiction. You have to help me. Okay, I will. The two came to the top floor. The family on the right had a mirror the size of one's palm on the door, while the door on the left was half open. Fan Dade led Chen Ji to the left door. He yelled into the bedroom, Fan Chong, Boss Chen is here. Hearing that, there was a commotion from the bedroom. It sounded like something had fallen. Then the door flew open, and a Fan Chong with dark circles poked his head out. He looked so tired. Chen Ji closed the living room door. He raised his head to look at the mirror on the opposite door. He took a picture on his phone and entered the room. Fan Chong, how is the game coming along? Any new discoveries? The plot jammed. This game is really not for humans. I feel like I'm coming down with depression playing it. Fan Chong dragged Chen Ji into the bedroom, grabbed the can of cola that was left on the table, and took a healthy gulp. Jammed? Chen Ji thought about it. How about you let me try? I can be considered someone who designs real-life horror games. Tackling it from the perspective of a designer, perhaps there might be a breakthrough. Chapter 516. Scarier Than a Murderer 1. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Inside the cluttered bedroom, there was hardly a place to stand. The floor was covered with clothes and books, and the coffee table was piled high with empty cans and food boxes. The only place that was relatively clean was the computer table. Fan Chong, you've been playing for too long. Try to do some exercise by cleaning the room. Chen Ji walked to the computer table carefully and looked at the screen. The dark screen had a sentence written in blood, You killed Xiao Bu. This looks like it's written by a child. Chen Ji had seen similar handwriting in room 104. Don't wear the headphones when you're playing, the music will just disturb you. Fan Chong was very experienced. He clicked on the screen and the words slowly disappeared. With a flicker, the screen returned to normal. The controls are very easy, you just need to click with the cursor. Do you want something to drink? How about a can of Coke? Sure, thank you. Chenji's attention was fully focused on the game. The game's style was clearly aimed at very young girls. The main color palette was pastel, and it looked very cute and warm. It's quite amazing that you were able to clear a game like this. I was just bored. Fan Chong looked rather embarrassed. Bro, help me get 2 cans of cold Coke. A while later, Fan Dade came in with a tray. I made 2 dishes of simple food. You can eat it if you're hungry. After putting down the tray, Fan Dade did not look like he was leaving. He also turned to look at the computer screen. Boss Chen, you have to be careful when you play. The game has many jump scares. Don't be fooled by the cute images. Don't worry. Chen Ji did not touch the things on the tray. He had a habit of not eating other people's food after he left the haunted house. Moving the mouse, Chen Ji soon got used to the control. He controlled Xiao Bu to get out of bed and leave the room. With Fan Chong's explanation, Chen Ji very quickly grasped the map of the game. The town in the game was almost identical to Li Wan City in real life. After 10 minutes, Chen Ji found Xiao Bu's friend's home. He was about to open the door to the dungeon when a chat box appeared. The friend's house is so big. Should I go take a tour of the 2nd floor? This should be Xiao Bu's inner monologue. After Chen Ji saw that, he turned to ask Fan Chong, have you been to the 2nd floor? The only thing noteworthy is the friend's certificate from winning a contest. I've clicked the entire surface using a blanket search. Fan Chong sounded very certain. Chen Ji thought about it and still controlled Xiao Bu to go to the 2nd floor. The wall with the brightest paint had a certificate hanging on it. Clicking it with the cursor, the chat box popped up again. The certificate is awarded to student Jiang Xiaohu for his good performance and good behavior. Jiang Xiaohu isn't that name of Jiang Long's child. I saw this name inside room 104 earlier. Chen Ji stared at the screen for a long time before he recovered. Only a certificate in such a large room. What is the purpose of this? He could not understand it. He controlled Xiao Bu to go back down to the 1st floor, opened the hidden door, and entered it. The cute style immediately turned creepy and dark. The floor was filled with the petals of wilted sunflowers. Between the crevices of the tiles on the ground, there seemed to be pairs of eyes looking at him. It felt like a sweet dream turning into a nightmare. Boss Chen, you have to be careful starting from now. Danger can come from anywhere and you'll die if you're not careful. Fan Chong started to worry. Gripping the can, his eyes were glued to the screen. After exiting the dungeon, there was the bus stop and the woman in the red raincoat. Fan Chong had already cleared this part, so Chen Ji only needed to follow his guide. You said that you got stuck. What part is it? Chen Ji passed the few challenges successfully. Escaped the woman in red raincoat, hid himself from Ma Fu, lost the drunken artist. Under his control, Xiao Bu seemed to come alive and moved agilely. After dark, it's better to not wander the street or you'll die from mysterious circumstances. It's better to hide inside the buildings. Fan Chong pointed at the top of the screen. You see the color of the sky? It's gray now. When it's completely black, then it's dark. The game pays close attention to such details. Then what should I do now? Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu and stood at a junction. She seemed lost. Based on my precious experience, there are 10 minutes until night. You have to find a safe place for Xiao Bu before dark. I got stuck here. Fan Chong put down the can and scratched his head. You can't enter normal houses. I tried many places. After dark, you can only enter the hotel and Xiao Bu's own apartment building in this city. Then, couldn't you just let her go home? There's a dead body at her home. There's a female ghost living next door. Inside the grass at the bottom of the house, there's a murderer dismembering his victim. I've tried many times, and there's only one ending if I go home, death. Fan Chong's eyes were red. After dark, the game's difficulty increases tenfold. There's no way of escape. That's rather harsh. Then we'll go to the hotel. Chen Ji kept calm. He was counting the time. It's even worse at the hotel. The owner is a crazed murderer in disguise. The chef is also a mental patient. Other than Xiao Bu, all the tenants there are insane. Fan Chong vented everything. This afternoon, I tried to choose the hotel. In the end, I was chased by the boss for 20 minutes. The game designer is heartless. Once Xiao Bu is touched, she'll die, and the player only has one life. After you die, you need to start again. Therefore, this is a game that is working against itself. The only way that I can think of to clear this game is to play a night of hide and seek with the boss and leave the hotel at dawn. Other than that, there is no other way, Fan Chong suggested. Let me try. Chen Ji looked at the watch. There is 7 minutes until nightfall. Let me go to Xiao Bu's home to take a look. He controlled Xiao Bu to come to a rather high-end residential apartment. After the style changed, the warm area became dark and cold. All the friendly neighbors had disappeared. "You'll die if you go home." Fan Chong did not have the heart to look. Whenever Xiao Bu died, he had an indescribable sadness in his heart, like the game had affected the man in real life. There was rustling coming from the brush. Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to move away from it. She entered the building directly. The elevator opened, and a person in a black raincoat came out. The man kept his head lower. A chat box appeared. You didn't see his face, but you remembered his body size. Taking the elevator to her home, Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to open the door. The box reappeared. You saw your stepfather lying in a pool of blood in the middle of the room. Entering the room, 3 options popped up. 1. Call the police immediately and ask the neighbor for help. 2. Find a needle and thread to close the wounds and turn your stepfather into a doll. 3. Ignore him and go to sleep. Chen Ji thought about it and chose the 3rd option. "Bro, be careful." After he made his choice, Fan Chong quickly stood up. "Are you sure you want to pick 3? You already said that the neighbor is a female ghost, so 1 is out. Option 2 doesn't match a normal person's way of thinking, and in comparison, 3 sounds more normal," Chen Ji answered seriously. Chapter 517, Scarier Than a Murderer 2. "Then you think that option 3 matches a normal person's way of thinking?" Fan Chong held his forehead with both of his hands, and that pushed his hair up. "It's okay. Spending a night with a dead body, that's still quite unacceptable for most people." Chen Ji signaled for Fan Chong to sit down. "The real gentleman doesn't speak when he watches others play chess. Stop talking, I'm going to be serious." The game did manage to arouse Chen Ji's attention. "Don't play it willy-nilly. I suspect there's a ghost living inside the game, and if you let it out, what are we going to do after you leave?" Fan Chong had a crying face. When he saw Chen Ji's serious expression, he was worried. "It'll be fine." Chen Ji ignored Fan Chong and controlled Xiao Bu to walk around the room. Her stepfather's body was in the living room, and it was still bleeding. After choosing 3, Xiao Bu in the game seemed to not see the body anymore and started to walk around the room. "Her home is quite big. I wonder what her parents' occupations are, and why would her mother's pajamas contain the key to the dungeon?" Chen Ji was more and more curious about the plot. He controlled Xiao Bu to walk into the toilet, and the chat box appeared. You look at the mirror and your reflection is missing from the mirror. You escape immediately. The mirror doesn't show Xiao Bu's reflection. Is Xiao Bu a ghost, or is there a ghost living inside the mirror? Chen Ji did not dwell on that for long. He went to the bedroom. The chat box reappeared as he opened the door. You hear the sound of someone tapping on the wall. It seems to come from the next door. What do you plan to do? 1. The person sounds like she's asking for help. Call the police immediately. 2. Jump through the window to take a look. 3. Ignore her and go to sleep. Boss Chen, it is the female ghost who's making the sound. Her head keeps bouncing on the wall. If you pick 1, the female ghost's voice will appear on the phone. If you pick 2, halfway there, the female ghost will open the window to capture you. So you can only pick 3, but 3 is a dead end as well. At midnight, the sound will disappear and you'll open your eyes to see the ghost's head pass through the wall. Fan Chong explained the plot to Chen Ji. I've tried all the choices and there's no way you'll survive. Chen Ji thought about it and chose 3. The ghost's head will come over at midnight, so there's still chance to struggle. After choosing 3, Chen Ji found thread and a needle on the bedside table, the tools to make the stepfather into a doll. The details are very spot on. Even now, I'm curious about the second choice. Chen Ji was feeling regret when another chat box showed up. The bell rang. Someone is standing outside the door. Who would come at a time like this? Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to walk back to the living room door, and the box popped up once more. The person announces himself as the police. He received a report from the neighbor saying that there was a murder in the area. Someone witnessed a murder and he requested for your cooperation. What will you do? 1. Open the door and help the police capture the killer to take revenge for stepfather. 2. Tell him you've already saved your stepfather by turning him into a doll. 3. Ignore him and go back to sleep. Seeing the options, Chen Ji thought about it before concluding. The person outside the door probably isn't the police. He's probably the man in the raincoat from before, the real killer of her stepfather. Impressive, no wonder you're a haunted house designer. Fan Chong had played it through a few times before he realized that. He noticed that there was a big difference between him and Boss Chen. The difference was not in terms of intelligence, but the agility of the mind. Boss Chen could always easily put himself in the shoes of the crazed killer. The man in the raincoat ran into Xiao Bu at the elevator. and now he wants to take care of the loose end, so he's come back to kill Xiaobu. This matches how the game is set up. Chenji moved the cursor to the second choice. If the stepfather is saved, this might anger the killer, and after hearing that he's been exposed, he will go insane and force the door open. Xiaobu is just a child, and there is no way she will survive. For the sake of safety, we'll go with 3. After hearing Chenji's analysis, Fan Chong had to nod. Option 3 is best for now, but when midnight comes, the female ghost will come over from the other side, and there will be nowhere for you to run. You can only escape from home, and once you open the door, you'll realize that the murderer has not left. Meaning, after I chose option 3, the murderer who pretended to be the police didn't leave and waited for me to come out at the door. Chenji looked at the screen. The design of this game sure is harsh. Yes, all the options lead to death. There is no survival. Fan Chong pulled on his hair in frustration. That's not entirely true. Chenji thought about it and controlled Xiaobu to open the balcony window. He clicked on the backpack and dropped the thread and cloth that he had just obtained out the window. What are you doing? Fan Chong was confused. Attracting the attention of the other murderer. Didn't you say there's a crazed murderer dismembering his victim in the grass? Chenji abandoned the items calmly. He was unable to shout in this game, and there was nothing else around him, or else he would have dropped something heavier. Attract the attention of the other killer. Fan Chong and Fan Dade were lost. This way of thinking was way beyond theirs. Most serial killers are lone wolves because they have a flaw in their personality. They will feel unsettled around other people. The only person whom they can trust is themselves. If 2 murderers cross paths under such circumstances, the biggest outcome is that they'll get into a fight between themselves. Chenji dropped many items when a man in a factory outfit got out from the grass. He raised his head to look at Xiaobu. After sharing a look, Chenji immediately controlled Xiaobu to retreat. Now it is the most crucial time. Are you sure that he will come up? When Fan Chong played the game, he did not do this, so he had no idea what would happen. You don't understand murderers. In that shared look, he was probably confirming the floor and the room that Xiaobu was in. He will definitely come up to silence the witness. Chenji realized something when he said that, and he added, I am just familiar with a murderer, SMO, don't get any misunderstanding. It was fine if he did not explain himself, because once he did, both Fan Chong and Fan Dade shivered. Fan Chong was better, but Fan Dade was completely wrought with worry. He felt this the most as the spectator. It was the same game. His own brother had played it, and he had almost gotten depression from the pain and despair. However, when Chenji played it, it was a different style completely. He was calm and confident. In fact, it felt like he found joy when he was playing the game. Chapter 518, Scary Control. When I entered the building, I memorized all the routes. There are only 2 ways to move up and down the floors, the elevator or the stairs. Chenji looked at the screen and was very calm. In a bit, we'll see what happens, and we'll pick the route that is further from the killers. Of course, the best result is they both kill each other. Then Chenji controlled Xiaobu into the kitchen. What are you looking for? Fan Chong's heart was at his throat. The game had entered a phase that he had not experienced before. This made him excited and worried. I'm looking for weapons like a cleaver or fruit knife. After the tussle between the 2 murderers, the survivor will probably be injured as well. If we have a weapon with us, there's a greater chance of survival. Fan Chong did not know how to reply to Chenji's explanation. This man felt like he was playing a survival game rather than a horror game. Looking around the kitchen, Chenji did not find any sharp objects. There was only thread and cloth in the room. Looks like the game prevents resistance from the player. The player can only hide and try their best to survive. The graphics of the game were so-so, but the attention to detail was impressive, allowing the player to enter the role of Xiaobu seamlessly like they were the poor, defensive girl in the game. When Chenji controlled Xiaobu to return to the balcony, the man in the factory outfit had already disappeared. Several minutes later, there was a chat box. The sound of fighting comes from the door. The knife cut through skin, and it sounds like it punctured through a bag filled with water. Someone is running and someone is chasing. The 2 murderers are fighting among themselves. Fan Chong was more excited than Chenji when he saw the chat box. The 2 killers are too busy fighting among themselves. This is our chance. The killer that blocked the door had left. Chenji controlled Xiaobu to open the living room door. The corridor was dyed red by blood. The blood trailed toward the stairs, so they went toward it. We'll leave with the elevator. Fan Chong's heart jumped to his throat. This was not the time to dawdle. The killer could return at any moment. There's no need to hurry. The sky is already dark outside. Even if we leave this place, where can we go? Didn't you say that you'll die mysteriously from walking through the street at night? Chenji's brain was turning. Furthermore, if we take the elevator, the murderer will definitely come after us if he realizes that. It's too dangerous. Then what do you suggest we do? From Fan Chong's perspective, the ending was definitely death. The most that they were doing was delaying the time of death. The killer's running to the stairs is within my expectations because taking the elevator requires waiting. He had to take the stairs if he wants to escape. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to walk out from the room. Under the shocked gaze from Fan Chong and Fan Dade, they saw Xiao Bu stop at the door of her neighbor. What are you planning to do? The brothers fixed their eyes on the screen. I plan to deal with the other killer as well. Chenji clicked on the backpack and dropped the remaining thread and cloth by the door of the ghost neighbor. This shocked Fan Chong and Fan Dade. After a long time, Fan Chong asked, do you plan to create the impression that Xiao Bu has gone hidden inside the neighbor's home, tricking the killer to go into the ghost neighbor's place? That's the ideal situation. After dropping the stuff, Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to head to the stairs. The two killers ran down the stairs, and Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to stand at the corner of the landing. In other words, if the killers turned back, they would have a hard time seeing her. You sure are courageous, Fan Chong sighed sincerely. There's no other choice. You'll be discovered if you stay at home, and the killer will chase after you if you take the stairs, so I have to take matters into my own hand. Chenji looked at the screen. 10 seconds later, the man in the factory outfit ran up the stairs. Looks like the man in the raincoat lost. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to lean against the wall. From this angle, he had a good view of the killer. What happened next surprised Chenji. The man was cleverer than Chenji expected, unlike a designed NPC. In fact, he felt like a real, cold-blooded maniac. He did not enter Xiao Bu's home immediately. He rushed to the elevator and kept his head on Xiao Bu's home's door. After some minutes, he returned from the elevator. No one had used the elevator, so he was certain that Xiao Bu was on that floor. Holding a sharp knife, the man entered Xiao Bu's home. He opened the door and saw the dead body. Interestingly enough, the chat box appeared at a time like this. It seemed to be the killer's mumbling, F***CK. I have to deal with 4 bodies tonight even though I only wanted to kill one. The man entered the room. He could not find Xiao Bu and the chat box reappeared. Where did the little girl wander off to? She saw me dismember the body, so she should still be in this building. The murderer searched the place but was unable to find Xiao Bu. He walked out from the room and discovered the broken cloth on the ground. The girl has left the room. There is blood on this cloth. Did she try to bandage the dead person's wound? The trail of cloth stops here. The killer stopped for a long time before the neighbor's door, then he knocked on it. This is the police. I received a report from the tenants that there has been a murder. Please open the door to assist with the investigation. The door did fall open. The murderer had a wicked smirk and entered the room, holding the sharp knife. It's time for us to make our move. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to exit the stairwell. He clicked on the neighbor's door and Xiao Bu closed the door. The chat box bounced up. You can hear screams for mercy from inside the room, but you are unaffected. 10 minutes later, a new tapping sound came from the door. On the screen, Xiao Bu stood at her neighbor's door. The girl in her mother's pajamas looked so innocent and cute, a complete contrast to the world around her. However, from Fan Chong and Fan Dade's perspective, this little girl was the scariest presence. You even closed the door. Fan Chong drank the coke, needing to calm down. Fan Dade thought that Chenji was someone not normal, and he did not dare to breathe any more watching him play the game. Don't worry, I'm just helping society clear away the rubbish. Chenji did not waste any time since night was falling. He controlled Xiao Bu to enter the stairwell and find the dead body of the man in the raincoat. He kept clicking on the body. What are you doing now? Fan Chong had given up guessing Chenji's thought. To find the key or something useful. There's a ghost living next to Xiao Bu's home, so going back is impossible. If we can find the key on this man's body, then we'll go spend a night at the killer's home. Chapter 519, Danger in the Dark. Staying at the killer's place? Both Fan Chong and Fan Dade turned to look at Chenji in unison. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Chenji clicked on the dead man's body madly. When the cursor fell on the man's shirt pocket, a chat box popped up. You ransacked the dead man's clothing and found a room card in the man's blood-soaked pocket. You really found something. Fan Chong leaned forward to the screen, and his face was colored by curiosity. Putting the card in the backpack, Chenji kept clicking until the sound of a human head banging against the door became louder in the background. With regret, He walked down the stairs. There's no weapon. An opportunity like this is not going to come again in the future. Chenji clicked on the backpack to look at the room card. The pure black card was dyed with blood, and there was a number 4 written on the back. Fan Chong, how many hostels and hotels are there in this town? There's only one, the small hotel that I told you earlier where the owner is a killer and the chef is mental. All of the other tenants have been killed. Is the hotel far from the residential area? Not far, it's just a street away, but are you sure you want to go there? Fan Chong did not quite understand Chenji's thoughts. Haven't we just killed all the murderers at the residential area? All we need to do now is stay put and wait until dawn breaks. He saw that Chenji was still hesitating. He reached out to touch Chenji's shoulder. Don't tell me you're planning to use this little girl to deal with an entire hotel of crazed people. How are we supposed to do that without even a fruit knife? Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to walk down the stairs. The weird thing was that the banging sound in the background did not soften due to the distance, but instead became louder. Then why are you leaving? Focus on the background music. The tapping sound is made by the ghost. It has become more rapid. This means that after we lured the murderer into the neighbor's home, the ghost inside it has gone rampage. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to come to the ground floor. He looked at the dark street. Why would you die when walking down the street at night? When you were playing, was there any warning before you die? There was no warning. You just die like that is an invisible killer roaming the streets. Invisible killer? Chenji shook his head. The many scenarios of this game are inspired by things that happened in real life, so it shouldn't be too fantastical. Bro, the whole town is filled with ghosts and killers. Is that fantastical enough? That is still acceptable. At the very least, it doesn't go against the game designer's setting. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to walk back and forth between the landing of the first floor and second floor. Fan Chong really did not understand what Chenji was up to. After holding it in for quite some time, he finally asked, Boss Chen, what are you doing this time? Things are not looking great. Chenji looked at the screen and commented, a game's control normally decides how it will scare the player. Did you notice as the time of survival increases, the speed of Xiao Bu's movement increases? Isn't that a good thing? Fan Chong looked at Xiao Bu running back and forth and realized that she did move a little bit faster. The creator won't be so kind for no reason. This is a game where you can't run away from despair. The increase in Xiao Bu's speed means that we will run into something faster and scarier later. Chenji held his chin with one hand. If I'm not mistaken, we'll be running away from more than murderers after midnight. What Chenji said chilled Fan Chong's heart. Killers, ghosts, traps, and death mechanisms that will trigger randomly. The creator doesn't want any player to clear the game. Don't just see this as a mere game. Try to figure out why the creator created this game. Only by understanding what the creator is trying to express and by following his train of thought will we be able to find the answer. Chenji had been trying to do that. Fan Chong was playing the game, but he was trying to see things from the creator's perspective. Every game would express an emotion, be it rage, resentment, or sadness. However, to his surprise, even though the game was deeply despairing, there was no emotion. Xiao Bu was like an emotionless robot. She would not feel fear or pain, nor did she worry about her family. She was very detached. This main character, Xiao Bu, is very interesting. After seeing her stepfather's body, she even thought of changing him into a doll. This isn't a normal child, but what exactly happened to her that made her this way? Is what I'm experiencing a reflection of what Xiao Bu experienced before? Chenji was deep in his thought when Fan Chong drew him back to reality. Then what should we do now? Our most important mission is to survive this night. The stairwell is temporarily safe, so we should stay here for now. After the ghost from the neighbor's home comes out, we'll go to the hotel. Chenji's mind was sharp. The only thing that worries me now is triggering the death mechanism when we cross the street. Do you really think that way? How come I feel like you're waiting for the ghost to come out and use your own body to lure it to the hotel? Fan Chong asked softly. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to walk back and forth. He had mastered Xiao Bu's speed and walking method. This is an open-world game, so we can't stay here the whole night. After luring the ghost away, this area will be safe, and we can come back if necessary. Through the background music, the sound of banging increased. Chenji moved the cursor to a comfortable space. She should be coming soon. As he finished, on the screen, a woman holding her own head appeared on the second floor's corner, and her shirt was red with blood. A red specter, Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to run out the stairs. He did not forget to adjust the angle to observe the female ghost holding her own head. Counting the woman in the red raincoat, this is the second red specter in this town. In the game, the ghost moved fast. Chenji became serious and controlled Xiao Bu to run crazily. Chenji managed to escape the residential area in a few seconds. There was no light on the street. Chenji narrowed his eyes, and he managed to see the roads with the use of his yin-yang vision. He controlled Xiao Bu to run toward the hotel. When she passed a window, the window suddenly opened, and an arm reached out, attempting to grab Xiao Bu. Thankfully, Chenji had yin-yang vision. When he saw the arm, he changed direction immediately and escaped narrowly. The danger is lurking in the dark. Sweat slid down Chenji's face. Fan Dade and Fan Chong saw the dark screen and could not understand why this man was crazily moving the mouse and typing madly on the keyboard. Chapter 520, Hotel. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. What is he doing? I have no idea. Neither Fan Dade nor Fan Chong dared interrupt Chenji. They felt like Chenji had entered a certain state. In reality, Chenji did not have time for the brothers as well. He was fully focused on controlling Xiao Bu to escape the dangers hiding within the darkness. The game creator was definitely insane. There were many threats hiding in the dark. The arms that suddenly reached out from the windows, the murderers that hid around the corner, the female ghost that chased after her, and the sound of laughing and barking coming from the someplace. If it was just those things, Chenji would not have been so worried. The real thing that concerned him was something else. After running for about half a minute down the dark street, Chenji saw something behind Xiao Bu standing up. It looked like her shadow. Has something entered her shadow? Or can the night in the small town awaken one's shadow? Chenji was in a highly intense state. He did not dare split his focus, but his mind kept flashing back to what had happened that night at the fresh water plant. All the ghosts in eastern Jiujiang seemed to be related to that shadow. When Xiao Bu's shadow in the game stood up, it leaned on Xiao Bu's shoulder to whisper something, and Xiao Bu's speed started to slow down. Fan Chong, how far are we from the hotel? Chenji asked in a hurry without turning his head. It's just in front, the only building that you can enter at the end of the street. Dares to be open at midnight. This hotel is also something else. Chenji could already make out the shape of the old building in the dark. He controlled Xiao Bu and dashed left and right, the sound of mouse and keyboard reverberating across Fan Chong's room. On the 57th second after she left the residential area, Xiao Bu arrived at the hotel. The female in red holding her head stopped outside the hotel and did not follow Xiao Bu. The female ghost doesn't dare to come in. When Chenji saw the ghost stop, he also paused Xiao Bu immediately. He controlled Xiao Bu to wander up and down the hotel entrance, trying his best to lure the female ghost in. Boss Chen, what are you doing? Taunting her. Fan Chong really could not understand Chenji's actions. If I don't pull her into the hotel, how do you think we are supposed to deal with the owner? Xiao Bu is just a harmless child. How is she supposed to fight with these crazed murderers? Xiao Bu danced at the door. The female ghost wanted to charge forward. The expression of the head that she was holding was conflicted. Even as a red specter, she is so careful. The quality of the ghosts in eastern Jiujiang sure is impressive. Chenji tried for a long time, and eventually the red specter lost her patience and prepared to head into the hotel. However, before she got in, a rotund man from the room next door suddenly charged out and slammed the front door shut. At the same time, a chat box came up. There was a tapping sound on the hotel's wooden door. It was unclear when the customer outside would have the chance to come in. Clicking the chat box, the second sentence appeared, and this time it came with the profile of the fat man. It seemed to be him talking. Every night, some weird customers come visiting. They are very dangerous. I only have one bullet left in this hunting rifle left behind by Dad, so we have to be careful. Is this the mad owner that you mentioned? He looks quite friendly. Chenji pointed at the screen. After entering the hotel, Xiao Bu's shadow had already returned to normal. Based on Chenji's analysis, this was a trigger added by the game designer. After dark, they were not supposed to wander the street for more than 1 minute or they would be killed by their own shadow. Don't be fooled by his facade. This madman has killed all the guests in his hotel. After you check in, there's no checking out. Fan Chong's voice was trembling. This hotel owner had given him quite a deep mental scar. Tell me when the owner will go mad. At least I can be prepared. I didn't receive a room card. When I arrived at the hotel, the owner kindly gave me a free room. Fan Chong started to explain his experience. I stayed quietly in my room, thinking that I'd just stay there until dawn. However, several minutes later, the room door creaked open. I saw the owner standing outside the door with a cleaver. The insane thing was that he did not move and he had a smile on his face. If you ignore him, he will open the door wider and wider until he charges into the room and stabs you. That's scary. Chenji clicked on the screen. The owner had asked him whether he had a room card or not. Chenji clicked on the backpack and showed the card for room 4, which he had taken from the man in the raincoat. The owner glanced at the card and told Chenji that there would be supper at midnight, and he hoped that all the guests would come. Supper at midnight? Are the ingredients the guests? Chenji turned back to look at Fan Chong. Have you experienced this scenario before? I didn't possess the room card, so our plot is completely different. I have seen all the other tenants, but when I saw them, they were already dead. Fan Chong shrugged helplessly. He wanted to help Chenji, but he could not. What do you know about the other guests? Chenji was quite surprised. This was an important find. Tell me everything you know. Perhaps I can cooperate with the other tenants to find a way out. The owner's father has room 1. There's a picture of him and the owner in his room. The man seems to possess the spare keys for all the room. There's a woman in room 2. She has a revealing outfit on, and if I'm not mistaken, she's a woman of the night. Room 3 has a student who carries a school bag, and there's a phone inside the bag. Room 4 is empty. Room 5 has a guest wearing a police uniform, but it's unclear whether he's a real cop or a fake one. There's even a police officer? Chenji nodded. Fan Chong had given him plenty of clues. If there are other guests, the chance of surviving tonight has gotten much bigger. He controlled Xiao Bu to go the room, but once he closed the door, there was a gunshot. Then the chat box popped up. You heard the sound of gunfire. There seems to have been a murder at the hotel. What will you do? 1. Find the owner to ask what happened. 2. Find the police to ask for his help. 3. Ignore them and go to bed. The cursor wandered back and forth between the 3 choices, and Chenji prepared to choose the 3rd choice after some hesitation. Why would you go to sleep at a time like this? Fan Chong quickly stopped Chenji. Don't be reckless. This 3rd choice is rather weird, and I fear it might affect the future plot. There's no need to think. The gunshot came from the hunting rifle, so it should be the owner who fired it. The first choice is a dead end. Then we can go find the police. What police? Chenji picked the 3rd choice. The owner only has 1 bullet in his rifle, and in these circumstances he will definitely kill the police. In fact, he might be at the police officer's room now. The owner is inside the police officer's room. You need to see this from the perspective of the killer. The police officer might have a gun, and after obtaining that, he can continue to massacre the rest of the hotel guests. So other than the 3rd choice, the other 2 are not acceptable. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to open the door of room 4 and run to room 1, which was furthest from the police officer's room. Chapter 521, The One Trustworthy Person. The time between the choices being revealed and a decision being made was only several seconds. Chenji showed inhuman calmness. When Fan Chong finally caught up to his reasoning, Chenji had already controlled Xiao Bu to reach room 1. He used the cursor to click on the door, and the chat box read, Your room card is unable to open this door. You leaned against the door and heard sighing coming from within. According to Fan Chong's description, the owner's father would die soon in room 1. The old man probably knew the type of person that his son was and knew that his time was coming. Room 1 was locked, so Chenji did not stay for long. He rushed to room 2, where a woman believed to be a lady of the night stayed. He clicked on the room door, and this time the door swung open without resistance. Does this woman not lock her door when she sleeps? Entering room 2, Chenji saw a woman in her undergarment kneeling next to a large box. It looked like she was picking her clothes. Boss Chen, be careful. When I entered room 2 earlier, there was no box in the room, Fan Chong warned. Chenji stopped moving. All of the tenants of this hotel could be killers. Chenji tried to use the cursor to click on the woman, and a new selection appeared on screen. This woman who looked sexy and beautiful is selecting her clothes. Do you want to tell her about the murder that happened earlier? 1. Tell her that the hotel is very dangerous, and she needs to be careful. 2. Grab the table light and swing it at the back of her head. 3. Ignore her and go back to sleep. Looking at the 3 choices, Chenji started to think. Those who are kind will pick choice 1, but going too close to her might be dangerous. The woman has not gained my trust. Those who are evil will probably pick 2, but after a rational analysis with Xiao Bu's strength and the weight of the table lamp, no matter the angle, there is no way that the woman will be knocked dead or unconscious. The choice is rather fake. It would be better if there was a knife. Chenji's analysis scared Fan Chong, and he silently moved the fruit knife that was on the table further away. After a brief hesitation, Chenji picked the 3rd choice. When he made that choice, the woman squatting at the corner turned around to glance his way. There was no skin on her face, and she had a knife in her hand. A silky white arm was poking out from the large box. Is she changing clothes or changing face? Chenji hurriedly controlled Xiao Bu to leave the woman's room and helped her close the door. The hotel owner is a murderer, and the guests are either insane or maniacs. Am I the only one that is normal at this small town? Boss Chen, how about we leave the hotel? I think this place is more dangerous than the residential area. There's still a female ghost outside the door. How are we supposed to leave? Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to room 3. The high schooler can't be a murderer as well, right? He was afraid that the woman from room 2 would come out, so he clicked on the door of room 3 quickly. The chat box appeared again. Someone was talking on the phone inside the room. He spoke very softly, but you could hear terms like big brother, mother, hiding body, and hidden room. This guest in room 3 is very weird as well. Who is he talking to? Chenji looked at the screen and contemplated. Could it be his father? The phone mentioned big brother and mother, but not the father. Fan Cheng made a prediction. Boss Chen, this guest might be the only person who can help Xiao Bu. Why would you think that? Chenji was surprised. Didn't you say to think from the perspective of the game creator? I've played this game for a few weeks already and have died several times, but that has given me a brief understanding of this world. With Chenji's guidance, Fan Cheng started to give his analysis. All the adults are either ghosts or crazy maniacs, while all the children are victims. This could be how the creator views the world. Adults are fake and scary, and the only place to find innocence and kindness is from children. The high schooler is technically not an adult. He's between a child and an adult, so I think you should try to approach him. Fan Cheng knew that this game was not a simple game. It had a very deep layer to it, but with his current understanding, he could only understand so much. You're underestimating the game. Xiao Bu's worldview is filled with despair. To understand this game's world, we have to understand Xiao Bu, this main character. Chenji turned back to look at Fan Cheng. The name of every child in this game is Xiao Bu, and every child that died, killed, and ran into misfortune is called Xiao Bu. Would you call a child like this to be kind and innocent? Chenji turned back to the screen. Actually, after playing for so long, the longer I control Xiao Bu in this strange world, the more unsettled I feel. You've done the research. All the tragedies that happen in this game is based on real-life cases. Then have you considered a problem? If this Xiao Bu really does exist in real life, how did she manage to survive after experiencing so many scary and despairing tragedies? Chenji spoke quickly, and neither Fan Cheng nor Fan Dade grasped what he was trying to say. Boss Chen, what are you trying to say? The things that I controlled Xiao Bu to do, Xiao Bu might have really done them in real life. Chenji had a brief idea what the core of the game was. He still wanted to explain some more, but there was change on the screen. Room 3 opened, and a student in a school uniform stood at the door. Then the chat box appeared. It's dangerous outside. The guest of room 3 was worried about your safety and invited you to join him in his room. You stood at the door and saw a family photo in the guest's hands. It was a picture of a father and mother standing happily together, and next to them was a pair of boys who looked suspiciously similar. Chenji clicked the chat box again, and there was new content. You overheard the boy talk about hiding the body on the phone. You were afraid, and you refused to enter the room. Guest 3 swore to God that even though he had committed murder, he was forced. He was the only trustworthy person in that town. See, I was right. This high schooler will be our biggest aid. Fan Cheng was happy that he had helped. Those who call themselves trustworthy are almost always not. Chenji shook his head. He clicked the chat box again, and the last sentence appeared. You're curious about guest 3, so you decide to listen to his story before coming to a decision. Chapter 522, Equal Share. I have an older brother who looks very similar to me, but our personalities are very different. I'm reserved and obedient, but my older brother likes to create trouble no matter where he goes. One time, my brother and father got into a serious argument, and it got physical. In the panic, my brother accidentally slashed my father. At the time, I was there as well, but did not expect this to happen. I tried to stop him, but he turned on me and tried to kill me. In that process, I accidentally stabbed him. When Mother returned, both Big Brother and Father were dead. A perfect family was shattered. Mother knows me well and understands that I would never lie and kill, so she helped me lie during the police's interrogation and pushed all the blame onto my brother. Everyone at this city is mentally deranged, but I'm the only exception because I never intended to kill anyone. It was just an accident. Guest 3 told his story. When he was done, the chat box asked, "What will you do next?" 1. Enter the room and tell him about the danger lurking at the hotel. 2. Do not enter the room and ask him to scout the other rooms for you. 3. Ignore him and go to sleep. Entering the room meant leaving his life in the student's hands, while asking the student to scout for him meant asking the student to go to die on his behalf. Choices 1 and 2 represented good and evil. Shall we take a risk? I don't think this student sounds like a bad person. Without knowing it, Fan Chang had already finished drinking the Coke as his eyes wandered between Chen Ji and the computer screen. We're not taking any risk. This student is definitely lying to us, Chen Ji said confidently and chose the third choice. But it was due to self-defense that he killed someone. Plus, look at his mannerisms and reaction. He's completely different from those murderers that we've met. He looks shy and reserved. A child like this probably wouldn't kill someone. This time it was Fan Dade who spoke. He shared his brother's view. The lack of confidence means a defect in his personality. Most murderers spent their childhood in shame and fear. They are incredibly lacking in confidence, but at the same time they desperately wish for respect, and that is why their personality gets twisted later in life. Chen Ji got tired of explaining. This student is very dangerous, but he is not strong enough, so he goes after targets weaker than him. You mean he's lying? Fan Chang opened another can of Coke. It was already midnight, but he was not feeling sleepy. I can be sure that this student is lying. Think about it, if his mother really pushed all the blame onto the big brother, why would he appear in this town full of murderers at midnight? Chen Ji's voice was low. Now I have two speculations. 1, he killed his big brother and father and then pinned everything on his brother. He made use of his mother's trust to escape the persecution. 2, this student is the big brother. He killed his father and his little brother, and to escape the law, he assumed the character of his little brother. When Chen Ji was done, both Fan Chang and Fan Dade were silent, unable to find an argument to counter. They were covered in cold sweat. The possibility of it being the second speculation is higher. Chen Ji looked at the screen, chose the third option, and controlled Xiao Bu to leave in a hurry. Him appearing in this town means that he probably has killed his mother as well, and the reason for that is simple. Even if they're twins, no matter how hard he tried, his mother would have been able to tell the difference. After getting to know the hotel's layout, Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to head to the entrance. He was prepared to let the Red Spectre into the hotel. There are no innocent people in this hotel, but they should be able to buy me some time. Chen Ji came to the door and saw a fatty standing in the lobby. He had a chef's hat on and was arranging many pieces of cake on the dining table. That is the hotel's chef. He's crazy, but I've never seen him kill anyone, Fan Chang whispered. Chen Ji nodded as he controlled Xiao Bu to stay away from the chef. However, whenever she neared the entrance, the chef would walk her way. After wasting a few minutes at the lobby, Chen Ji tried to click on the chef with the cursor, and the chat box appeared. The tapping continues. It's midnight, time for supper at the hotel. After the chat box disappeared, the old man, the woman, the student, and the hotel owner came out from the guest rooms. The police officer was nowhere to be seen. The owner stood next to the chef, and adjacent to them were 4 chairs. There were 9 pieces of cake on the table. After everyone came, 4 options appeared. Please pick a seat. 1. Sit between the chef and the old man. 2. Sit between the old man and the woman. 3. Sit between the woman and the student. 4. Sit at the end of the table. There was finally no ignore and sleep option, but Chen Ji did not know how to pick. Why would the game suddenly ask me to pick a seat, and what's the meaning of different seating arrangement? Chen Ji did not get it. For the sake of safety, he chose 4 and sat at the end of the table alone. After he made the choice, the other characters also took their seats. When Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to take her seat, the chat box appeared. The chef placed the knife on the table. He and the hotel owner looked at the guests with bright smiles and posed a question. How do you split 9 pieces of cake evenly among 4 guests with just 1 cut of the knife? 4 people sharing 9 pieces of cake, cut 3 pieces down the middle? That won't work. The request is equal sharing. Fan Chang and Fan Dade were deep in thought. Neither of them realized that Chen Ji, who saw the sharp knife, was completely excited. This should be the owner purposely making things difficult for the guests. No matter how you slice it, there can't be equal sharing. Fan Dade was a chef, and he could not come up with a solution. That's right, no matter how you cut it, the icing on the cake will stick to the knife somehow. There can't be an equal in this situation. The brothers were discussing it when they saw the old man, woman, student, and Xiao Bu that Chen Ji controlled reach for the knife at the same time. They were all different distances away from the knife. Xiao Bu was furthest, and the old man was closest. This is bad. Chenji saw the old man pick up the knife, and he immediately controlled Xiao Bu to run away. "Why are you running?" Fan Chong and Fan Dade were confused. "Aren't we supposed to answer the question, why are you running?" Xiao Bu ran without even turning back. On screen, the old man who held the knife slashed at the woman next to him with his full strength. "How do you share 9 pieces of cake among 4 people with 1 cut? Simple, cut the 4 people down to 3. Chapter 523, The Last Secret at the Hotel. The old man's knife came at the woman's neck. Before the knife fell, the woman quickly evaded, and the knife fell on her shoulder. Blood splattered on the dining table, and the old man, the woman, and the student got into a physical altercation. The old man wanted to kill the woman, but the woman resisted. The student tried to grab the knife. Since the old man did not kill the woman with 1 cut, he had already failed, so it was now his chance. Of the 4 guests, only Xiao Bu stayed away. "They're really a bunch of crazies. If we could just sit down and talk this over, even if the owner has a gun, we would still have chance of survival. Such a shame." The owner and the chef watched happily as the 3 guests tried to kill one another. Chenji made use of this chance when their attention was distracted to walk to the entrance and clicked the cursor madly on the door. He let the female ghost holding her head in. "This hotel can operate at night, so there has to be a dark secret hiding at this place." When the ghost chased Xiao Bu to the hotel, she hesitated for a long time before coming in. This means that she felt threatened. Standing in the dark street, the ghost who knocked her head against the door for a long time was filled with anger. When she saw Xiao Bu, she rushed directly into the hotel. What did I do to deserve such resentment? Could her death be related to Xiao Bu's stepfather? Since the man has already died and her resentment cannot find any release, is she channeling it towards Xiao Bu? Chenji felt like the female ghost's presence was more like a game mechanism aimed to make sure that the player did not stay in one place for too long. Moving the mouse, Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to run deeper into the hotel to introduce distance between them. He calculated the distance between himself and the hotel entrance. If there was a change to the situation, he would leave immediately. 3 gunshots shattered the background music. The hotel owner fired at the female ghost. "Fight, have fun fighting among yourselves." Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to hide in the corner. The female ghost's head rolled on the ground as it chased the group of crazed murderers. "Boss Chen, what should we do now? Leave the hotel now?" Fan Chong's reasoning had really improved that night. After seeing Chenji work the controls, he had realized that there were different ways that the game could be played. The originally quiet hotel was now a mess, and Xiao Bu, who Chenji controlled, was the source of that mess. "You told me earlier that the old man is the owner's father, and he has the spare keys to the hotel, right?" Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to lean against the wall and moved toward the guest rooms. "Our plots are completely different. When I arrived at the hotel, the old man was already shot dead, and I found the keys in the drawer inside his room." "Let's get the keys first, then." Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to enter room 1. The room belonged to the old man, and there were many pictures on the wall. There was a picture of the old man with the hotel owner, as well as a picture of the old man when he was young standing next to a woman. Is the woman the old man's wife? Chenji used the cursor to click on the drawer, and the chat box appeared. You saw a rusted key, many human teeth, and an old notebook. The old man has the weird habit of collecting people's teeth. Chenji clicked on the notebook, and the chat box scrolled down. 1st March, my husband has gone mad. He trapped me inside the hidden room behind the kitchen refrigerator and only gave me 3 pieces of bread and 1 glass of water each day. He forbade me from leaving and forbade me from interacting with the guests. He has lost his mind. 2nd March, the chef is making something tasty. I smell meat, so hungry. The madman is purposely torturing me. 1st April, I've been hungry for so long I need to escape this place. Right, I'll sneak out tonight. 2nd April, I was discovered and we had a fight. The madman is so scary when he's angry. Like a crazed brown bear, he tackled me and pulled out my teeth. 5th May, so hungry. I'll be tortured to my death if I stay here. I must find a way to leave. 6th June, who can save me? My husband is a devil. He tried to pull out all of my teeth, this insane man. 1st November, I will never taste meat again. So hungry, so hungry. The content of the notebook was very weird. On the surface, it recorded the madness of the old man when he was young, but after reading it closer, Chenji realized that things were not so simple. However, before he could figure it out, another gunshot went off again. Then 3 options appeared on screen. You finished reading the diary of the old man's view and found out the hotel's biggest secret. Please choose one of the following to bring with you, the item that you think is most important. 1. You choose the rusted key, because you believe that this is the spare key to the hotel entrance. 2. You choose the human teeth, because you believe they are valuable mementos. 3. You choose the notebook, because you believe it is hiding an important clue. Looking at the options, Chenji frowned. Fan Chong, have you been given these choices before? Yes, these 3 options pop out after you open the drawer. Back then, I chose the hotel key because you can enter and leave the hotel whenever you want with it, even if it's locked. Fan Chong thought about it before shaking his head. He had a feeling that he might be thinking the same thing as Chenji this time. Looks like we can remove option 1. Chenji seemed to be talking to himself. The cursor alternated between option 2 and 3. Let's choose 3. The notebook probably has its unique usage. I've seen many scary movies, and the notebook usually contains a message left behind by the murderer or victim. Fan Dade could only use his own life experience to make the choice. The notebook is indeed important, but haven't we already read its content? Hearing what Fan Dade said, Chenji shook his head and chose the second option. The teeth, what use could they have? Fan Dade and Fan Chong were confused, but they did not dare challenge Chenji openly, so they just whispered among themselves. It should be the teeth, Chenji explained. When the options showed up, the question also attached the statement. You finished reading the diary of the old man's view and found out the hotel's biggest secret. But what can that prove? Fan Chong still thought the key was the most important. The biggest secret at the hotel is about the old man's wife. In other words, the reason the hotel has become like this is because of his wife. Chenji used the cursor to click on the notebook to read it again. The old man's wife should be innocent. Fan Dade also could not understand Chenji's choice. Both her husband and her son are maniacs. She was captured, detained, and had her teeth pulled out. She was tortured. She was just a victim. Chapter 524, Clearing the Game with One Life. The birth of a murderer has plenty to do with his living environment. The hotel owner and the old man have such a cavalier attitude toward human lives. There has to be a reason, and that reason should have plenty to do with the old man's wife. Chenji's eyes darkened. Pay attention to the notebook's content. On the 1st of March, the wife was captured. She said that her husband had gone insane and would only give her 3 slices of bread and 1 glass of water each day. For a normal person, that's enough food to live. The old man was probably purposely trying to limit her food intake. Then you pay attention to the later content. The wife's diary circulates around the topic of food. The way the old man tortures her is not by breaking her limbs, but by pulling out her teeth. This proves that he hates that she was consuming food. In a normal family, why would the husband hate his wife eating? Did the wife have an eating disorder? On the 1st of March, when the wife was captured, the husband stopped the wife from approaching other guests. Why would he do that? On the 6th of June, the husband pulled out all of his wife's teeth. What could she have done to deserve such a punishment? What did she eat to make her husband commit to such a crazy act? What Chenji said made Fan Chong and Fan Dade fearful. Could the wife be a cannibal? Did she consume a guest on the 1st of March? That's possible. Chenji pointed at the last entry on the notebook. On the 6th of June, all of the wife's teeth were removed, and the wife took down her last entry on the 1st of November. She said that she could not have meat anymore, and she could not survive a day without meat since the 1st of November, so she committed suicide. Suicide? Yes, the wife's death is the start of the change in the hotel. Chenji did not say everything. He predicted that the wife had turned into a specter after her death, and the old man and the owner were made twisted to fulfill the ghost wife's wish. But what does that have to do with you choosing to bring the teeth? Fan Chong was still clueless about that. You'll see, Chenji had great experience dealing with ghosts. He knew that most ghosts had something that they would attach their spirit to. The wife had loved eating meat when she was alive, and even if she did not possess the teeth after her death, they would mean a lot to her. There has to be a reason that these teeth are hidden inside the old man's drawer. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to run toward the kitchen. The fact that the hotel dares to operate at midnight means that they're not afraid of normal ghosts. That confidence probably comes from the wife. When Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to head into the kitchen, the bloodied man was crawling his way to room 1. The other guests and the chef had been consumed by the red specter. Right now, she was chasing after the hotel owner. Sure is scary. Chenji did not waste any more time. He headed into the kitchen and stood before the refrigerator. Inside the notebook, it said that the old man initially locked his wife inside the hidden room behind the fridge. Based on what you said, the old man's wife has already turned into a ghost. After you sure you want to attract her attention while you already have a female ghost on your back. Fan Chong held the Coke in his hand, and he found it difficult to calm down. Don't be afraid, she's the key to us solving this problem tonight. Chen Ji used the cursor to click on the fridge. The door opened, and the back of the fridge was carved out. It was hiding a monster with thin limbs but a large stomach. The monster had its mouth that was toothless fully opened. Its eyes were closed, waiting for people to feed her. Seeing the monster, both Fan Chong and Fan Dade nudged backward, feeling very uncomfortable, but Chen Ji acted differently. He moved the mouse to adjust Xiao Bu's position to make the girl look right at the monster. After noting the red outfit that the monster was wearing, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he mumbled something weird, like only a red specter could deal with a red specter. She should be able to wake up after replacing her teeth. Chen Ji clicked the backpack but did not put the teeth back immediately. He controlled Xiao Bu to run to the kitchen door and silently watched the female ghost chase after the hotel owner. After all the murderers in the hotel were taken care of by the ghost, Xiao Bu returned to the fridge. When the teeth fell into the monster's gaping maw, the monster's eyes flew open and zeroed in on Xiao Bu. At the same time, the female ghost holding her head also spotted Xiao Bu. The atmosphere was weird. Be it the two female red specters in the game or Fan Chong and Fan Dade in real life, every person and ghost remained still. She probably did not expect to run into her. Chen Ji moved his fingers. Before the two specters came to, Xiao Bu ran away. The girl's movement caused the two ghosts to make their move. The ghost holding her head had just killed the fridge ghost's husband and son. Their fresh bodies were still on the ground. The fridge ghost's eyes were red as she charged at the enemy. The two red specters fought among themselves. Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to run away. He sneaked to the owner's dead body and clicked on it madly. Where's the gun? There was no message on the screen. Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to run to the dining table and pick up the knife used to cut the cake. This should work. Under Chen Ji's control, the cute and innocent Xiao Bu was like the darkest boss. She held the knife in her hand and stood at the entrance, watching the fight between the two red specters. Probably because she had consumed more souls, the fridge ghost was more powerful than the ghost holding her head. Soon, the latter was overwhelmed, and the former swallowed the ghost holding her head. It's time to leave. Chen Ji was satisfied with this result. After the ghost holding her head is taken care of, the residential area should be safe. There's a place that I can spend the night. Chen Ji controlled Xiao Bu to leave the hotel and even kindly closed the door for them. Then she charged back home. When Xiao Bu returned to her room, the dark sky in the game slowly turned gray. Dawn was breaking. That was fun. The game was not as difficult as I thought. Chen Ji stretched lazily and realized Fan Chong and Fan Dade had moved far away from him. What's wrong with the both of you? Nothing. Don't mind us. Fan Chong looked at Chen Ji, and his face twitched. This man before him could no longer be described in terms of strong or weak. He had first had a murderer kill the other murderer, and then had the murderer provoke the neighbor ghost before using the female neighbor ghost to kill the murderer and lure the ghost to clean up a whole hotel of murderers. Finally, he had used the ghost at the hotel to murder the neighbor ghost. Not only had he survived a whole night, he had created a safe space and even managed to obtain a knife in a pure puzzle game. Chapter 525, Taking Them Down in Real Life. After the dawn came, the chat box came up with 3 more options. With your impressive luck, you managed to survive the first night. You were gripped by uncertainty and fear. You started to hesitate, not knowing whether to stay and look after your mother or return through the dungeon and leave this place. When you feel at home in this place, you like the atmosphere of this small town and decide to stay to experience it for one more night. 2, you miss your mother a lot, but you feel like you're already at your limit. You decide to leave. 3, you are conflicted and in so much pain. Everything here is different from the real world, but you decide to stay until you find your mother. The cursor moved between the 3 choices. As a player who wanted to know more about the world, he was leaning toward the first choice, but if he was choosing for the sake of Xiao Bu, he had to choose the second choice. Xiao Bu would grow up safely after leaving this scary world. After a long silence, Chen Ji moved the cursor to the 3rd choice. The first choice is the most stable, the second is best for Xiao Bu, and the 3rd is probably what Xiao Bu would have chosen. Not leaving until Xiao Bu's mother was found. If Xiao Bu's mother was harmed, then Xiao Bu would never find the person she was looking for, and she would be trapped there forever. Chen Ji clicked on the mouse, choosing the 3rd one. If we need to seek salvation for Xiao Bu, we mustn't lie to ourselves even in game. After confirming his choice, there was a new save point in game. The original save point was Xiao Bu's home in real life, and this new one was Xiao Bu's home in the other world. With this new save point, I can get Fan Chong to explore the other side quests without worry. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to get to the rooftop. The sky was low and gray like a fog covering the whole town. I wonder how many stories this place is hiding. Solving it in one night is impossible. Chenji was clear that the method that he had used that night would not be repeated every time. I'm curious, if everything did happen in real life, how did Xiao Bu survive until the end? Boss Chen, I don't think you should think too much of it. Just play it your way. Fan Chong looked at Xiao Bu, who glanced at the town holding the knife, and realized that the game had truly changed. The new save file has appeared. The tempo of the game will probably slow down. I don't think I'll be able to clear the game tonight. I'll leave that in your capable hands. Chenji narrowed his eyes like he was coming up with a plan. Leave it to me. Fan Chong rubbed his hands. After seeing Chenji play the game, he was too embarrassed to take up his mantle. It's all right, just relax. But you have to remember one thing. Record every death and case that you come across, and try to explore every inch of this map within these few days. Every inch of the place? Fan Chong's lips moved, and he added softly, Then that means I'll die so many times, isn't that a bit too cruel? Try your best. Chenji worked his fingers, and his eyes glowed. He was no longer satisfied with exploring the town in a game. He prepared to bring all his employees and find this town in real life. The game was reflecting real life, and with the knowledge of the potential danger, Chenji decided to strike first and conquer this small town with his power. It's dangerous to go out at night, so you have Xiao Bu stay at home when night falls. Keep the exploration mainly to the day. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to leave the residential area. The town looked peaceful under the sun. The blood on the ground had been cleaned, and the signs of the terror from the night before had been swept away. Xiao Bu found the key to the dungeon inside her mother's pajamas. After entering the dungeon, she came into a town that was completely different from the real world. The strange thing was, whenever Xiao Bu died in the town, the game would load at Xiao Bu's room in real life, and she would be lying in her bed like everything was just a dream. Chenji thought about it for a long time and came up with a possibility. The game world mirrors Liwan City. Before Dr. Gao's death, he said that the door that had gotten out of control is at Liwan City. Combining the content of the game, could it be taken that Xiao Bu opened the door at her friend's dungeon? She entered the world behind the door, so is she the door pusher. Controlling Xiao Bu to wander aimlessly down the street, Chenji's mind turned. If Xiao Bu is the door pusher, what has she seen at her friend's dungeon? What allowed her to push the door? Why was she wearing her mother's pajamas? Chenji wanted to summon Men Nan and ask him. After all, Men Nan was almost the same age as Xiao Bu, and they were both door pushers, so there might be connection between them. Xiao Bu must have some secrets as well if she was able to survive in such a dangerous environment. That secret could be that she is the door pusher. Looked at the innocent, cute girl who was holding a sharp knife in the game, a feeling formed in his heart. It felt like pity and care. Perhaps I understand the message of the game after all. It should be trying to tell the gamers that Xiao Bu is actually the most innocent victim. Chenji suddenly commented, and it frightened Fan Dade and Fan Chong. They could not catch up to Chenji's thought but were too embarrassed to say that, so no matter what Chenji said, they would concur. Making use of the daylight, Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to walk around the city. He ran into many murder cases and saw many crazed murderers and ghosts, but beyond that, there was no other discovery. The day in the game passed by quickly. Before the day ended, Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to return home. The sky darkened and the second night arrived. The street outside rang with a curious laugh and approaching footsteps. Chenji controlled Xiao Bu to close the door and sat beside her stepfather's body while holding the knife. The red specter at the hotel shouldn't come after me, but we have to be careful. After she consumed the ghost next door, she will need time to digest it. When she's hungry again, she will slaughter and consume as she mows down the road. After all, her feeders have been killed. Then won't it be dangerous in a few days? Fan Chong was worried. Chenji decided to leave the responsibility to him, and he did not want to disappoint Chenji's trust. You'll be fine. The ghost at the hotel will need at least a week to digest the red specter. By then you should have been able to fully explore the map. Chenji stood up. He glanced at the time. It was 2:30 a.m. Chapter 526. Uncle, I have to go home to fix the window. Sorry for disturbing you tonight. Rest early. Chenji had been so focused on the game that he did not realize it was already so late. Are you really going now? Why don't you stay here for one night? There's more than enough space on my bed. Fan Chong moved the wrinkled clothes on his bed away. Thank you, but I still need to open my haunted house for business tomorrow. Chen Ji rejected the kind offer and prepared to leave. I remember you saying that there have been some weird happenings when you played the game. You felt like the thing in the game has come out right. Fan Chong and Fan Dade shared a look. The two were confused as well. When they were playing, even after they turned the background music off and moved as far away from the screen as they could, they would still be scared. But when they saw Chen Ji play, the source of fear had moved from the game itself to the person who was playing the game. This had happened for the first time for them. The brothers did not know how to explain, and it was Fan Dade who moved the topic away. It's probably a psychological thing. Now that I think about it, how could something from the game come out into real life? It never hurts to be careful. There is indeed something off about this game, so I suggest you only play it when there's daylight. Chen Ji told Fan Chong a few things and left after making sure that there were no more problems. Boss Chen, it's hard to get a taxi here. How about I drive you home? Fan Chong chased after him. Chen Ji's gaming ability had greatly impressed him, and he had many things that he wanted to ask Chen Ji. Thank you, but I'll be fine. After playing the game, Chen Ji's relationship with the Fan brothers had improved a lot. There is no taxi at Liwan City at night. You'll need to walk to Eastern Jiujiang Business Center to get car service. Fan Chong took out a key from his drawer. Why don't you take my e-bike? I plan to visit New Century Park tomorrow, so you can return the bike then. Chen Ji did not reject it this time and accepted the key from Fan Chong. Then, I shall thank you. Opening the door, Fan Dade and Fan Chong walked Chen Ji down the stairs. The whole area was dark, and only Fan Dade's home had light. How come there are so few residents at this residential area? Chen Ji thought back to Fan Dade's neighbor, who had a mirror on the door to ward away evil spirits. This place is too isolated and traffic is not convenient. Those who can afford to move have already moved. Fan Dade led Chen Ji to the e-bike. Be careful on the road, see you tomorrow. Chen Ji inspected the electrical meter and thanked the brothers again before leaving. After a while, the lights in Fan Chong's home went off as well, and the whole area plunged into darkness. Eastern Jiujiang shore is creepy. Chen Ji turned back to look. Shall I go visit the places pointed out in the game tonight? After thinking about it, Chen Ji gave up on the thought. I should do this with more of a plan. After Fan Chong pinpoints out all the dangerous zones, I can start to look for the door that has gone out of control. Driving out of Liwan City, it took him almost 1.5 hours to reach New Century Park. Chen Ji's taut nerves finally relaxed after he walked into the haunted house. Resisting the urge to sleep, Chen Ji found the backpack at the staff break room and opened the steel door to enter the underground scenario. Sitting inside the last classroom, Chen Ji activated the recorder and then flipped open the comic to release Men Nan. The boy, who was just slightly taller than Chen Ji's knees, crawled out from the book and looked at Chen Ji with some resentment. Chen Ji coughed from the embarrassment. How are things? When are you going to let me go back? If no one fixes the broken window of the door in the third sick hall, many scary things will happen. Men Nan talked like an adult, but the cute face looked at Chen Ji seriously. What will happen? The door in the third sick hall already has the symptoms of going out of control. During the period when I was unconscious, the world behind the door was slowly overlapping with the world outside the door. They are influencing each other, and if we leave them be, the door will never be closed again. The negative emotions behind the door will overflow into the real world. Men Nan tried his best to explain the severity of the problem to Chen Ji. The negative emotions behind the door will overflow into the real world. Chen Ji thought of the scenarios that he had seen inside the game. The small town was filled with ghosts and crazed murderers. Everyone had gone mad. Yes, if the door is left open for too long, it will slowly affect everything around it. Men Nan crawled onto the chair. He hated talking up to people. Those who are within the vicinity of the door will be affected. First, it's a small change to the psychology, like a person turning silent and losing interest in life. Then one's habits will change. For example, they might have liked 90% cooked steak in the past, but now they prefer 30% cooked and later completely uncooked steak. Men Nan described how a normal person might slowly become insane. Can this process be undone? Chen Ji knew that the door in Liwan City had already gotten out of control. This time he was facing not only ghosts but also people who had been corrupted and monsters from behind the door. The best method that I can think of is to make sure that the door doesn't lose control. Of course, you can find them a good therapist to help counsel them one by one. Men Nan was dropping hints. He was desperate to return, but he could not beat the ghosts that Chen Ji had in a physical fight. This made him feel conflicted, like he had been cheated to leave the third sick hall. A door that has lost control cannot be closed anymore. Chenji had his own plan, and he maintained his calmness at all times. You have to be certain about the sequence of events. A door is said to have gone out of control because it cannot be closed, Men Nan answered sadly. Even the door pusher cannot close it. Chenji leaned against the chair. He was rather sad. His original plan had been to find the door in Liwan City, enter the door to find Xiao Bu, and use a reasonable method to convince Xiao Bu to close the door. The door pusher might have the power to close it, but that is different for each pusher because everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. When Men Nan said that, his eyes darkened further. The reason that he did not sneak away was because he was not a fighter type. Even if he was inside the door in the third sick hall, he was no match for Zhang Ye, so he had been staying obediently inside the comic. I've told you everything I know. Even if you ask me more, I can't answer you. Without waiting for the question from Chenji, Men Nan looked at him openly and said, It's really scary if a door goes out of control. I have to return soon. Without me behind the door, Western Jiujiang will eventually become like Eastern Jiujiang. Western Jiujiang will eventually become like Eastern Jiujiang. You know about Eastern Jiujiang? Chenji was surprised. In their conversation, he had never once brought up the words Eastern Jiujiang. Chapter 527, Dream. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. With that slip of the tongue, Men Nan knew that could not fool Chenji anymore. What's the difference between Eastern and Western Jiujiang? On the surface, Eastern Jiujiang appears to be more peaceful, and the public security there is better. This is observable from the working state of the two police stations. Chenji knew that Eastern Jiujiang was dangerous, but the danger was hidden. Until now, he had not caught a glimpse of the enemy. My advice is for you to not go to Eastern Jiujiang anymore. Men Nan hesitated for a long time before saying that. You have to give me a reason, right? The night before last at the fresh water plant, both you and Su Yin came out to stop me. Is that shadow really that scary? Are neither of you red specters his match? Chenji had been meaning to ask Men Nan that. Shaking his head, Men Nan looked at Chenji's shadow and worry crossed his eyes. That night, if not for the person inside your shadow, it would have been over for all of us. Zhang Ye got into a fight with the shadow. How come I had no idea about that? Chenji did not even realize that. The guy was too unlucky. He planned to take over your shadow and make you his puppet, but he did not expect the most powerful red specter to be living inside your shadow. Due to his carelessness, he was injured by the red specter inside your shadow. Men Nan did not dare call Zhang Ye by name because he was scared. Any normal ghost would be scared when they saw Zhang Ye. Then was Zhang Ye injured? Chenji was worried. He was familiar with Zhang Ye's style. She was the kind who left no prisoner. However, that night after the match with the shadow, Zhang Ye did not show up. The red specter inside your shadow was already injured before the fight started. One of her arms was filled with cracks. Cracks? Chenji thought back to the fight between Zhang Ye and Dr. Gao. No one knew what had really happened between them, as the surgery room had been smothered by Zhang Ye's hair. Your biggest reliance is injured and is currently resting, but that shadow is just a shadow. As for whose shadow it was and how strong the actual body is, we have no idea, so you'd better stay away from Eastern Jiujiang. Men Nan reached out and climbed onto the table. Finally, he did not need to look up to Chenji anymore. Could the body be a presence greater than a red specter? Chenji thought about it for a long time. The question sounded like it was for Men Nan, but also a question for himself. No one knows what is above a red specter, or rather, no one has managed to survive to tell the tale. Men Nan did not know the answer, but he did not deny the possibility that such a presence might exist in Eastern Jiujiang. All who have met one have died. Chenji thought about Dr. Gao, who had committed suicide to become a ghost. The madman had once controlled 3 doors so that he could reach the limit of a red specter after death. Chenji, I'm just saying this for your own good. Eastern Jiujiang is different from Western Jiujiang. Haven't you realized that none of the patients from the third sick hall dared venture to Eastern Jiujiang? Men Nan tried his best to explain. He was really afraid that Chenji might drag him to Eastern Jiujiang again. The danger in Western Jiujiang is visible like the patients from the third sick hall. The scariest thing about Eastern Jiujiang is that we do not know about the potential danger. You can read through Jiujiang's local news. There are few cases coming from Eastern Jiujiang, but of the annual disappearance around Jiujiang, 90% happened in Eastern Jiujiang. This data is more than enough proof to show the danger of Eastern Jiujiang. I know Eastern Jiujiang is dangerous, but I have to go. Before my parents' disappearance, they once showed up in Eastern Jiujiang. That was the reason that Chen Ji had started this adventure. Since this was to find his missing parents, Men Nan was careful with his words. I've only heard about the things in eastern Jiujiang from the mental patients. If you really want to know about the place, you can ask them. I also wish to ask them, but the key is that they do not seem like they have gotten used to their ghost identity. Chen Ji had the patients list of the third sick hall, but those spirits refused to communicate with Chen Ji. After chatting with Men Nan some more, Chen Ji finally relented to the boys' pleas and decided to send Men Nan back. Chen Ji was actually worried about the door in the third sick hall going haywire as well. The theme park and the haunted house can only grow without worry if Western Jiujiang is safe. Chen Ji pulled Men Nan back into the comic and walked out of the last classroom. Eastern Jiujiang is such a mess, but the futuristic theme park decided to open there. They sure are lucky. Exiting the underground scenario, Chen Ji entered the staff break room and slept. Chen Ji was woken up by the alarm at 8 a.m. After brushing his teeth, he started to clean the haunted house. A new day was beginning and the park opened at 9 a.m. The visitors swarmed in, and Chen Ji could feel the popularity of his haunted house rising. The capacity of my haunted house is still lacking, if only I have more scenarios. Standing at the door, Chen Ji suddenly noticed a few familiar faces. He-san, why is that boy here today? He-san also saw Chen Ji, and he waved his hands. Boss, long time no see. You're still as loud as ever. Chen Ji asked Uncle Su to help him with the tickets, and he walked into the crowd. Boss, this time our school has made all the necessary preparations and selected the most courageous students from each age group. Today, there is only one purpose for us being here, and that is to clear the game. He-san pointed behind him, and there was a group of people. Are they all from your school? Did you all skip class today? Chen Ji had no idea what was wrong with Western Jiujiang Medical University's students. So many of them had come that day. Clearing the scenario is one thing, but don't abandon your studies. Chen Ji's real thought was, if this was found out by the doctors in the underground morgue, things might get really scary. Don't worry, we didn't skip class today, Yang Chen grumbled darkly beside He-san. Even our president knows about your haunted house now. Even your president knows about this place? Chen Ji felt weirdly ashamed. Yes, it's a weird story actually. Our president had the same dream for 4 consecutive nights. His teacher from when he was young scolded him while standing inside your haunted house. There was no way he could have defended himself. He-san lowered his voice. Our president was scolded for 4 days, and now, whenever he closes his eyes, the old teacher will appear before his eyes. He couldn't suffer it anymore. Your president had the same dream for 4 days. Chen Ji felt like laughing. Was his former teacher someone called Wei Jiukin? Yes, that's the old man's name. How did you know? He-san was surprised. Our president then had some discussion with the staff, and someone said that the old teacher was telling him in his dream that our students, who should not be afraid of dead bodies, are scared witless inside your haunted house, and that is too embarrassing. So your president allowed you to come visit me today, huh? That's basically it. The president said that a qualified medical doctor has to be calm no matter what. Even if the sky is falling, we shouldn't panic. He encouraged us to come to your place to test our courage whenever we're free. If we cannot conquer a haunted house as medical doctors, how are we going to survive in our career in the future? He-san mimicked the way that the president spoke, and he had a knack for it. Your president probably misunderstood the old gentleman's meaning. But since they were there, Chen Ji was not going to chase them away. All he could do was to use his power to give the students one last piece of advice. You can visit any scenario that you want, but remember to stay away from the underground morgue. Chapter 528, She is Zairobu. This was not the first time that the students of Western Jiujiang Medical University had dealt with Chen Ji. They knew for a fact that those who did not follow Chen Ji's advice would end up in a horrible state. Don't worry, we're planning to challenge the Coffin Village scenario this time, and we have done plenty of preparation before we arrived. After He-san said that, he retreated into the crowd and several of his seniors came forward. Should be fine as long as you stay away from the underground morgue, but be careful when you're in there. If you see anyone coming toward you wearing a medical uniform, wave at the camera for help immediately, and I will help you, Chen Ji reminded them and led them personally into the underground scenario. The students were all returning customers, and their president was so kind. So this time, Chen Ji did not make things difficult for them. He used normal background music, and did not send out the trio to go in with them. Have a good time down there. About 40 minutes later, there was chaos at the resting hall. The place was boiling with excitement. On the screen that showed the score, the scores of the students from Western Jiujiang Medical University soared as they became the first batch of visitors to clear Coffin Village. When Yang Chen walked out from the village with the wedding dress, he had the urge to cry. Only God knew what he had experienced in the past 40 minutes. All 9 of his seniors had sacrificed themselves, and they had placed their hope in him to escape the village with the wedding dress that carried the lingering spirit of the female bride. We did it! Coffin Village was a 3-star scenario, and clearing this scenario was different from clearing Mu Yang High School. This meant that the visitors had the capability of clearing 3-star scenarios. Even though this was the first time, it was also a beginning. With more guides and inside scenes leaking on the internet, more and more people would clear it. Seeing the joy on the visitors' faces, Chenji was full of smiles as well. He enjoyed this feeling a lot. It was his goal to provide the best service to his visitors. The completion rate of Coffin Village was only 7%. The ghost in the well is still alive, and the scenario is lacking. In terms of scariness, it's only just slightly scarier than Mu Yang High School. At Chenji's haunted house, the 2 scariest scenarios were the 3rd sick hall and the underground morgue, and they had completely different styles. I have the patients list for 3rd sick hall. If I can control these patients to help me scare the visitors, the scare level will definitely increase a lot. Chenji had never underestimated his visitors. It had been a month since he had obtained the black phone, and the visitors had already managed to clear a 3-star scenario. I need to update the haunted house often to keep up the mystery, so that the visitors will be interested. After taking out the black phone, Chenji looked at the 4-star trial mission, School of the Afterlife. I should wait. Zhang Yu is injured, Su Yin is missing his heart, and Bai Qiulin has not completely digested Cheng Qing's soul. It's still too early to challenge a 4-star scenario. Chenji decided to collect more power first. I only need to unlock the School of the Afterlife before the futuristic theme park opens for business. With this 4-star scenario as my trump card, no matter what the futuristic theme park does in the future, it will not affect me. Now, I should focus on dealing with Eastern Jiujiang. At the very least, I have to obtain that last bus before moving on to something else. Seeing someone clear Coffin Village, the other visitors were excited. Those who did not dare challenge the 3-star scenarios before started to have the urge. The day soon passed. When the haunted house closed at 6:30 p.m., there were still plenty of visitors outside. In the end, it was the park workers who advised them to leave. The peak season is coming. I can consider opening the haunted house at night. Then again, few people will dare to challenge that. Chenji and his 2 employees cleaned up the place, and Chenji allowed them to go home. Returning to the staff break room, Chenji called for a takeout. He leaned on his bed. I should call Captain Yan to ask about the update for the case at Ming Yang residence. Not to mention the progress Fan Chong has made with the game, as well as keeping an eye on Huang Ling's husband, Jia Ming. After dinner, Chenji called Li Zhang. Inspector Li, did you manage to find the remaining parts of the female body at Ming Yang residence? Not yet. According to our analysis, the girl's body should be hidden among the 4 buildings, but even after a long day with the police hounds, we found nothing. Li Zhang's voice was hoarse, like he was not feeling well. However, we discovered something else. The forensic doctor compared the body with our internal data, and the girl's identity has been confirmed. Her name is Bu Yi. 5 years ago, she had an operation at the People's Hospital due to a car accident. Bu Yi, her surname is Bu. This was the first time that Chenji had heard of someone with the surname Bu. Yes, the child disappeared from Eastern Jiujiang 3 years ago. Who would have thought someone would do such a cruel thing to a mere girl? Chenji could hear the anger bubbling under Li Zhang's voice. Ming Yang residence was built 8 years ago. Jiang Long's family was painted on the ceiling of room 104, and Bu Yi's left arm was hidden inside room 104. Chenji tried to line up all the clues. Inspector Li, do you know when the date of Jiang Long's car accident was? There are 3 investors for Ming Yang residence. The first investor got into an accident 6 years ago. The second investor, Jiang Long, met his end 3 years ago, and the third investor committed suicide at the building site 2 years ago. Li Zhang had memorized all the data. The year that Jiang Long got into the car accident, Bu Yi disappeared. Chenji held the phone, and a question was stuck in her mind. Could this Bu Yi be Xiao Bu? Chenji remembered the scene in the game where he controlled Xiao Bu to go to her friend's home to open the dungeon. When she was on the 2nd floor, she noticed the certificate on the wall. The recipient was Jiang Xiaohu, who was Jiang Long's son. This meant that in the game, Xiao Bu and Jiang Xiaohu were friends and classmates. Other than that, Jiang Long has another layer of relationship with Bu Yi. Li Zheng's team had done a thorough investigation. Buya's father died when she was very young. Later, Buya's mother became Jiang Long's mistress to support her family. Hearing that, the image of Xiao Bu wearing her mother's pajamas to find the dungeon flashed across Chen Ji's mind. Then where is Buya's mother now? Before Buya disappeared, her mother disappeared. If not for Buya's school reporting the girl's disappearance to the police, we would not have known that about her mother. Li Zheng was flipping through the old case file, and the content was harrowing. Buya's mother disappeared, and Buya disappeared after she went searching for her mother. That matched the game that Chen Ji had played perfectly. His hands tightened, and the image of Jiang Ling's family of 4 biting the girl's 4 limbs appeared in Chen Ji's mind. Chapter 529, Bad Child. In the game, Xiao Bu found the key to the dungeon inside her mother's pajamas. However, the entrance to the dungeon was not at her own home, but that of her classmate, Jiang Xiaohu. The thing that worried Chen Ji was that Xiao Bu seemed to have opened that door at the dungeon inside Jiang Xiaohu's home. Only when one had lost all hope could one open the door. Then what had Xiao Bu seen and experienced in the dungeon? Inspector Li, do you have any information on Jiang Long's family? Only Jiang Long's family would have information about the things that happened inside the dungeon, and Chen Ji wanted to know that. Why are you asking that? From Li Zheng's perspective, Jiang Long's family had nothing to do with the case. I feel like Buya's murderers could be Jiang Long and his family. Do you still remember the painting on the ceiling of room 104? Jiang Long's family's names were written on it. Chen Ji dropped some hints for Li Zheng. If he could get police cooperation, his life would be easier. The killers wouldn't be so dumb as to carve down their names at the crime scene. Li Zheng had been a police officer for at least a decade, and he had not seen something like that. Leaving their own names at the crime scene to purposely announce to the world that they're the culprits. That painting could have been carved by someone else, or it might have some ritualistic significance. Chen Ji knew that as a police officer, Li Zheng could not reveal certain information to the public, but he tried the best he could. On the phone, Li Zheng was silent for 10 seconds before continuing. Actually, we've already investigated Li Zheng's family. His family situation is a bit complicated. Chen Ji's heart had a bad omen. Don't tell me his whole family has disappeared. Before Jiang Long's car accident, Jiang Long's wife took their 2 kids to visit a therapist. Then within 1 week, Jiang Long died in the car accident, and Jiang Long's wife, Zhang Chuyu, and their eldest daughter, Jiang Bai, disappeared. Of the family of 4, only Jiang Xiaohu remains. Li Zheng hesitated like he was not sure whether it was wise to reveal this information or not. Jiang Xiaohu is still alive. Where is he staying now? I wish to ask him a few questions in person. Chen Ji had a feeling this boy could be the key. The child has gone insane. He stabbed his therapist, and sometimes he acts like a deranged beast. There is no way he can communicate with anyone. If you have to see him, then go to Jiujiang's mental asylum. We met him there this morning. The police had investigated everything that Chen Ji could think of, but they had failed to get any useful information from Jiang Xiaohu. Hearing what Li Zheng said, Chen Ji immediately thought, could the boy be pretending to be mad? He would not underestimate any adversary, even if he was a child. Inspector Li, can you get me to meet the boy? Chen Ji pleaded for many times before Li Zheng relented. After he hung up, Li Zheng called back immediately. I've notified the asylum. We'd better go early. They do not allow visitation after 9. Thank you, Inspector Li. Chen Ji, listen to me. I have something that I need to warn you about. Li Zheng's tone was off. Take care of your safety. Remember to stay a safe distance when you're conversing with the boy, and be careful of getting harmed when he's acting up. After that, Li Zheng hung up. With the murders at Eastern Jiujiang, the man was very busy. Why would Li Zheng warn me about that boy? Chen Ji sat up in bed. He grabbed the backpack and inspected the content before leaving the haunted house in a hurry. Jiujiang's mental asylum was a government hospital. Different from the 3rd sick hall, it was closely monitored. If they were too late, they might not even get to enter the building. At 7:20 p.m., Chen Ji hailed a cab to get to the mental asylum. He gave Li Zheng's name to the guard, and then a doctor in a white coat came out to greet him. You're Chen Ji, who Inspector Li mentioned, are you? The doctor was tall and thin. He wore black-rimmed glasses. The man was quiet, like the kind that did not like to talk. My full name is Pei Jiaoyang, but you can call me Dr. Pei. The patient has already been brought to the interrogation room that was used in the morning. Considering the issue of safety, the conversation has to end before 9. Okay. With guidance from Dr. Pei, Chen Ji entered the mental asylum. This place was so different from the 3rd sick hall. This is the room. The workers and I will accompany you so you don't need to worry about safety. Thank you. Chenji realized how useful the police's name was. If he had come alone, he probably would have been shown the door. Human lives are involved, and it's our duty to cooperate with the police. Dr. Pei entered the room and pointed at the boy on the bed. He's Jiang Ziohu. Later, people will send in his information. The room was simple with just a bed and 3 wooden chairs. The boy was sitting on the bed. His limbs were tied up with ropes and his gaze was blank. Even if people went near him, he would not acknowledge them. Do you mind removing the ropes? Chenji sat on the chair next to the bed. He noticed that the ropes had already cut into the boy's flesh. Those are for your safety. When he acted up this afternoon, he bit whomever he saw. We expended a lot of energy before we could detain him. Dr. Pei sat next to Chenji and added, Don't be fooled by the boy's appearance. He looks innocent and harmless, but when he acts up, we'll need 2 adult males to apprehend him. When Dr. Pei was speaking, there was knocking on the door. A female nurse came in with a document. Dr. Pei, the patient information that you wanted. Dr. Pei accepted the document and handed it over to Chenji. Jiang Ziohu came to us 3 years ago. The document contains all of his diagnoses from then till now. Take a look at it yourself. You can ask me if you have any question. Chenji looked through the document. He noticed that the doctor who had counseled Jiang Ziohu 3 years ago was Pei Jiaoying, and later, Dr. Pei also became the boy's principal therapist. 3 years ago you counseled Jiang Ziohu? Chenji had found the person whom he was looking for. He desperately wanted to know what had happened 3 years ago. Can you tell me more details about that? The room suddenly became quiet. Dr. Pei did not answer immediately. The diagnosis 3 years ago seemed to be a memory that he did not want to remember. I noticed that Jiang Ziohu's initial diagnosis was bipolar disorder, but then it was changed to schizophrenia, and finally it was edited to say that the patient's personality was rather stable and had sufficient self-cognizance, that there was no sign of mental illness. How could one person have 3 different results from 3 diagnoses? Chenji put down the document and looked at Dr. Pei. What happened 3 years ago? And why would Jiang Ziohu's family send this boy over to the mental hospital over and over so many times? Chapter 530, A Whole Family of Crazy. After a whole full minute, Dr. Pei finally spoke. He looked at Jiang Ziohu on the bed, and his expression was curious. From how I see it, the whole family is sick, and I don't mean it in a demeaning way. That's just my professional prognosis. Dr. Pei stood up and walked around the bed. 3 years ago, Jiang Ziohu's mother came with his sister for his illness. I can remember that day like the back of my hand. His mother's name is Zhang Chuyu. She was very pretty, and she wore a thick mist of perfume. From head to toe, there were many branded clothes, but I couldn't feel a trace of happiness. She was thinking about something because she kept spacing out during our conversation. After a brief conversation, I had a rudimentary understanding of the family's situation. The sister, Jiang Bai, suffered from paranoia. She felt like everyone was out to kill her, like everyone was a murderer. Jiang Ziohu's illness was rather curious. He would often do things that were very dangerous, like turning on the stove on his own, splashing water on the electrical socket, playing with fire, and so on. Zhang Chuyu had scolded him more than once, but it did nothing to stop the boy. After her husband, Jiang Long, found out, he beat the boy several times, but the violence did not improve Jiang Ziohu's condition. If anything, it only exacerbated his condition. Reckless, irritable, and often getting into fights with his classmates. Sometimes, it felt like he was possessed as he tried his best to harm the people around him. That was my first time running into a patient like that. Considering his young age, I did not write a prescription for Jiang Ziohu, but encouraged his parents to communicate more with him. I was only being concerned for the child's future, but Zhang Chuyu disagreed with me. She was adamant that since her child was sick, he needed the medication. There was a disagreement with the treatment method. As a psychiatrist, we're always misunderstood, so I did not mind that. The change in a child's personality often has much to do with his environment. From how I saw it, Jiang Ziohu's illness had plenty to do with his parents. To treat Jiang Ziohu, I had his mother and sister leave the room so that I could communicate with the boy on my own. From our conversation, I realized something incredibly creepy and scary. Dr. Pei did not show concern for Jiang Ziohu, who was within earshot, and he continued. When I was talking to Jiang Ziohu, the boy accidentally revealed some information to me. His mother was lying. Lying? Chenji was confused. The mother lied to send her child to an asylum. That's unlikely. Perhaps it was Jiang Ziohu who was lying. Dr. Pei shook his head. I also could not tell the authenticity of his claim at the time, but after Jiang Long got into the car accident and passed away, I realized that perhaps Jiang Ziohu wasn't lying to me. What did he tell you? Jiang Ziohu told me in confidence that he did not want to do those dangerous things. He had been forced to do those things by his mother to create the impression that he had gone mad. The mother forced her boy to do dangerous things. Chenji got even more confused. Then what was her purpose for doing that? The purpose was to kill Jiang Ziohu's father, Jiang Long. Dr. Pei looked at Jiang Ziohu, and his eyes were swirling with complicated emotions. The boy told me that the one that had gone crazy was his mother, Zhang Chuyu. After his mother found out that the husband had a mistress, she planned to create an accident to kill the father, collect the insurance premium, and consume Jiang Long's company. It's hard to imagine a child would say such things. Things shouldn't be that simple, right? Yes, I had the same thought as you. Dr. Pei leaned against the bedside, and his eyes were dark. I didn't think a boy could understand so many things, and perhaps someone told him to say these things. In this family of 4, the father spent most of his time working outside, and the mother couldn't have implicated herself, so the most possible candidate who could teach these things to Jiang Ziohu was his sister, Jiang Bai. Chen Ji did not interrupt, and allowed Dr. Pei to finish. Then I called Jiang Bai in to have a private talk with her. The result was unexpected as well. Jiang Bai told me that the real madman was her father, Jiang Long. After Jiang Long invested in the Mingyang residence project, she felt that her father had changed. He would often return late and do things that she could not understand. The way that he looked at his family had changed as well. One time, after Jiang Long got drunk, he got into an argument with the mother. Jiang Long, who had always been a gentle spirit, raised his hand to hit Zhang Chuyu and then ran into the kitchen to grab a knife. He waved it in the air and scolded at a spot where no one was standing. He was like a completely different person. After that, Jiang Long returned home even less. No one knew what he was up to. He even bought an apartment for himself in eastern Jiujiang's Liwan city and moved out to live on his own. If that was all, Jiang Bai would not have thought that her father had gone mad. But something happened later that made Jiang Bai fearful of her father. It happened 1 month before they came to me for treatment. When Zhang Chuyu was pouring water for herself, Jiang Ziohu accidentally ran into her, and they were both injured by the hot water. Jiang Bai sent both of them to the hospital. She called her father on the phone, but there was no answer. Then she ran to Jiang Long's home in eastern Jiujiang to see him in person. When Jiang Long heard that Zhang Chuyu and Jiang Ziohu were injured, he grumbled a few words before saying that he was busy, so he wouldn't be visiting them. Jiang Bai was angry when she heard that. She stayed at Jiang Long's house and would not leave until her father agreed to come with her to the hospital. That night, Jiang Long received a call and left in a hurry, leaving Jiang Bai alone at his place. After midnight, Jiang Bai heard movement inside the house. She thought that it was mice. She followed the sound and found a secret room behind the closet. Entering the place, she saw a steel cage, and there was a large doll trapped inside the cage. There appeared to be someone sewn into the doll. The person couldn't speak, and the body was weak. When the person heard the door open, they started to curl up in the corner due to primal fear. Jiang Bai did not go in. She was spooked. She closed the closet and ran back to the hospital that night. She told her discovery to Zhang Chuyu and Jiang Ziohu. Jiang Ziohu was too young to understand anything, but Zhang Chuyu's reaction was weird. When she heard there was a large doll trapped inside a steel cage, she laughed happily. Based on Jiang Bai's description, both her parents were mentally unstable, but here is the problem. Zhang Chuyu said that Jiang Bai suffered from paranoia, so everything that she saw was just her imagination. Dr. Pei finally finished the story. In any case, that's the situation with the family. The mother said that the brother and the sister are both crazy, the brother said the mother is crazy, and the sister said the mother and the father are crazy. I'm not afraid of you having a bad judgment of me, but even today I cannot tell for sure who was really lying. Chapter 531, Get All the Red Specters. After hearing to Dr. Pei, Chen Ji went into silent contemplation. Jiang Long's whole family was something else. Anyone would think they were crazy, but after some close studying, Chen Ji realized that perhaps none of them were crazy. They just had different perspective due to their different stance. Thanks to Fan Chong's game, Chen Ji had plenty of inside information. Of the family of 4, the brother, Jiang Ziohu, was probably the most innocent. He was just a boy whose worldview had not matured, and everything that he had done was on someone else's order. The person urging him to do those things could be Zhang Chuyu or Jiang Bai. The sister, Jiang Bai, was probably not suffering from paranoia at first. The giant doll that she had found in her father's house in eastern Jiujiang was probably Xiao Bu's mother. She was not lying, but her mother, Zhang Chuyu, had said that she had trouble with her mind. As a mother, Zhang Chuyu's action was really unreasonable. She had personally sent 2 of her children to the mental hospital and insisted that they suffered from mental illnesses. Chen Ji thought about it and felt like the reason Zhang Chuyu did that was because she wanted to hide something. After Jiang Bai told Zhang Chuyu about the doll, she had laughed happily. This was not the reaction of a normal person. Perhaps she had been doubting her husband, but after hearing that, she had understood that her husband did not betray her and was merely plotting something. Why would someone trap an adult inside a doll? This should be the source of all the tragedy. Jiang Long died and Zhang Chuyu and Jiang Bai went missing. Of all the victims and culprits, only Jiang Xiaohu was alive. Chen Ji sat on the chair and looked at the clean bedspread. Ming Yang Residence's curse started 8 years ago, but Bu Yi disappeared 3 years ago. That is a contradiction. If she's the door pusher, then the door that she pushed appeared 3 years ago, but the weird things in eastern Jiujiang happened way before that. In other words, other than this door that has gone out of control, there are other things hiding in eastern Jiujiang. When Chen Ji was small, his parents had told him many times to stay away from eastern Jiujiang. The door in Liwan City had already gone under Dr. Gao's control, but for some reason, it went out of control. Could this be the doing of those things in eastern Jiujiang? Chen Ji was familiar with Dr. Gao. To make a psychologist who was powerful enough to own several red specters take a step back, the threat in eastern Jiujiang had to be very powerful. He sure left a big problem for me. The door in eastern Jiujiang had already gone berserk. If he let it be, no one would know what will happen. Before Dr. Gao committed suicide, he gave me a look at a picture. It was taken in Liwan City, and it captured my parents standing with a girl in a red dress. That girl was most likely Xiao Bu. In the picture, my parents didn't go after the girl. They weren't in a hostile relationship. Chen Ji's mind started to turn. He was not one with preconceptions. Be it Men Nan or the well ghost in Coffin Village, all the door pushers saw the door as their property. It should be the same for Bu Yi as well. Now that door in Liwan City has gone out of control, and the ghost behind the door have run all over the place, Bu Yi probably does not want to see that. The world behind the door was formed from the door pusher's memory. It reflected the door pusher's most authentic heart and was a nightmare that would not dissipate. No one would want their inner world splayed open like that for the whole world to see, so the door pusher probably doesn't want the door to go out of control. Chen Ji felt like the reason for the rampage in eastern Jiujiang was due to the interference from other ghosts. After confirming that, Chen Ji had a thought. Perhaps I can work together with Xiao Bu to vanquish the ghosts in eastern Jiujiang and close the door in Liwan City. A normal person would not think of cooperating with a red specter. Even if they did, they would not know how to do that. However, Chen Ji was different. He had plenty of experience interacting with red specters from various age groups. He had confidence that he could convince Xiao Bu. There have to be more secrets to the death of Xiao Bu and her mother. After the truth comes out, I'll seek justice for her. The more that he thought about it, the higher the confidence Chen Ji had in the plan. The hardest part of this plan is not to convince Xiao Bu, but to find her. Narrowing his eyes, he looked so scary that the doctor and workers did not dare speak openly. Other people might not know where Xiao Bu is, but I have an advantage. If I continue to clear that weird game with Fan Chong, I'll definitely get a clue to Xiao Bu's location. The character that he and Fan Chong controlled was not simple data, but a young soul who had experienced the bottomless despair again and again. Men Nan also said that to fully close a door, the simplest way is to find the door pusher. Chen Ji had a draft in mind. He was to work together with Xiao Bu and all the red specters to clean up eastern Jiujiang. There's a red specter at White Dragon Tunnel, a red specter at the bus stop for Route 104, and a red specter in Coffin Village. Perhaps they can lend me their strength. Chen Ji had already interacted with the red specter at the tunnel. He had even almost carried the woman home. His touching words had managed to break down her defense. The red specter in Coffin Village had a good relationship with Fan Yu. Chen Ji could prepare a time to bring Fan Yu into the mountain to go search for her. With Zhang Ye awakened as well as Su Yin and Bai Qiulin, there was no telling who might survive Coffin Village. The female ghosts at the village and tunnel can be persuaded, but the key is the woman in the red raincoat. I'm not familiar with her, but I've promised to find her child within a week. 3 days have already passed, but I still have no idea what her child looks like. Chenji really did want to help her, but he did not know where to start. Chenji mulled over the choices, and eventually chose to try his luck at the bus stop at night. Temporarily, that's the only thing that I can do. With the plan in mind, Chenji turned his gaze back to Zhang Ziohu. Weirdly enough, when other people looked at him, Zhang Ziohu had no reaction, but when Chenji's eyes fell on the boy, his expression changed. His body leaned backward until the ropes that tied his limbs became taut. How come it feels like the child is afraid of me? Chenji walked forward and sat down on the bed. I know you can understand me, and I know you're harboring many secrets in your heart. Why don't you talk to me? Perhaps I can help you. Chapter 532. If you don't tell me, I'll come back every day. Zhang Ziohu obviously did not want to get too close to Chenji, but his limbs were tied down, so he could only watch as Chenji sat down beside him. You look so nervous. Is it because there are too many people in the room? Chenji looked at Zhang Ziohu with concern. Relax, we're all here to help you. Then he turned to look at Dr. Pei. Do you mind if I have some alone time with him? The child doesn't seem like he's used to being surrounded by so many people. Dr. Pei had difficulty written on his face. Honestly, he did not think that Zhang Ziohu's anomaly was because of the crowd. I don't think that's wise. Zhang Ziohu has the record of harming others, and if we leave you here alone, I'm afraid. It'll be fine. There's no need for you to worry about me. Chenji put down his backpack. The bag looked so heavy, but no one could tell its content. The child just lacks a chance to communicate. There's a kind-hearted side that is hiding within him. The nurse and workers turned to Dr. Pei. When the police came to investigate Zhang Ziohu, even they did not have a request like this. Dr. Pei wanted to deny the request, but considering Li Zheng's introduction and the number of lives that were involved in the case, after thinking about it again, Dr. Pei nodded. We'll be just outside the door. If the boy suddenly acts up and comes after you, you only need to call and we'll rush in to save you. All right, thank you. The workers at the asylum filed out of the room one by one. Seeing their departure, Zhang Ziohu became more nervous. He made a weird throaty noise like an injured animal sensing danger. The door closed. When the doctor and workers left, Chenji took the recorder out from his bag and activated it. The sound of static filled up the room. It felt like the sound could crawl into one's mind to play with one's nervous system. Don't you feel better with a little relaxing music? Chenji looked at Zhang Ziohu, watching his every move. 10 seconds later, he suddenly said, You should have seen a ghost before, right? Zhang Ziohu's pupils shook as he tried to get away from Chenji. Based on your reaction, I suppose I'm correct. Let me think. Did you see her dead body in person, but she came back to life several days later and appeared somewhere else? The sanity of Zhang Ziohu aside, based on Chenji's question alone, if Dr. Pei was present, he would have thought that Chenji was crazy as well. The ropes were pulled tight, and Zhang Ziohu was agitated. Whether you're real crazy or fake crazy, I hope you understand one thing. You are the only one who survived not because you're lucky, but because she allowed you to live. When Chenji was playing the game, he had a question in his heart. How did Ziobu know about the dungeon at her friend's home? Initially, Chenji had thought that there was a message left behind by her mother, but what her mother did was not exactly something to be proud of, and she should not tell that to her young daughter. There was a detail in the game worth noting. Ziobu found the key inside her mother's pajamas, but upon closer inspection, why would someone who was trapped have the key to the exit inside her pajamas? After meeting Zhang Ziohu, Chenji had a speculation. Could it be this boy who stole the key and handed it over to Ziobu's mother? Ziobu could get into the dungeon probably because Zhang Ziohu told her about it. After all, they were classmates. I will not side with either party, I just want to know what happened back then. The static sound grew, the lights in the room flickered and the room darkened. A red shadow materialized next to Chenji. Zhang Ziohu was really scared. He could not control himself anymore and started to scream. You can sense his presence? Are you reminded of something? Chenji had summoned Su Yin not to scare Zhang Ziohu, but to have Su Yin inspect Zhang Ziohu's body to see whether he was possessed or not. Zhang Ziohu's face was frozen in fear. He mumbled incoherently as he pointed at Chenji. Has he lost his ability of speech after a long period of zero communication, or has Su Yin scared the boy? Chenji turned off the recorder. Su Yin had not found any signs of ghosts on the boy. He was just a normal child. The static disappeared. Chenji grabbed Zhang Ziohu's hands that were tied by ropes. I'm helping you and helping her in the process. I know that there's a shadow in your heart. Tell me, treat me as someone that you will never see again. I can guarantee what you tell me will never be revealed to a third person. Several minutes later, Jiang Ziohu slowly calmed down. His head was covered with cold sweat as his chest rose and fell, clambering for air. Chen Ji had just summoned a red specter. An adult would have been scared witless, much less a child. Placing the recorder on the bed, Chen Ji said seriously, "If you don't tell me, I'll probably come back every day until you tell me the truth." Jiang Ziohu finally relented and opened his mouth to speak. "What do you want to know?" "Let's start with your father. Why would he capture a living person? And why did accidents keep happening at Ming Yang residence, which he was overseeing?" "I don't know what happened, but I remember that Jiang Long once said that the project at Ming Yang residence was a foe. Someone forced him to do it. The 4 buildings weren't for human tenants, but for ghosts." He stuttered endlessly, and Chen Ji took a long time before he understood what Jiang Ziohu said. Who would force him to do something like that? At the very beginning, Jiang Long said that someone was watching over him. He went to many doctors, and they all said that it was his work pressure, but his symptoms worsened. Eventually, he started to ramble nonsensical stuff. He said that he saw his shadow come alive. He believed that his shadow had its own consciousness and could communicate with him. "How did your father's conditions get under control?" "I'm not sure. Starting from one morning, Jiang Long suddenly became energized, but it was from that day onward that he became someone else and gained many weird habits." Jiang Ziohu paused and hesitated. "I stopped calling him father from that day because I had a feeling there was another person living inside him. I suspect he was taken over by his shadow." "Taken over by his shadow?" Chen Ji was reminded of the shadow at the fresh water plant. The monster had been laying seeds all over. It was an enemy that was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. "Regarding the capturing of living person, that was his idea. It has nothing to do with my family. A few years before Jiang Long's accident, he appeared to be doing that constantly. He would lead people to Liwan City to torture them both physically and mentally to drop them into despair. I don't know why he would do that. Perhaps it was his personal hobby." Jiang Ziohu's childhood experience had matured him. After he was done, he sneaked a glance at Chen Ji before going silent again. Chapter 533, Liwan City West Street. Purposely lead people to Liwan City to be tortured? Chen Ji felt that had to do with the door. They needed someone to open the door in Liwan City, but that would lead to a question. Why would the ghosts in eastern Jiujiang be so insistent on this door in Liwan City? How was it different from the other door? Yang Long had captured Zio Bu's mother and trapped her inside the doll. Chen Ji had no idea what had gone on in detail, but he could make an educated guess. However, even until her disappearance, the door was not pushed open. Instead, it was Zio Bu who opened the door after witnessing what happened in the dungeon. This was probably something that had escaped the ghost's expectation. "Do you have any other questions?" Jiang Ziohu interrupted Chen Ji's thoughts. "If there's nothing else, can you take this away?" He pointed at the recorder with fear in his eyes. "Since you knew that your father had committed a crime, why didn't you call the police?" Chen Ji put the recorder back in his bag. He smoothed down the bedsheet like he had not taken the thing out. "My sister did plan to call the police. Mom tried to stop her, but it was to no avail. When I woke up the next morning, my sister had already disappeared. Mom said that sister's condition had suddenly worsened, and she needed to be sent for treatment." Jiang Ziohu gripped the bedsheet by both hands. "Mom also told me that if I didn't act obediently, I'd be sent for treatment as well." "You were threatened by your mother. Looks like she might be involved in the whole incident somehow." "Jiang Long is dead, and both my mother and sister are missing, so what's the point in asking these questions now?" Jiang Ziohu raised his head to look at Chen Ji. He seemed to have realized something, and his tone softened. "When the police came earlier, I said the same thing. I've told you everything I know." "You've told me everything you know?" Chen Ji looked into Jiang Ziohu's eyes. A normal lingering spirit would not be able to hold Chen Ji's gaze, much less a child. Just as Jiang Ziohu turned his head away out of guilt, Chen Ji asked the last question. "I saw a painting on the ceiling in room 104 at Ming Yang residence. In the painting, your family of 4 was biting a little girl's 4 limbs. Perhaps you and your sister were dragged into this. But in that painting, you're all killers, or at least that's the perception of the painter." "Painting?" Jiang Ziohu was startled. "I don't know anything about that." "You said that Ming Yang residence was made for ghosts, so the painting was probably done by ghosts as well." Chen Ji had a feeling that Jiang Ziohu was still hiding something from him. He was about to continue the interrogation when the boy's eyes suddenly rolled backward, and his limbs started to spasm. His lips whispered pleas of help like he was about to die from asphyxiation. Hearing that, Dr. Pei and the workers rushed in immediately. He held onto Jiang Ziohu's limbs and gave him a sedative shot. The spirit went out of the boy's eyes, and he slowly stopped struggling before losing consciousness. "Mr. Chen, did the boy hurt you?" "It's fine. I've already asked all that I need to. Thank you for your help." Chen Ji stood up to thank Dr. Pei. "I'm glad to be of help. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Dr. Pei was just being polite, but Chen Ji treated it seriously. He beckoned Dr. Pei, and the two left the room together. "Mr. Chen, do you have something else to ask me?" "It's not suitable to ask this in there. I wish to ask you a few questions privately." "Are you afraid that Jiang Ziohu might overhear us?" Dr. Pei thought Chen Ji was being a bit too cautious. "Based on our diagnosis, the boy does suffer from mental illness. Sometimes mental patients are cleverer than normal person. I know several examples." Chen Ji walked further away before he sighed in relief. "Dr. Pei, you said earlier that Jiang Ziohu's sister went to Jiang Long's place in Liwan City and found a hidden room." "Yes, Jiang Bai told me that in person." "Then have you been to Liwan City to confirm her statement?" Chen Ji was more curious about that. If Dr. Pei had told the police that, then the police would definitely have gone for a follow-up, but in his conversation with Li Zheng, the man did not bring up anything about a hidden room. "I've not been there myself, but the police have." "Did they find anything?" Chen Ji's heart raced because the door should be in that room. If nothing went wrong, the police should have found something. Dr. Pei shook his head. "I heard them say it was just a normal home. There was indeed a hidden room behind the closet, but there was no iron cage or large doll. There were instead several safes with business documents and cash." "Cash?" Dr. Pei saw the change in Chen Ji's expression, and he explained patiently. "The police took some pictures. Apparently that's Jiang Long's inheritance, and he was planning to leave them to Jiang Ziohu. Do you mind telling me the house's exact location? I just want to go there in person to check it out." The map of the game was very similar to Liwan City 3 years ago, but it was only a similarity. It was a reconstruction of Liwan City based on Zio Bu's nightmare. Therefore, it was Liwan City in Zio Bu's eyes, so there were differences compared to real life. His father stayed in the first residential area on Liwan City's West Street. First floor, room 1. The building looks rather old. When the police went to the place, they were surprised that Jiang Long would buy an apartment in a place like that. When Chen Ji heard that, it hit him immediately. That was the same place where Fan Chong and Fan Dade lived. It looked like there was a reason that Fan Chong would happen upon that game. "Looks like I have to go back to Fan Chong's home again and return the e-bike." Realizing that Chen Ji was preparing to go to Liwan City, Dr. Pei reminded him, "Mr. Chen, I suggest you go in the morning. It's not safe to go there at night. I have many patients from Eastern Jiujiang here. From talking to them, I've realized that they all saw something or heard something at night, and that caused problems to their mental state." "There's something like that." Chen Ji realized how serious the condition in Eastern Jiujiang was. The monsters were lawless and had seeped into every corner of the place. Just take an example from the patient that came to me yesterday. 1 month ago, he went to the airport to fetch his wife. It was a midnight flight. The couple drove back to Eastern Jiujiang. Based on his explanation, when they passed a junction, the buildings on the side suddenly became strange and unfamiliar, and the streetlights dimmed. They continued driving, and then in the rear-view mirror, the driver saw an approaching bus. It was already midnight, so why was there a bus on the road? He not only saw the bus, but also all the passengers waving at him, and he heard unknown voices calling his name. Chapter 534, The Promise. He was spooked, so he quickly turned the car around. But the road seemed unending, like there was no way for him to go back. Just as he was about to give up, his phone suddenly rang. His grandmother was worried about him, calling him to ask for his location. He told her what had happened, and the strange thing was that while he was talking with his grandmother, the car for some reason drove out of Eastern Jiujiang. After he hung up the phone, he realized with a shock that his grandmother had passed away at home last year. He had been caught up at work, unable to return to see her on her last journey. His deceased grandmother saved him. When Chen Ji heard the story of the bus and the changing buildings, he believed that this patient was not crazy. He was telling the truth. Instead of saying that his grandmother saved him, it should be the good memory that he had of her in the subconscious of his mind saved him. From the perspective of psychology, he has been harboring guilt because he did not return to visit his grandmother at her deathbed, and this guilt enabled him to retain his rationality when his mental state was flagging. Dr. Pei stuck his hands into the coat. I used this example because he was lucky, but there are many more patients here that were not as lucky. I'm telling you this because there are many weird happenings in eastern Jiujiang, so be careful when you do your investigation. I know it's strange for me as a doctor to tell you this, but I still hope that you'll be careful. Dr. Pei, do you have more patients like that driver here? The more he listened, the more Chenji felt like he had come to the correct place. Can you tell me more about them? There are so many stories, but they will affect your worldview. Plus, this is the patient's privacy. Even if you're with the police, I'm not allowed to reveal their information to you without a warrant. Dr. Pei rejected Chenji's request. That's fine, I still need to thank you for your help. Chenji thought that Dr. Pei was a good man, at least compared to the other psychologists that he knew. After leaving the asylum, Chenji called a cab to return to New Century Park. He looked at the time. It was only 9 p.m. This is roughly the time for the last bus on Route 104 to arrive. Maybe I should go and try my luck tonight. When Chenji returned the previous night, he had recharged the electricity in Fan Chong's e-bike. He had been afraid that there might not be enough fuel when Fan Chong came to fetch his vehicle. However, Fan Chong did not show up in the morning, probably because he had something else to do. I can follow Route 104 tonight to wait for the bus. Whether I run into the woman in the red raincoat or the bus, it'll be fine. If it's already too late when I arrive in eastern Jiujiang, I can just stay the night at Fan Chong's place. Chenji plotted out the schedule in his mind. It's getting closer to the date that I've promised the woman in red raincoat. That is the most important mission. If I have time after that, I'll send Men Nan back to the 3rd sick hall. After inspecting his backpack, Chenji rode the e-bike to the gate of New Century Park. He greeted the guard. The guard was used to Chenji going out at night, and he never asked him any questions. It was worth noting that Chenji shared a good relationship with the guard. When Chenji's parents disappeared, Chenji had moved into the haunted house. After the visitors and workers left, only the guard and Chenji would remain at the theme park. Sometimes the guard would come to get help from Chenji. When he was in a particularly good mood or bad mood, he would secure 2 bottles of alcohol and have Chenji follow him into the cafeteria at night to borrow the kitchen to cook supper. When Chenji had been at the lowest point of his life, many people at theme park had reached out to help him, so when theme park faced its trouble, he would help it back without hesitation. Zio Chen, you're at least a boss now. Riding an e-bike is not that suitable with your current identity. The aged guard held a cup in his hand. Even over the distance, Chenji could smell the alcohol. We'll talk about that later. I haven't even gotten my driver's license. I swear the people at the driving school are prejudiced against me. They keep saying my driving style is too wild. Then why don't you change? They're only concerned about you, safety first. It's too late to change now. In the future, I'll just hire a driver to ferry me around. Chenji rode the e-bike out of New Century Park. After his exchange with the guard, he noticed a problem. If I really do get the bus, I'm afraid I'll only be able to ride it around the countryside. Going to the city is still not that convenient. But I hear the number 4 subway is haunted, so perhaps I can go check it out in the future. Riding the bike, Chenji rushed to the nearest stop for Route 104. He stood in the cold wind and waited for half an hour. There was no sign of the bus or the woman in the raincoat. Does it need to be raining? Chenji did not give up. He followed the route and rode to eastern Jiujiang. Chenji reached eastern Jiujiang at 11 p.m. He could feel the change in the air. There were suddenly no cars on the road. When I came last time, there was still the occasional taxi on the road. Is it because of me that even taxis don't come here at night anymore? Chenji shook his head. He felt like he was not that powerful. Something else scary had probably happened in Jiujiang. Perhaps it's not destined for me to meet them tonight. This is not my fault. Chenji would stop at every bus stop. Initially, he had hoped that the bus would show up, but he slowly gave up hope as he neared Liwan City. The condition of the road worsened. At 11:30 p.m., Chenji felt a cold caress on the back of his neck. He reached out to touch it, and rain dropped as soft as silk fell on his hand. It's raining. Chenji took out his phone and looked for the weather forecast. It said that it should not rain in Jiujiang for the few days. But rain is a good sign. The gathering of yin energy means a higher chance of running into ghosts. The woman in the red raincoat might show up. Putting his phone away, Chenji looked around. Even though he had been to eastern Jiujiang several times, he was still unfamiliar with the cityscape. The streetlights showered dim, yellow light. The light was barely powerful enough to banish the darkness. I'm still currently on the bus route for Route 104. Should I wait for it at the bus stop? The changes to his surroundings were similar to the description provided by Dr. Pei. Chenji had a feeling that the bus hearse might show up that night. Xiaogu said that the woman's child is on the bus. I only need to help her save her child and show it to her. Chenji had his own plan. He was only going to show the child to the woman in the red raincoat. He did not plan to return the child to her. He had only promised to help her find her child. Whether he would return the child or how was he going to return the child, that was a completely different issue. Chapter 535, The Hearse. The night sky was like a thick cloth, smothering all the light. Chenji sat on the e-bike and held his arms open. The rain fell into his open palms as he murmured, "Looks like the rain is picking up." The buildings on the side looked rather blurry. It was not that late yet, but there was already no light in the neighborhood. Do people in eastern Jiujiang like to sleep early? Chenji had already noticed the anomalies. He parked the bike by the bus stop and took out his phone to look at the time. Not yet midnight. Normally, those things become active after midnight. Chenji had not brought a raincoat or umbrella, so he was worried of getting the comic wet. Should I stay here and wait or continue moving before the rain picks up? After some thought, Chenji decided to keep moving. If the rain gets too heavy, I'll find a place to hide from it. I cannot waste the whole night waiting for the bus to appear. The main mission for the night is to go to Jiang Long's apartment where Xiao Bu's mother was supposed to be trapped. Chenji was a quick thinker and would move after he came to a decision. His bike was the only vehicle on the road, but he did not panic. Route 104 is the longest route in Jiujiang, and it has the most stops. Other than that, it is also the only route that goes from western Jiujiang to eastern Jiujiang. Back then, the city council opened this route to better connect western and eastern Jiujiang. Thinking back of all the routes, the ghosts only targeted Route 104. This means that the culprit wished to use the bus to transport the ghosts and spirits between eastern and western Jiujiang. Chenji was unclear what the culprit was up to, but it felt like they were preparing to make eastern Jiujiang into a paradise for ghosts. They had even built a home for these ghosts at the fringe of Liwan City. Eastern Jiujiang is more dangerous than western Jiujiang. I have to be careful. The deeper he traveled into eastern Jiujiang, the dimmer the streetlights became. The twisted light failed to provide him warmth and safety, but it made him even more nervous. The buildings by the road were things that one could see normally, but there was something off about them, like the tenants were not living humans but something else. When he passed a T-junction, Chenji stopped. He stood next to a bus stop. He looked at the forks of the road. He tried to comb his memory, but he could not remember which turn to take. After completing so many missions given by the black phone, Chenji had cultivated the habit of memorizing the routes so that he could have a quick escape. After visiting Liwan City so many times, he had memorized the routes, but when he tried to follow the direction in his memory, he realized that this path was something that was not in his memory. Did I remember incorrectly, or have I entered the territory that is influenced by the door? He took out his phone and opened the GPS. It took a long time before telling Chenji it failed to capture his location. Looks like I've run into the situation that Dr. Pei mentioned. However, Chenji did not repeat the patient's mistake. He parked the e-bike by the road and picked up his backpack to walk to the nearest shop and slammed heavily on the curtained door. Such a rapid hammering at midnight, but no one came out to check the situation, huh? Chenji turned back to look. The buildings in the distance were receding into the darkness. The darkness was like a beast, preparing to swallow everything, including Chenji. The longer the door is left out of control, the greater the overlapping of the despair and strangeness of the world behind the door and the real world. Chenji had gotten this information from Men Nan. He had not witnessed this before, so he could not tell for sure. Never mind, it's not the time to think. Chenji opened the zipper of his bag. He was about to take out the hammer to test the reaction of the citizens behind the door when something suddenly moved through the inky darkness. The broken appearance said plenty about the lack of maintenance. Instead of a bus, it looked more like a mobile coffin. Is this the bus? Chenji looked at the bus that had appeared at the junction, and his eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black phone he kept in his shirt pocket vibrated. Like his usual habit, Chenji took it out to take a look. Congratulations, Spectre's favored. You've triggered a 2-star trial mission, the hearse. Would you like to accept this mission? Warning, if you give up this mission, the scenario will never be unlocked. Seeing the message, Chenji accepted it without hesitation. The hearse carrying dead people is already on the road. If you fail to leave within 1 hour, you'll be left on the bus forever. Mission requirement. Take the bus on Route 104 to Liwan City after midnight and disembark it safely. Mission hint: after completing this mission, a new trial mission will be unlocked. After 2 seconds, Chen Ji put the black phone away. The mission information confirmed his speculation. Of the few trial missions given by the black phone initially, the hearse should be the key linking western and eastern Jiujiang. After completing this mission, the black phone should update me with more difficult missions from eastern Jiujiang. Chen Ji carried his backpack and returned to the bus stop. He looked at the bus that was slowly coming in like a coffin, and his eyes narrowed. There should be something above a red specter in eastern Jiujiang. After completing this mission, the black phone will probably provide a 4-star trial mission. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ji was ready. He stood in the dark alone, and his expression was serious. In a way, this is a new beginning, so I must be cautious. The wind fluttered his sleeves, and the rain wet his hair. Chen Ji looked at the approaching bus, and his one hand reached into the backpack. The rain continued to fall. The eerie bus on Route 104 entered the bus stop, and Chen Ji's heart started to race. He heard the machine voice report the bus arrival. "It's finally here." Chen Ji looked at the passengers inside the bus who had their heads lowered. He walked forward, but before he left the platform, the bus drove away. It picked up speed and sped into the darkness. Watching the bus scurry away, Chen Ji only came to after a long time. Is it not allowing me to get on the bus? The black phone's mission requirement was for him to take the bus to Liwan City and get off safely, but the bus did not plan to let Chen Ji get on at all. If he could not get on the bus, then the mission would naturally fail. This was something that Chen Ji had not anticipated. To prevent the mission failure, Chen Ji hopped onto Fan Chong's e-bike and started to race down the street to chase after the bus. Wait, you left a passenger behind. Chapter 536, Road Ray. The thick layers of cloud filled up the sky. There was no light shining through. The darkness fell, and there were shadows flashing within the buildings by the road. Many vicious eyes were spying on the road in the dark. In the empty city, a man rode an e-bike to chase after the bus. "You'll need to stop at the next station, so why not stop now?" Chen Ji hissed through gritted teeth. This was his first encounter with a hearse, and the enemy did something out of his expectations. Does the bus only allow entry to dead people and ban living people from entering? But that doesn't seem right. How come no one stopped Huang Ling and Xiao Gu when they stepped onto the bus? The e-bike had limited fuel. At most, Chen Ji could chase for 4 stops before he needed to use human power to propel him forward. He was so caught up in the mission that he ignored the directions. All those precautions that he told himself to take were tossed to the wind as he chased after the bus like his life depended on it. "I'm going to need a reason when I catch up to you on why you refused to let me on the bus." It was hard to use an e-bike to catch up to a bus. However, that was not impossible. Perhaps because the bus itself was too old, or maybe there was some other reason, but its speed was quite slow. Chen Ji chased after it relentlessly, but could not close the gap between himself and the bus. He could only hope that the bus would stop at the next station. The buildings on the side receded into the background. The rain soaked Chen Ji's shirt. After a long time of chasing, he finally saw the next bus stop. Someone is waiting for the bus? Chen Ji clearly saw that there was a middle-aged man standing at the next stop. He was wearing a winter coat, a scarf, a hat, and a mask to cover his entire face. The bus pulled up to the stop and started to decelerate. Before it parked fully, the door opened. The driver seemed to wave at the man, telling him to get on the bus. The middle-aged man looked confused, but got on the bus after hesitating for a moment. This little interaction enabled Chen Ji to drastically close the distance between himself and the bus. "This is my chance. The purpose of this hearse seems to be to transport the special passengers waiting at the bus stops to a certain place, so if there's someone waiting at the platform, it will stop." The middle-aged man was still confused after he got on the bus. The bus had continued moving toward the next stop. The cold rain hit Chen Ji's face. The buildings on the side turned unfamiliar and strange. The rain became heavier, but none of that was going to stop Chen Ji. Ever since obtaining the black phone, he had not failed a mission. If this was any other mission, I might have given up already, but this is related to the unlocking of the other missions in eastern Jiujiang, so I have to succeed. Chen Ji was placing his life on the line. Riding an e-bike to chase after a hearse at midnight, a normal person would never do something like that. After crossing several junctions, Chen Ji saw the next stop. There was a strange figure standing there. His body movement was extremely uneven, giving off the feeling that he might topple over at any moment. The bus decelerated as it flew into the platform and the doors opened. strange figure who was squatting on the ground noticed something and was hesitant. The atmosphere inside the bus was strange, so he did not hop on immediately. A passenger opened the bus window to wave at him, but the strange figure could not understand it. This short hesitation made Chen Ji's day. He stepped on the pedal and rushed forward. After a short interaction, the strange man eventually got on the bus. The driver seemed to have noticed the approaching Chen Ji. He skipped the broadcast inside the bus, closed the doors, and sped away. Soon, if there's a passenger at the next stop, I should be able to catch up to it. Chen Ji pretended not to notice the fuel and gave it his all. Several minutes later, the third bus stop appeared in the distance. A couple was standing at the platform, their bodies glued tightly together. The bus pulled up to the stop and the doors opened. The driver shouted through the door. The man prepared to get on the bus, but the woman stopped him. She tried her best to make him stay and even started crying. There was conflict between the two. Earlier, they had been sweet as honey, but in the blink of an eye, they started to argue. The man said something like, it was already the 7th day, so they had to leave. He gripped the handle on the door, but the woman refused to let him go and even started to bite the man. This is my chance? Chen Ji saw this from afar and became excited. There was not much fuel in the e-bike. If he missed this chance, it would all be over. The couple was still arguing. The driver inside the bus felt like he was about to go insane. He glared at the couple and started to yell at them. Seeing that Chen Ji was not far away, he decided not to wait any more and directly closed the doors. However, this time, the man was determined to get on the bus, and he used his body to stop the door from closing. The woman yanked him out, but the man held onto the handle inside the door and refused to let go. The driver grew agitated. He almost stood up to give the man a kick. The couple continued to tussle, the driver screamed, and the other passengers' expressions all changed. They could feel something. The man blocked the door, but the driver could not wait anymore. He started the engine, but at that moment, everyone inside the bus heard the sound of electric whirring. It did not come from inside the bus. Finally, I caught up to you? A growl came from outside the bus. Chen Ji rode past the bus and parked the e-bike before the bus. His palms were wet with sweat. The fuel was running out and he had almost failed the mission. Standing by the door, Chen Ji did not waste his energy arguing with the driver. He reached into his bag to take out the hammer. The arguing couple saw the scary weapon and immediately turned docile. Don't worry, it's because of two of you that I could catch the bus, so I will treat you well. Chen Ji raised the hammer and looked at the driver, who was sweating. Are you going to open the door on your own, or do you want me to open it for you? The driver's Adam apple moved and unwillingly opened the bus front door. You're driving a public bus, and everyone has the right to take public transport, so why are you discriminating against me? Under the watchful gazes of all the passengers, Chen Ji picked up the e-bike and told the man, Brother, do you mind lending me a hand? The man was rather confused, but he still followed Chen Ji's order and hauled the e-bike into the bus. You two hop on as well, Chen Ji told the couple. The man wanted to reject, but Chen Ji grabbed his sleeve. Don't worry, with me here the driver will not dare bully you. Chapter 537, Name, Occupation, Hobby and Interest. The man's body was glued to his girlfriend, and Chen Ji pulled on his sleeve. He stood before the front door of the bus and uttered with some regret, How about you give me some time to think about it? You've helped me a lot tonight, and I'll need to thank you personally. Before the man could say anything, Chen Ji pulled him and his girlfriend onto the bus. The door closed, and the bus continued to move. Hearing the robotic and cold announcement, the man and his girlfriend felt equally chilly. After dropping in the fare, the couple shuffled to the back of the bus under the driver's venomous gaze. However, Chen Ji held the e-bike and stood next to the driver. He turned his head to look at the man but did not say anything. Cold sweat slid down the driver's face. He was wearing an old uniform. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that the back of his palms were pulsing with green veins. Are you okay? You don't look so good. I'm fine, it's just an old illness. The driver avoided Chen Ji's gaze and kept his eyes on the road. Please move to the back of the bus. Our company has a rule that prohibits the driver from talking with passengers when the bus is moving. The company has a rule to prevent you from conversing with the passengers. Then does your company have rules that stop you from accepting passengers at night? He had almost failed the mission. Chen Ji had chased the bus for 3 stations before he finally got on, so he was still irked at that. The driver thought about it and forced out an excuse. I saw you on the e-bike, and I thought you were rushing to the bus stop to hide from the rain, so I didn't stop. That does sound reasonable. Chen-ji silently shoved the hammer back into his bag. He looked at the driver and nodded meaningfully. "What's your name?" Tang Jun. The driver had a feeling that he had been targeted, and his legs kept shaking. "Not bad." The driver treated his passengers well, and his mind was active. He had a great sense of self-preservation. Was this not the type of ghost that Chen-ji was looking for? Chen-ji did not trouble the driver anymore, and moved to look at the other passengers on the bus. Other than the couple who sat at the back and Chen-ji himself, there were 8 other passengers on the bus. One was the man who was smothered in thick clothing. He was wearing a hat and a mask, so only his eyes were revealed. Sitting next to the man was the person who had gotten on at the previous stop. His limbs were uncoordinated like a toy that had seen better days. Other than those passengers whom Chen-ji had seen get on the bus, there were 4 women in patients' garbs. They sat next to the window and had their heads lowered. The long, black hair covered their faces, and they looked quite scary. Chen-ji scanned them with his gaze, and his eyes eventually fell on a middle-aged woman who sat on the 3rd row. The woman looked so ugly and so fat. She was holding the hand of a young boy who sat next to her. The boy looked around 4 or 5. He was leaning against the woman. No matter how much the bus shuddered, he did not open his eyes. He doesn't look like he's asleep, but feels more like he's unconscious. This was Chen-ji's first time on the bus. The situation inside the bus was different from what Xiao Gu had described. He did not see any high schooler or men who were drenched. The only one that matched was the middle-aged woman. Is the boy next to her the red raincoat woman's child? Chen-ji was not sure because the description provided by Xiao Gu regarding the child was different from this boy. Could the woman have kidnapped another child from eastern Jiujiang? That thought flashed across Chen-ji's mind. He parked the e-bike nicely and walked to the back of the bus. The couple hid far away from him, but they did not expect Chen-ji to come to them. The couple nudged deeper into the seat awkwardly, and their bodies did not once separate from each other. "This is a public space, why don't you act more normally?" Chen-ji sat down next to the man like he could not see the other empty seats on the bus. "Brother, thanks for your help earlier." The man did not know what Chen-ji was up to, so he smiled at Chen-ji politely. Once he got a closer look, Chen-ji realized that there were burn marks underneath the man's neck, and the scary scars were a huge contrast to his smooth skin and handsome face. Xiao Gu seemed to have run into this couple before, but back then, they did not get on the bus. "What's with the 2 of you?" Chen-ji asked. "You were so sweet at the station, but once the bus showed up, you started arguing." "I wanted to move to eastern Jiujiang, but she didn't want to, so we started arguing." The man's voice was hoarse like his windpipe had been scorched by flames. "What is so good about eastern Jiujiang? It's far more comfortable to live in western Jiujiang. Once you've tried living there, I swear you'll fall in love with it." Chen-ji stared at the other passengers and did not let his guard down too much. The hearse was a 2-star scenario, so the difficulty was similar to Mu Yang High School. Even though there was no red specter, it was still quite dangerous for Chen-ji. Western Jiujiang? That was not an option within the man's plan, but he was too cultured to deny Chen-ji's suggestion, so he said absent-mindedly, "I'll definitely go take a look if there's a chance." "You won't regret it," Chen-ji revealed a kind smile. "If you don't mind me asking, what do the 2 of you do for a living?" The man lowered his head slightly like he did not want to talk about it, but the woman next to him said, "He was my violin tutor. My dad hired him from overseas with a high payment." "You know how to play the violin?" Chen-ji's eyes lit up immediately. This was a talent. The man touched the woman to stop her from talking, but the woman seemed to have been reminded of something sad and gripped the man's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Her nails had cut into the man's flesh, but the wound did not bleed. Compared to the violin, he's better at lying and cheating. "What are you talking about?" The man's voice turned severe. "I've never lied to you, I just wanted you to give me more time." The woman looked the man in the eye. She moved her gaze away after a while. "It doesn't matter anymore. After all, now we're finally together, and no one will be able to separate us again." Chen-ji listened patiently. He preferred a storied life. A conflict-filled experience would give birth to a different relationship, and a strong relationship would be able to touch other people. Taking out his phone, Chen-ji searched for the news in Jiujiang. The keywords were couple and fire, and he soon found what he was looking for. After the last investor for Ming Yang residence killed himself, his only daughter committed suicide with her violin tutor at Li Wan Mall. The police originally suspected that it was the company worker who committed this crime. This had been big news at the time when it happened. Chapter 538, The Living Humans on the Bus. Reading the message on the phone, the way Chen Ji looked at the couple next to him changed. Ming Yang residence was built for ghosts, and all 3 investors died. There had to be a bigger secret behind it. Chen Ji even suspected that the 3 investors were possessed by the scary shadow. That was the only explanation for them focusing on an abandoned site at the fringe of Liwan City. The deaths of the 3 investors probably have something to do with the shadow. The shadow will stop at nothing to reach its goal, and he killed off all the people once they outlived their use. This shadow sure is cruel. After discovering the couple's identity, Chen Ji saw them in a new light. The man insisted on getting on the bus and prepared to head to Liwan City, probably because he had overheard some news, but the woman refused to get on the bus. She probably had her own reasons as well. They had different thoughts, but their bodies were joined together when they committed suicide, so the conflict caused them to stay at the bus stop. If not for Chen Ji, they probably would not have gotten on the bus. This couple will help me understand Liwan City and Ming Yang residents better. Looks like I'll need to treat them more than just simple employees. For the time being, Chen Ji was more interested in the other passengers. Tonight, I'm destined to get away with plenty of reward. Chen Ji liked to challenge this type of low-difficulty mission. They could just sit around the table and solve the problem. How nice. The couple argued among themselves, and Chen Ji carried his bag to leave the last row. He sat down next to the man with uneven coordination. "Brother, how are you doing?" Chen Ji hugged his backpack and looked at the man. The head turned awkwardly, and the man paused for a long time before realizing that Chen Ji was talking to him. He raised his hand to gesture for a while. Seeing the confusion on Chen Ji's face, he pointed at his mouth and then waved his hands. A mute, Chen Ji did not expect such a passenger, so he bowed slightly. "I'm sorry." The man waved his hands again. The tip of his finger touched the back of Chen Ji's arm. It was warm. "The hand is harm. This is a living person." Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ji used his yin-yang vision. He failed to capture anything off about this man. He should be someone who got on the bus accidentally like Xiao Gu and Huang Ling. However, after thinking about it, Chen Ji realized that his assessment was not so accurate. The bus arrived at the station at 11:30 p.m. Who would wait for a bus at a time like that? Chen Ji stared at the man for a long time and slowly noticed the problem. The man's IQ seemed to be stunted. His throat could make noises, but he did not know how to speak. A mentally challenged person taking a hearse to go to Liwan City at night, was he really dumb or faking it? Taking out his phone, Chen Ji opened his contact page. "It's very dangerous for you to be alone outside at night like this. Where are you heading? Why don't I go with you? This is my phone number." The man did not quite get what he was saying. He only knew how to shake his hands. Chen Ji looked at the man's attire. His clothes looked unwashed and his trousers were ragged. This image really did not fit a murderous culprit. Unable to communicate, Chen Ji tried several times before giving up. He planned to finish the hearse's mission and follow the man to Liwan City to see what he was up to. If he was problematic, then Chen Ji would detain him immediately. If he was just a normal person, Chen Ji would follow him as well to prevent him from being ambushed by ghosts. At night, Liwan City would be hiding many things. Under the influence of the door, the town had become the place where the 2 worlds overlapped. Standing up, Chen Ji walked down the aisle. The passengers looked at him, but none said anything. The driver did not breathe a word, only focusing on driving to the last stop. Stopping next to the man in many layers, Chen Ji studied the man. "Aren't you hot from wearing so much?" The man raised his head to look at Chen Ji. Then he lowered the rim of his cap and said coldly, "I'm fine." He was covered up by thick clothes. With the cap, gloves, and mask, only his eyes were revealed. "Are you sick?" Chen Ji used yin-yang vision, and he realized that this man looked like a living person as well. How come the humans act more strangely than ghosts? Chen Ji sat down next to the man. He could sense coldness coming from the man, a coldness that radiated from his body. Chen Ji had seen this situation before. In Coffin Village, the body temperature of the old lady who had been the well ghost's friend for several decades had dropped over the years, and in the end, it was only with the ghost's help that she managed to maintain her body temperature. Did this mean the man had constant interactions with ghosts? Chen Ji could not get a good look of the man's face. He was unable to tell anything from just the eyes and voice. When they got on the bus, the driver did not stop them. This means that the driver did not sense any threat from them. Even if they have a trump card, it's not stronger than Zhang Ye. Realizing that, Chen Ji relaxed and leaned against the chair. He kept glancing to his side, and he noticed some useful information from certain clues. The scarf around the man's neck was knitted from wool. The edge of the hem was messy. The end was coming loose. Normally, just like knitting a braid, the edges should have been brought back into the hem. Chenji had done something similar when he made the clothes for his mannequins at the haunted house. They looked flawless. But the scarf was obviously less than perfect. The person who had knitted the scarf was probably an amateur. From the design of the scarf, this was probably from at least 10 years back. Furthermore, even on the bus, the man did not take the scarf off. This thing was very important to him. This normal-looking scarf was something special to him. Lastly, the man's voice when he spoke. Chenji believed that the man to be around 40. He likely had a wife who loved him a lot, and his wife had probably died, perhaps in a car accident. The man's body was cold. Like Chenji, he had probably stayed with a ghost for a long time. Combining all the clues, Chenji believed that the man had a ghost who accompanied him always, and that ghost was his wife. Chenji was only speculating since he did not have actual proof, but compared to the man's identity, he was more curious about why the man was going to Liwan City at night. Most of the ghosts I've met in western Jiujiang were trying to consume each other. The ghosts in eastern Jiujiang seem to be different. Chapter 539, People 2 in 1. Being stared by Chenji for a long time, the man tightened the collar of his jacket and coughed lightly. Do we know each other? His voice was clear and full of stories like he had witnessed many things in his life, and had already seen through the vicissitudes of life. Chenji did not expect the man to suddenly speak. He paused for a beat before answering the man's question. You look very much similar to a friend of mine. The presence is almost the same. Have we met somewhere before? The man turned his head away. There was a trace of tiredness in his eyes. You've probably got the wrong person. Impossible, I'm sure I've met you somewhere before. Are you sure we haven't met before? This was Chenji's first meeting with the man. He said these things only because he wanted to chat further with the man to obtain more valuable information. The man was silent for quite some time. He looked at Chenji, and after another bout of hesitation, he raised his hand to remove the mask from his face. He had a tall nose, his skin was pale and lips purple. After the man took off the mask, he coughed heavily. You've got the wrong person, I'm not the person you're looking for. Then he put the mask back on. There was a pool of indescribable emotions in his eyes when he added, That is because I have no friends. The man was not afraid of Chenji. He was a passenger who had gotten on the bus and he was still breathing. He did not know what was hiding inside Chenji's shadow. Perhaps in his eyes, Chenji was no different from the other passengers. Chenji wanted to get to the bottom of the events in eastern Jiujiang and also wanted to bring all the ghosts on the hearse back to his haunted house. However, out of his expectations, there were 2 living passengers on the bus that night. He did not want to expose his secret, so he did not do anything that was too out of line in front of the 2 living passengers. Therefore, he had a change of plan. He was going to keep a good profile. After they arrived at Liwan City and the 2 surviving passengers got off the bus, then he was going to have a good chat with the other passengers. He sat in his seat obediently. Chenji moved his eyes away from the man and looked out the window. The rain fell on the glass. The buildings on the sides were already blurred beyond recognition. They were surrounded by darkness. The bus that they were on was like a small island floating on a piece of dark sea. The car suddenly became very quiet. The man realized that Chenji had stopped talking after he conversed with him, and he thought that he had misspoken and offended Chenji. He placed both of his hands on his knees and suddenly asked Chenji in a whisper, Did you take this bus to find that friend of yours? Chenji's eyes started to focus. The expression on his face started to change like the man had guessed the secret hiding in his heart. There was some uncertainty, some pain, and some self-blame. Nodding slowly, Chenji turned to look at the man next to him. How did you know that? All the passengers on this bus have their own story and secret, or else we would not have purposely taken this bus after midnight. Listening to your tone, it sounds like this is not the first time you have taken this bus. Chenji's lips moved to reveal a smile that was similar to the one that he had when he got on the bus. However, there was a deep pain in his eyes, and those who saw it would feel sorry for him. I took this bus on Route 104 to go to work every day for almost 20 years. The man talked very slowly like he had not spoken to someone for a very long time and needed time to get used to using his voice. At the time, the unit that I worked at was rather busy, and there were not enough people to go around. I always had to work late, so I would always take the last bus home. Initially, I quite liked taking the last bus. There would not be too many people, so it was very quiet. But after some time, looking at the darkened buildings by the roadside, the loneliness within my heart started to grow. Unit, what was your occupation in the past? I was a doctor at the burn unit. The man stressed the term burn unit. A ripple crossed his eyes like he was reminded of something. Burn unit? Chen-ji had only interacted with psychologists in the past, so he was not familiar with the burn unit. Surgery, skin transplantation, recovery, those are our job, the man said in a casual tone, but Chen-ji could hear the heaviness behind his words. The man also noticed the extreme pain in Chen-ji's eyes. He seemed to see his own shadow reflected in Chen-ji, and he subconsciously treated Chen-ji as a kindred spirit. After that brief conversation, the two became quiet again. After some time, Chen-ji opened his lips to ask, "Since you're taking this bus, are you also looking for someone?" The man nodded slightly, and his gloved hands fell on the scarf. Finding the opening and asked in a nonchalant manner, "Was it your wife who knitted you this scarf?" Hearing that, the man halted for a moment. He moved his hand away from the scarf before slowly shaking his head. "It's not from your wife?" The reality was not as Chen-ji expected. Now he was curious. "Do you mind telling me your story?" The rain increased in intensity and fell on the window, creating a crescendo. The man was silent before removing his mask to take a deep breath. The patients at a burn unit are different from other units. They lack skin, a face, and even the shape of a normal human being. When I was doing my residency, I really thought I'd entered hell. However, I slowly got used to the horror, the stench, and the decay. At the time, I really thought that I'd become desensitized to everything, and when I faced the patients, I would not get too emotional. That was true until I was 30 and ran into a patient who was 14. She was still a child, and her back had been severely scalded. I used half an hour before I could separate her clothes from her skin. The girl was very quiet, and she did not make any noise or even cry. To prevent possible complications to her growing brain, I did not apply full sedation. When I was operating on her back, the girl just opened her eyes and looked at me. Her back and her face were like two extremes. I consoled her just like how I consoled my other patients. After dealing with all the wounds, I went in search for the adult who brought her to the hospital. There were some follow-up details that I needed to tell them, but after some asking around, I realized that it was the neighbor who brought her to the hospital. The wounds on her body were not because of an accident. It was her parents who did that to her. I called the police. When the man spoke, he would cough occasionally. His physical condition was ailing. The girl's father had serious violent tendencies. Her mother was a deaf and mute. She could barely take care of herself. The police detained her mother for a month. In the end, it was her mother who went to the police station to beg for mercy. After all, the whole family depended on her father for survival. During the period of her recovery, I accompanied her daily. The child was like a wild flower blooming by the roadside. Being by her side, I, someone who had gotten used to the ugliness of the world, felt a sense of happiness and joy. About 2 months after her discharge from the hospital, I received a phone call from an unknown number. It was her voice on the other end. Unable to withstand her father's actions after he got drunk, she decided to run away from home. I took her in, hiding that fact from the police and her family. I know that it was wrong of me to do so, but I couldn't imagine what would happen to her if I sent her back. At this point, the man paused. Seeing that the expression on Chen-ji's face did not change, he continued. When she was 20, she confessed to me. At the time, I was 36. We skipped the romance. We did not register at the necessary department. We held a small wedding for just the two of us. The 5 years that followed was the happiest period of my life, but the pressure that came was immeasurable. When I was 41, her parents found her. Humiliation, beating, and scolding came. They created chaos at her school and at my hospital. Life suddenly changed. Rumors are a very scary thing. I was able to withstand it, but she gave up. When I took the last bus home that day, I called her several times, but no one answered. I reached home and opened the door. The dishes that she had cooked were laid out on the table. Beside them was a long letter that she had written for me. In the end, I found her inside the bathroom. Her body was soaked inside the water, and she was already gone. The man's face was startlingly white, and the coughing became more severe. Chen-ji reached out to pat him on his back. "Thank you." The man did not put the mask back on. The tiredness in his eyes could not be hidden anymore. Actually, all the passengers on this bus have their own stories. In the morning, everyone is busy, so the stories are well hidden amid the hustle and bustle. At night, these helpless, pained, and despairing people take this bus to head to the last stop. From the way that the man told the story, he did not seem to realize that the other passengers were ghosts, or perhaps he already knew that but treated them as people. "Do you know anything else?" "I know too much, like that mute next to us. I've met him before." There was a pity in the man's voice. "He is mentally challenged and doesn't know how to speak. He was a worker at a supermarket. He often gets bullied by others but smiles back at them, thinking they're saying good things about him. Then why would he get on this bus? An innocent person wouldn't get involved with these negative things. Chenji was confused. He's going to the last stop to find his daughter. The man did not have the heart to continue anymore. Due to a certain reason, someone reached out to a gang of ruffians to bully his daughter. They scorched her palms with cigarettes and pulled out her hair, and the camera even caught them doing worse thing to the girl. The girl did not tell her father because she did not want to worry him. However, in the end, the pressure was too much for the girl to bear, and she ended her life. School bullying? Chenji's eyes darkened. These things really did happen. He had personally witnessed it before. Did he call the police? How did the police handle this? The man next to them was mentally challenged, and his limbs were uncoordinated. He would even trip on himself when he was just out walking. Someone needed to help him fight for justice. Call the police? The man smiled darkly. The man who is mentally challenged, the mute, the man who has trouble even walking, knocked out the bunch of the ruffians and the culprit and dragged them to an abandoned building in eastern Zhejiang. Then he doused the place with fuel and burned them all in a large fire. He's not physically capable and he's mentally challenged. How did he manage to do all that? The police had the same question, so even today the case is still open. The murderer has not been found. The doctor and Chen Ji turned to look at the man at the same time. He sensed their eyes on him, and the man turned around to smile blankly at them. Using violence to stop violence, it will only lead to more problems. The heart that is already broken from pain will have trouble resisting the pressure that comes after taking revenge. He might go from one extreme to another. Chen Ji could not judge the father's actions. If he put himself in the father's shoes, he could not guarantee what he might do. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I think it's quite fair. Let's not talk about him anymore. I've seen more serious cases on this bus compared to him, the doctor said. There was one night when it was raining heavily. After I got on the bus, I saw a young man in a well-made suit get on. He looked so energetic and bright. He stood out easily from the rest of the passengers, but underneath that surface hid a very broken mind. What is the story about him? The young man was once a wedding host. He was very popular, and he had hosted several hundred weddings even though he had only worked in the field for a few years. Finally, it was his turn to get married. He dressed up nicely to welcome the bride, but they got into a car accident on their way back from the wedding. The bride died on the spot. Even though he survived, his face was ruined. The company politely requested him to quit. After that, he changed field to become a funeral designer. When his service was needed, he would help people design the funeral, and when he was free, he would look over the graveyard. That's quite normal, but in our conversation, he accidentally revealed some information. When the night was quiet and there was no one around, he would help the dead bodies connect the dots and help them with Minghun, and of course, he would be the host. The story told by the man was rather scary. He came on the bus to find his wife, and then he prepared to finish the wedding that he was owed. After hearing the story of the doctor from the burn unit, the mentally challenged father, and the wedding host, Chen Ji realized the bus on Route 104 was different from what he had imagined. The bus seemed to have become a route for the living humans in Zhejiang to use to enter the darker side of the city. People from all walks of life used it to find their last hope. Chen Ji did not know how to tell the doctor from the burn unit that while everyone treated this bus as their last hope, they were destined to fail. This was because the last stop of this bus was made from the deepest pain and despair. Chen Ji even suspected that the culprit in eastern Zhejiang made this bus to collect despair and various negative emotions. The Ghost Story Society created so many ghost stories to collect despair and negative emotions. The thing behind the door needs stuff like this. Other than that, only those living with extreme pain and despair can become vessels for ghosts. There were humans and ghosts on the last bus. They sped toward the last station with the last piece of hope, but the world that welcomed them would be one of endless despair. I cannot allow this to continue anymore. Looks like I'll need to drive this bus away. Perhaps I can use this to open a new path that leads directly to the haunted house. The strange living passengers on the bus reminded Chen Ji of the game that he had played at Fan Chong's home. Inside the game, other than red specters and other ghosts, there were many crazed murderers. Chen Ji now suspected that these murderers had once been living passengers on this very bus heading down Route 104. The whole town will be filled with baleful spirits and crazed murderers. The culprit in eastern Zhejiang is much crazier than the Ghost Stories Society. Chapter 540. Have you heard about the Ghost Stories Society? After hearing the doctor's stories, Chen Ji understood that every passenger on the bus had their own sad past. They had secrets buried inside their heart, and the last stop that the bus was heading toward in the middle of the night was for that last piece of hope. This was a bunch of sad people. Chenji wondered if he should tell them the truth. If he did not, they could still try to survive with that bit of hope. But if he did, these passengers might collapse from losing that last hope. The final destination of the hearse is Liwan City, the place that is influenced by the world behind the door. It is filled with evil and despair. All their effort is destined to be in vain. I cannot allow them to sink deeper into this abyss. These people deserve to be treated better. Telling them the truth might cause them to collapse, but if he also provided them with new hope, then things would be different. After giving it some thought, Chenji decided to use his own method to help them. The doctor noticed that Chenji had started to space out, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chenji did not answer. His brain was turning and the stories of Wang Qi, Su Yin, and even Dr. Gao appeared in his mind. He could fool them easily by taking these people's experiences as his own. "It's fine if you don't feel like sharing it. Perhaps we might see each other again on this bus." The man's eyes scanned Chenji and his lips moved slowly. "This is your first time on this bus, right?" Yes, Chenji nodded. The doctor nudged closer to Chenji and lowered his voice. "When you arrive at the place and someone asks you to choose between giving and accepting, remember to choose accepting." "What do you mean?" Chenji noticed the problem easily. "I just want to find my friend and I need to give or accept something. Brother, what is really at the last stop?" The doctor turned his head and looked around before he spoke. "There is a ghost apartment in the small town. You can hear the voice of the person you're looking for inside the building. If you wish to meet them, then you have to give up something." Chenji memorized what the doctor said in his heart. He had revealed some important information. There was a ghost apartment in Liwan City. He answered back in whisper, "Brother, I just want to see my friend. Do I need to give up something for that?" There is no free meal in this world. If you want to meet your friend, then you have to either accept something or give up something. The doctor was a kind-hearted person. He removed the glove and pulled up the sleeve. There was a red thread around his wrist. "This is to ward against evil. Whenever I enter the ghost apartment, I choose to accept. Every time I leave, there is a certain heaviness on my shoulders like something is on my back, following me out." Chenji knew what kind of acceptance the doctor was referring to. No wonder the doctor was radiating coldness and was so weak. The culprit used these despairing people to feed the ghosts, to use them as vessels. This was similar to the members of the Ghost Stories Society, but there was a small difference. These passengers had no idea that their bodies had become homes for ghosts, and that their emotions had become food for ghosts. They had no power to control the ghost, and could only accept everything passively. "Then what happens when you choose to give? Why won't you let me pick that?" "That's what the father next to us chose. Initially, you only needed to give up your nails or hair, but as time progresses, the things that you need to give up become worse, like teeth, fingers, your conscience, and the kindness in your heart." The doctor's voice was low. If Chenji did not have ghost ear, he would not have been able to hear it. "Even the conscience can be given up. They will have to go to the small town to do some things like stealing, mugging, or killing some things. After you choose giving, you'll realize that you'll slowly become someone that you cannot recognize." The doctor saw how curious Chenji was, and the lad did not look the least afraid, so he did not want to explain any more. "You only needed to remember that those who chose to give, after they have given everything, will stay inside that building." Meaning in the end they will give up themselves? Without heart, humanity, and memory, they had lost their identity. Chenji realized that these people whom the doctor mentioned were similar to the crazed murderers inside the game. They were cultivating darkness and highly aggressive. If the game represents the world behind the door in Liwan City, then those who chose to give probably end up being sent into the door. Those who chose to accept became vessels for monsters and were slowly being consumed. Those who chose to give eventually became monsters behind the door. Chenji compared the methods of the culprit in Eastern Jiujiang and the Ghost Stories Society. The society had people control the ghosts to investigate how to take control over the door, but the situation in Eastern Jiujiang was completely different. The culprit had the ghosts control the people, and then continued to feed the door nutrients. This made the already open door more chaotic in nature. If Dr. Gao was the epitome of both rationality and madness, then the culprit at Eastern Jiujiang was a complete monster. They no longer viewed human beings as human beings and tried their best to ruin everything that was good about humanity. This sure is a scary enemy. Chenji understood many things from his conversation with the doctor, and he slowly calmed down. The shadow at the fresh water plant managed to cross swords with the healing Zhang Ye. Could the Shadow's body really be in existence above Red Spectre? Chenji would run every time that he saw a Red Spectre before this, but with Su Yin and Bai Qiulin's growth, he had overcome his fear of Red Spectres. However, something scarier than that had appeared soon after. He had no idea how powerful the enemy was. Thinking about the fact that his parents had disappeared in eastern Jiujiang, Chenji suddenly felt unsettled. He looked at the e-bike parked in the middle of the aisle, and he grumbled to himself, "Have I been a bit too high-profile recently?" The woman in the raincoat was a Red Spectre, and she knew that her child was on the bus, but she still did not dare get on the bus. This went to show her terror due to the culprit. I'll need to reassess the enemy's ability since they are able to scare a Red Spectre. Chenji grumbled to himself. The doctor next to him thought he was spooked by the stories he scared, so he consoled him. "You'll be fine if you choose to accept. Perhaps you'll be able to see her before the burden becomes too much." The doctor's wish was really simple. Chenji did not want to see the kind man walk step by step into the darkness, and he decided to use his own method to save these people. "Actually, I know another way that you might be able to meet them, and you don't need to pay such a horrid price." "What kind of way?" The doctor's brow rose. He was interested. Turning around to look the doctor in the eye, Chenji said, "Have you heard about the Ghost Stories Society?" Chapter 541, Give Me the Child. "What is that?" The doctor frowned. From the name alone, he felt like the society was not that friendly. "A support group that is formed through mutual support. The members are people like us, people with stories." Chenji wanted to say that it was a support group for mental patients, but he realized how that sounded, so he changed his mind. "I'm not used to crowds." Various rumors had forced his lover to her death, so ever since then, the doctor did not like to communicate with other people. The only reason that he talked so much to Chenji was because he was the one who had approached Chenji, and he felt the passengers on the bus might have worse stories than he did. The doctor denied the offer. Chenji did not force him. After all, anyone would be suspicious when they were invited to join a strange society. "If you ever find yourself unable to carry the burden anymore but you still wish to see your wife, you can call me." Chenji left his phone number with the doctor. The doctor thought that he was weird, but he still memorized Chenji's number. "Brother, you mentioned the ghost apartment at Liwan City earlier. Can you tell me more details about it?" Chenji wanted to find out more information from the doctor. This was also a way to help the doctor. "You need to search for the building on your own when you arrive at the city. Sometimes—" The bus suddenly lurched to a stop. All the passengers leaned forward, and it also interrupted the doctor. The e-bike leaned to the side and knocked into a woman who wore a patient's garb with her head lowered. The black hair covered her face fully. After the bike knocked into her, she maintained her pose, completely immobile. "I'm sorry, did it hurt you?" Chenji quickly moved the bike back. He looked at the four women in patient's garbs, and he titled his head to the side and slowly squatted down. He wanted to see the four women's faces to confirm their identity. With one hand on the bike and another on the back of the seat, Chenji adjusted his angle, but he still could not see the woman's face. Hair seemed to grow out from the woman's entire head. However, Chenji still got away with a clue. He saw the name of the hospital from the woman's garb. It was a hospital with 4 characters, but the first character was blocked. The last 3 words were Xinyi Yuan 1. Chenji cross-referenced with the local hospitals in Jiujiang. The more famous ones were Central Hospital, the People's Hospital, and Jiujiang's Female and Children's Hospital. He could not figure out which hospital had the word Xin in its name. Why did they leave the hospital in the middle of the night? These 4 women were definitely not living humans. When Chenji approached them, his hair stood on end on reflex. He had even gotten used to this feeling. 4 ghosts sitting in a row, but why are they heading to Liwan City? Chenji already understood why living humans went to Liwan City, but he still did not understand why the dead were going to Liwan City. "I'm already so close to her, but how come they still haven't responded in the slightest? At least give me a glance." Ghosts were different from normal humans. He could not just drag any ghost back to the haunted house. He needed to understand them and observe them for a long time before he felt comforted enough to allow them to reside at the haunted house. When Chenji wanted to get more information from the 4 female patients, the announcement rang. They had arrived at the next stop. The doors opened, and the wind carried the rain into the bus. It fell on Chenji's back. Why is it raining so heavily? How come the weather forecast was so far off? Chenji turned around. He only glanced at the bus stop, but he found himself unable to move his eyes away. The rain fell like the heavens had opened up. A woman in a red raincoat stood alone in the middle of the bus stop. The rain slid down the rim of her cap and wetted her hair. "Were you the one on the phone with me that day?" Chenji stood inside the bus and looked at the woman outside the bus. Hearing this familiar voice, the woman slowly raised her head. A pair of strange-looking eyes looked at Chenji through the gap in the hair. "I promised to find your child within a week, so I risked my life to get on this hearse. I have not forgotten the promise that I've made you." Chenji sounded confident and trustworthy. The way that the woman looked at Chenji was different from how she looked at Xiao Gu. She stood where she was and did not nudge forward. The announcement began again. The driver, Tang Jun, saw Chenji conversing with the woman outside the bus and cold sweat slid down his face. He pressed the button to close the door. He hurried to the next station. Wait, just as the back door was about to close, Chenji used his backpack to block the door. "I have something I need to do." "This is not so good. Everyone has right to ride the public bus. We can't ask the whole bus to wait for you alone, right?" The driver was worried that Chenji might do something stupid. Whenever he heard Chenji's voice, he would panic. "You still remember that this is public transport, huh? Then why didn't you stop to let me get on earlier?" Chenji walked toward the front of the bus. He did not argue with the driver anymore, but stopped next to the middle-aged woman. The whole bus was looking at Chenji, waiting for what he was going to do. "What do you want?" The large, middle-aged woman moved deeper into her seat, and her voice dropped. Chenji did not waste time with her. He was not one to drag things out. Since the woman in the red raincoat had shown up, he could not delay the things with her child anymore. "Is the boy next to you yours?" Chenji rarely used this type of tone. It was devoid of emotion and chilling. Yes." The woman placed herself between Chenji and the boy to stop Chenji from getting closer to the boy. "I'll ask you again, is the boy yours?" Under the shocked gaze of the other passengers, Chenji took out the hammer from his backpack. The middle-aged woman looked around the bus with a pleading look, but none of them dared say anything. Her lips opened, and after a long hesitation, she said, "This is my relative's child. They are working in Jiujiang, and they're so busy, so I was asked to look after him." "So now he's your relative's child?" Chenji swung the hammer. "Wake the boy up. I have a few questions to ask him." The commotion was so loud, but the boy continued to slumber. He showed no trace of stirring. The middle-aged woman's face was conflicted. She pushed the boy, but he gave no response. "He's quite a heavy sleeper." "He's a heavy sleeper, or have you slipped him some drugs?" Chenji held the hammer with one hand. "Let me take a look at the child." The middle-aged woman's face slowly lowered. Her expression was changing. She seemed to know that there was no escape. She reached into her pocket to grab something. "Su Yin," Chenji did not give her the chance. When he noticed the change of expression on the woman's face, he immediately summoned Su Yin. "I'll repeat myself one last time, give me the child." Chapter 542, Get On. The space inside the bus became cold and oppressive, like something was standing next to Chenji, but he could not see it clearly. The middle-aged woman slowly removed her hands from the pocket, and her body was shaking. Without waiting for another order from Chenji, she moved the boy to the seat next to the aisle. Chenji picked up the boy from the seat. He still had some warmth, and Chenji could hear the heart beating. The boy was alive. Why would the woman bring the child to eastern Jiujiang? Is it because they believe a child has an easier time to become a door pusher? Having witnessed many tragedies in eastern Jiujiang, Chenji had noticed that the main characters of these stories were mostly children, but he still had not figured out why yet. Chenji walked to the back door. He did not get off, nor did he hand the boy over to the woman in the raincoat directly. He had heard Fan Chong say that one of the endings of the game was Xiao Bu being taken by the woman in the red raincoat. The woman was not Xiao Bu's mother, but she had still taken Xiao Bu with her and treated Xiao Bu as her child's replacement. Chenji was unsure whether this ending was good or bad. Compared to death, it was better, but this was unfair to Xiao Bu. This situation that he was facing then was similar to the game. The boy was unconscious, and no one could tell whether he was the woman's child. If he handed the boy to the woman in the raincoat, she would not reject it and would probably treat the boy as her child's replacement. Touching the boy's face, Chenji asked the woman outside, "Is he your child?" The woman's gaze softened. She did not answer Chenji's question but took one step forward. "Looks like he's not." Chenji had been staring at the woman. A mother who would stand in the heavy rain to wait for her child would definitely not act so calmly if the child that she had lost had been found. Chenji took one step back and placed the boy on the seat next to him. When the woman in the red raincoat saw that, her mouth that was sewn shut by red threads started to growl. The gentleness in her eyes disappeared instantly, and blood poured out from her eyes. It looked scary. I only promised to help you find your child. I did not say I would give you another person's child. If this was 1 month ago, Chenji definitely would not have been brave enough to tell a red specter off, but things were different now. He was on the hearse and he had Su Yin. Even though Zhang Ye was injured, she was not asleep. She could be summoned any time. You don't look that happy. Chenji held the hammer and looked the woman in the red raincoat up and down. I'm curious, since you know your child might be on the bus, then why don't you come in to inspect it yourself? What are you afraid of? The lips that were sewn together could not speak. The lips moved and the blood started to twist. The woman's emotions were agitated. Chenji could see her pain and anger. You've been standing at the bus stop to look for your child, so did you get separated from him at the bus stop? Your body is injured. After you lost your child, what happened to you when you were searching for him? Chenji's words reminded the woman of the past, and the painful images flashed across her mind. The rain fell on her body, and the droplets turned into blood when they hit the floor. In the rain, the woman stood alone at the bus stop, and blood pooled around her. A dark blood vessel was popping on the pale face. The woman lifted her head. She wanted to open her mouth, and the threads on her lips were slowly being pulled taut. Her face was torn by the action. She took deliberate steps toward Chenji. Standing at the door, Chenji stood in front of the boy, and he looked at the woman silently. You're afraid. I can see the fear in your heart. It's not that you don't want to get on this bus, but you're afraid to do so. You're fearful of the real owner of this bus, aren't you? A living person was speaking to a red specter so calmly about the fear in her heart. This was a very scary thing for the other passengers. The woman ultimately stopped before the door. She knew that the bus belonged to something else, and stepping onto it would be a violation of that something's rules. Your child disappeared on this bus, but for some reason you lack the courage to even step on this bus. How do you expect to find your child like this? With the other passengers watching him, Chenji extended his hand toward the woman. Get on, we'll look for your child together. The blood soaked the platform. The woman stopped at the door and her expression was conflicted. She was a red specter in eastern Jiujiang. If she got on the bus, she would break the contract that she had with another being, and they would end up in an opposing situation. Chenji could see the anxiety and pain within the red specter. He took a step forward and placed his hands lightly on the woman's shoulders. The rain drenched his clothes, but he ignored it. He looked right into the woman's eyes. Stop hesitating. I'm sure when your child wakes up from his nightmare, the first person that he'll want to see is you. The driver stared at the back door through the rearview mirror. His heart raced as he watched the interaction between Chenji and the red specter. His leg was hovering over the gas pedal. If they got into a fight or Chenji left the bus, he would leave this place immediately. However, what happened next was outside his expectations. The red specter, who was losing her control, started to calm down. She raised one hand to reach into the bus. This was something that had not happened before. The red specter had been watching outside the bus, and she had never once touched the bus before. Another one is getting on? The driver's Adam apple shook. He suddenly realized that the lives of all the passengers were on his shoulders, and the pressure was huge. Under Chenji's persuasion, the woman finally made a decision, but just as her hand was about to reach into the bus, the sound of children crying came from both sides of the road. Hearing this, the woman seemed to be reminded of something incredibly scary. The hand that reached out immediately pulled back. Her bloodied eyes looked at Chenji. She stopped for several seconds before turning and leaving the bus stop. What happened? The door closed, and the bus continued to move. Chenji looked at the empty bus stop and felt quite confused. He walked to the driver's seat while dragging the hammer. Before he said anything, the driver quickly said, I don't know anything, I'm just the driver, I swear. Since the driver had said that, Chenji did not give him more trouble. He put the hammer back into his backpack. He hugged the boy and took his seat next to the doctor. Well, at least the relationship between the woman in the red raincoat has improved. Chenji turned and saw the doctor looking at his backpack with fear, like he had not recovered from the things that happened earlier. Chapter 543, The Disappearing Bus Stop. I'm out and about in the middle of the night by myself. I have to bring something to protect myself in case of danger, right? Chenji gave his explanation. You have a point there. After a brief moment of hesitation, the doctor asked, the members of the society that you mentioned earlier, are they all like you? Compared to them, I'm the more rational one. You're the more rational one? The doctor coughed. His body was failing him. Yes, call me if you have the time. We can sit down and discuss this slowly. Chenji felt like he had good rapport with this good doctor, and the feeling seemed mutual. The bus moved in the rain. It soon arrived at the next station. Chenji stood up to glance out the window and did not see the woman in red raincoat. Where has she disappeared to? Did something happen to her? There were children crying at the previous stop, and I heard that sound at Eastern Jiujiang fresh water plant before. Did the shadow show up earlier? When the shadow showed up, Men Nan and Su Yin had appeared to stop Chen Ji. This went to show how scary the shadow was. I hope that woman will be all right. Chen Ji was worried about the woman in the red raincoat, but he soon traced the thought back to himself. This bus connects Eastern and Western Jiujiang to collect all the despairing souls from the city. The woman merely attempted to break the rules, and something happened. If I drive the whole bus away, will the culprit show up directly? Chen Ji thought about it and figured the chance of that happening was very low. The culprit is probably busy with something else, or else he would not have used his shadow to handle everything. Then again, there's also a possibility that the shadow itself is the culprit. It has no body, or the body is seriously injured, and everything it's doing is trying to fix its body. Chen Ji was not going to risk it. He decided to drive the bus away to test the enemy's reaction. Even if it's an existence above a red specter, it won't have come to Western Jiujiang to seek me out for no reason, right? If it really comes to that, I'll just hide myself inside the haunted house until Zhang Ye is fully recovered. As someone who was optimistic, only a personality like that enabled him to survive against the wave of complicated scenarios. The bus passed several stations before it reached the final destination, Liwan City. The bus stop was next to the mouth of West Street. It was very simple. The bus stopped, and to Chen Ji's surprise, the woman in the red raincoat showed up again. However, she looked rather winded, like she had just experienced a horrible battle. The bus stopped at this last bus stop for 3 minutes, but none of the passengers moved. 3 minutes later, under the watchful gaze of the woman in the red raincoat, the bus drove into Liwan City. The situation was similar to what Chen Ji had experienced in the game. After struggling loose from the woman in the red raincoat's assault, Xiao Bu had gotten onto the last bus and headed into Liwan City. The blurry buildings became clearer, and the bus trundled down the deserted street. The whole city felt empty. There was no light or sound. We've already passed the bus stop. Where are you taking us? Chen Ji held his backpack and walked to the driver. Now, whenever he heard Chen Ji's voice, the driver would be scared. The last stop is inside the town. We haven't reached it yet. He just wanted to finish the route and drop Chen Ji off. However, weirdly enough, he drove around the city for a long time but failed to find the bus stop. Are you lost? Hearing the annoyance in Chen Ji's voice, the driver started to explain. I'm not lying to you. There was a bus stop here, it's the last stop, but that place disappeared today. The driver pointed at an empty space next to the junction. How is it going to benefit me by lying to you? I also wish for all of you to get off my bus as soon as possible, but we have a rule that we can only stop by bus stops or bad things will happen. If there's no stop, do you plan to continue driving aimlessly around town? The doctor stood up. He had been silent because things had nothing to do with him, but now that the bus could not stop, he was unable to get to the ghost apartment to hear his wife's voice. I also want to stop, but I just stop anywhere. Something special will get on the bus. The driver turned the car around. The only idea that I have now is to return to the earlier stop and park there. If you want to enter Liwan City, you can walk there. The driver glanced at Chen Ji when he spoke. He was worried that Chen Ji might have a different opinion. Reality proved that his worry was founded. Just stop here. Chen Ji pointed at the empty space. In the game, the bus taken by Xiao Bu had stopped there. Everything so far matched the game, so the place where the bus stopped should be a piece of empty land. Once Chen Ji said so, the driver did not even resist and parked the bus. We've reached the final stop. Please get off now. I cannot stay here for too long. Then he turned to look at Chen Ji with a polite smile. He sighed like a great burden had been lifted. Have a good journey. Thank you. Chen Ji held the bag with one arm as he turned toward the driver. Since we're here, why don't we get off together? Together? The smile froze on the driver's face. My job is to transport you all here safely. I still need to drive the bus back, so I can't accompany you. Just park the bus here, there's no need to rush. If there were no living people on the bus, Chen Ji would have taken out his comic and started a massacre. Seeing the persistence from Chen Ji, the driver relented and cursed his back luck internally. He realized that compared to angering Chen Ji, it was better to just follow his orders. Fine, I'll get off with you. The driver pressed the button, and all the doors opened at the same time. Just as that happened, the 4 women in patient's garbs who had been so silent throughout the journey suddenly went mad and rushed out the back door with incredible speed. Chen Ji was standing by the driver's seat, so when he recovered, the 4 had already disappeared into the dark city. It was too late to give chase, but Chen Ji did not mind it. Have fun running. After all, I've already found out the name of your hospital. There's nowhere else you could have run off to. He had Su Yin look after the back door to prevent an accident from happening again. Chen Ji allowed the mentally challenged father and doctor to get off first. Then he closed the bus doors. Don't worry, we will have many chances to see each other in the future. Chapter 544, The Story of the Driver Ghost. After the living humans left, Chen Ji took out his comic to summon all his employees. He did not explain that much and strode directly to the back of the bus. The crowd of people swarmed the tight space. The couple was scared. They did not expect to run into something like this. It will get dangerous here. You should come with me for now. Chen Ji did not ask for the couple's opinion and had Yan Danian pull them into the comic directly. The couple was just stronger, lingering spirits. They were similar level with Duan Yue and Al Zhou, so Chen Ji was not worried about them creating trouble. After dealing with the couple, Chen Ji led his people to surround the driver, Tang Jun. Speak, why wouldn't you let me get on the bus at the bus stops? The driver did not expect Chen Ji to be so resentful and would not forgive him after they had reached the last stop. The driver cowered into himself, sensing the pressure coming from all sides, and he uttered softly, "Red specters are not allowed on the bus. The bus is only for despair-filled people and spirits." How did you know that I have a red specter with me? Chen Ji glanced at the driver, but he did not dwell on that and instead asked, "Who asked you to drive this bus?" I don't know, the driver answered carefully. He had not been surrounded like this before. Without waiting for Chen Ji to ask, he told him everything. I was just a normal bus driver. I used to drive the last bus on Route 104. Our company had many ghost stories related to this last bus, saying it would run into many strange things, so many people refused to drive it. In the end, the leader had no choice but to offer extra money for those who were willing to drive it. I was rather brave, so I took up the offer. Then what happened to you? Chen Ji looked at the driver's face. The man was probably not lying. Route 104 is very long. It cuts through Jiujiang, joining eastern and western Jiujiang. When I reported for work on the first day, the old driver who got off his shift gave me a few pointers. The driver looked at Chen Ji, and regret overwhelmed him. He told me whenever I reached a bus stop, regardless of whether there was anyone on the bus or at the bus stop or not, I have to open both the doors and wait several minutes. Other than that, he warned me from stopping at any place that doesn't have a bus stop sign and told me to not stay at a bus stop for more than 3 minutes. The last tip, which was also the most important, was to drive as slow as I can on rainy days. The sweat collected on the driver's face. He kept using the towel on his shoulders to wipe it, but it was no use. After a while, Chen Ji realized that it was not sweat but water. As the conversation continued, the driver's face paled. His skin started to bloat like it had been submerged in water for a long time. I remembered the pointers by heart. For the first few weeks, I followed his orders to the T. No matter what, I would stop the bus and wait at the bus stop. It was not until 1 month later that things changed. It was raining that night. After entering eastern Jiujiang, no one got on the bus. I was the only one on the bus. I followed the old driver's advice for the first few stops, but after a while I thought, if there was no one on the bus and the bus stops was empty, why should I open and close the doors? It was a waste of time. The day was similar to today. The rain continued to pour, and I was in a rush to go home, so when I passed the later bus stops and saw that they were empty, I would drive past them. When I passed the bus stop for the fresh water plant, I suddenly heard someone talking inside the bus. I couldn't tell for sure what they said. It sounded like they were telling me to stop. The world outside was so dark, and I was nowhere near a bus stop, so I did not stop. After driving for a while, I realized that something was wrong. There was no passenger on the bus, so where did the voice come from? At this point, the driver's shoulders started to shiver. He lowered his head and his hands gripped his hair. The sweat from his forehead slid down his face. I felt like my whole body was frozen. I raised my head to look at the rearview mirror, and I saw someone standing behind me. His skin was white and bloated. His eyes were popping out of their sockets. The driver slowly raised his head. His skin was blanched, and his eyes were popping, similar to his own description. In my panic, I turned the steering wheel, and the bus flew into the river. The driver had a talent for storytelling. After he finished, he glanced at Chen Ji. He realized that Chen Ji did not go on the offensive, so he continued. I saw myself fall into the water. Then after who knows how long, when I opened my eyes, I realized that I was still on this bus. There was a shadow standing next to me, and it told me that I would get my freedom after ferrying 1,000 passengers. A shadow, describe it for me. The shadow was my size. It felt like my own shadow had come alive. I could not describe its voice, or rather, I forgot all about it after hearing it. Based on the driver's tone and expression, he did not seem to be lying. This ghost sure is something else. It's much more cunning compared to the other ghosts I've faced. If you want to investigate that shadow, I can provide you with one extra piece of information. The driver's face was expanding and scary. He had shed his disguise. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Let me go. The driver looked at Chen Ji expectantly. My family must be worried about me. I want to go back to take a look at them. I will definitely accompany you to go back home. Tell me if you have any other wish. I will do my best to help you fulfill them. Chen Ji's attitude softened aplenty. He already treated the driver as one of his own. You will follow me home? The driver had no idea what Chen Ji was up to. He had a feeling that this man before him might go after his family. After a long hesitation, the driver sighed and gave up on his struggle. I once asked the shadow why it needed me to transport the passengers to Liwan City. It told me it was rearing something there, and it needs a constant supply of pain and despair. Making a door lose control and sending all the pained souls from Jiujiang to this place just because he's cultivating something. Chen Ji remembered what the driver said. He asked a few more questions before pulling the driver into the comic. The middle-aged woman was the only passenger that remained. She had witnessed Chen Ji's acts of violence, and she was shivering like a leaf. Don't waste my time. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 545, New Trial Missions. Having seen the passengers disappear one after another, the anxiety in her heart grew. I was only responsible for sending the children to Liwan City. I don't know about anything else. You don't know about anything? Then I have no reason to keep you around. Chen Ji had Su Yin and the other employees surround her. The woman screamed and her ugly face started to shift. The clothes that looked so old-fashioned started to leak out with blood. They formed into small children's handprints. Let me off the bus. The voice was hoarse, and the woman's body creaked and cracked as she expanded in size. Seeing the changes, Chen Ji and the surrounding passengers were calm. They were like visitors watching the beast roar from outside the cage. If you want to get off the bus, then you just need to tell me where all the children have been taken. Chen Ji had promised the woman in the red raincoat to find her child within 1 week, and 3 days had already passed. The woman did not appear to hear Chen Ji's voice, and she continued to lash out at her surroundings. Interestingly enough, Chen Ji did not seem to be able to witness the changes on the woman. He kept his voice calm and even. It was you who kidnapped all these children, wasn't it? He pointed at the boy who was still unconscious with an innocent-looking face. The woman seemed to realize that Chen Ji was the center of all the ghosts. Chen Ji had just placed the hammer inside his backpack, and he was empty-handed. She did not hesitate. Her venomous eyes focused on Chen Ji, and she charged forward. Chen Ji looked at the woman who charged at him, but he did not even pretend to evade. A half-red specter, looks like you're the strongest presence on this 2-star mission. The woman stopped in the middle of her charge. Her body was frozen due to fear. There was someone else that appeared between her and Chen Ji. The red on the clothes fell like rain. Without an order from Chen Ji, Su Yin already appeared before him. The last bus on Route 104 is a 2-star scenario, and the strongest enemy here is a half-red specter. Now that I think about it, there should be a similarly strong presence at Mu Yang High School. Chen Ji was still hung up on the old headmaster. Considering that he might be a half-red specter, Chen Ji's interest heightened. After having Su Yin detain the woman, Chen Ji did not kill her directly. He planned to hand this woman over to the woman in the red raincoat. Karma always catches up to you. The woman had no idea what Chen Ji was thinking, but seeing the smile on Chen Ji's face, terror gripped her heart. After putting the other employees away, Chen Ji picked up the unconscious boy and got off the bus. When both his feet touched the ground, the black phone vibrated. The mission has been completed. Chen Ji turned back to look at the bus. The whole bus was empty. At the end of the mission, he had been the last passenger to descend. With my current capability, I should be able to challenge a more difficult mission. Chen Ji was familiar with the changes to his ability. A few months ago, a 2-star mission would have been a struggle to even survive, but now, things had completely changed. Looks like all my effort so far has paid off. Chen Ji took out the phone and clicked the new message to read. Congratulations, Spectres favored. You've successfully completed the 2-star trial mission, the hearse. Mission completion rate is 100%. Congratulations for obtaining the hidden item, the last bus on Route 104. Last bus on Route 104, a hearse signifying misfortune and tragedy. It's involved in many accidents. It can only go on the road on the morning after a rainy night. Warning, now you have 2 choices. 1. Unlock the scenario, the hearse, inside the maze of horror. After unlocking this scenario, the hearse will be unable to leave the maze of horror. 2. Keep the hearse, the vehicle that can only go on the road on the morning after a rainy night. When you pass a bus stop, there's a chance to attract special passengers. After reading the message, Chen-ji chose the second one without hesitation. There would be plenty more scary scenarios, but only one hearse, and the special power matched Chen-ji's desire perfectly. A specific chance to attract special passengers. Once such passengers got on Chen-ji's bus, there was no chance that they were going to leave the bus after that. After making his choice, the black phone vibrated again. 2-star scenario, the hearse has been completed. The Castle of Nightmares will now unlock new trial missions. New unlockable scenarios increased. Twin water ghosts, Big Sister tied the rock to my feet, and as my body sunk, I saw a lot of dark water grass dancing in the dam. Scream factor, 2 stars. Ghost fire, there are constantly weird noises coming from the neighbor's home, but the place is supposed to be vacant. Scream factor, 3 stars. End of the tunnel, what is at the end of the tunnel? Scream factor, 3 stars. Ghost Town, Liwan City, Mummy, I'm Zio Bu, Scream factor, 3.5 stars. Ghost fetus, one day I will become you, Scream factor, 4 stars. The game of curse at Xin Hai's Central Hospital. There's a game of curse and death going on at this abandoned hospital. Scream factor, 4 stars. It will only be unlocked after you complete the preceding missions. The black phone updated with 6 new trial missions, and the easiest one had a 2-star difficulty. The thing that made Chen-ji frown was that the only 2-star missions seemed to be underwater. He knew how to swim, but it was still inconvenient. The mission is called Twin Water Ghosts, so there should be more than one enemy. Also, the mission description is weird. Is the water grass that I saw actual grass or the hair of dead people? The difficulty of the missions had increased drastically, and of the 2 newly unlocked 3-star scenarios, he had just heard about the ghost fire for the first time, while the end of the tunnel should be related to his previous nightmare mission. Chen-ji had met the Red Spectre at the tunnel once, and he felt like this should be the easiest mission. If there's a chance, I should go and complete this tunnel mission first. Perhaps my haunted house will be able to welcome a new Red Spectre. It was worth noting that the mission that Chen-ji was currently doing, the Ghost Town, Liwan City, was 3.5 stars. Chen-ji predicted that this was due to the door that had gotten out of control. After the door went out of control, the difficulty increased to 3.5 stars. Then again, this also means that the situation at Liwan City was not as scary as a 4-star mission. The last 2 missions were both 4 stars. Chen-ji did not expect that. Eastern Jiujiang was much more dangerous than he had thought. Now there are 3 4-star missions on the list. There's no need to rush. I need to prepare first. Chen-ji was calculating the opening date for the new futuristic park. He wanted to do a 4-star mission and come out with a big announcement right before the new park opened. Chapter 546, Persuasion. After the hearse connected Western Jiujiang to Eastern Jiujiang, Chen-ji did not expect the black phone to unlock 2 4-star scenarios and 1 3.5-star scenario. The few missions are probably related, and the culprit in Eastern Jiujiang might be hiding at one of the scenarios. Chen-ji looked at the mission information on the phone and had a hard time calming down. Xin Hai Central Hospital, I have not heard of this place. And the ghost fetus, there's no way I can tell the mission content from the name alone. Conflicted, Chen-ji thought about the situation. The previous 3-star scenario had led him to face a weird individual like Dr. Gao, then the 4-star scenario might have a presence more powerful than a Red Spectre. Chen-ji was familiar with the difference between a normal spirit and a Red Spectre. Similarly, the ghost above Red Spectre would be far more powerful than a normal Red Spectre. Even a top Red Spectre like Zhang, you might not be able to fight them. Chen-ji thought back to all the ghosts that he had encountered since obtaining the black phone to try to speculate the power of a ghost above Red Spectre. Lingering spirits cannot be communicated with. They're just a thought that refuses to leave. They are even afraid of people with too much yang energy. Normal baleful specters will not appear in broad daylight, and they normally possess a certain object for survival. However, rare-type specters are completely different. Each of them possesses a special power, and even though their spirit might be limited, they are able to toy with human beings with their power. Above that will be a half-red specter. These are baleful specters that have the potential to become red specters. All of them are cruel and violent monsters. After finding their heart, half-red specters will become real red specters, and they can control these weird blood threads along with many other weird powers. I've seen the way Zhang Ya fights people. It was similar to other red specters, but the only difference is that her black hair appeared endless, like once touched. You'd be dragged into an endless, blackened sea of despair. Zhangya was undeniably the strongest red specter that Chen Ji had currently. However, her attack method was still quite singular. She was merely the strongest among the red specters, and there was no tactical change about her. The black blood stain that the Ghost Story Society obtained from behind the door seems to be useful to Zhangya. However, Zhangya became obviously more ruthless after she consumed it. If she continues to consume those black blood stain, she might one day run amok. Regarding this top red specter that lived in his shadow, Chen Ji really did not know what kind of attitude he should use to face her. There's no use cracking my head over it now. I'll think about it when I chance upon the black blood. Liwan City's mission was 3.5 stars. It was half a star more difficult than the underground morgue. Zhangya was injured, and Su Yin still had not found his heart. Chen Ji thought about it and decided that it was not yet time to start this mission. I should try to finish the first few 3-star missions first, and come back to this mission after I obtain more red specters. Chen Ji looked at the empty space where the bus was parked. The driver had said that there was supposed to be a bus stop there, and he had seen it in the game. However, in real life, the bus stop had disappeared. This went to show many things. The ghosts that were hidden deep inside Liwan City were probably cautious of Chen Ji as well. The driver said that his mission is to send living humans to Liwan City because the shadow is rearing something at Liwan City. The culprit is probably afraid that I might show up to ruin his plan completely. The plan had been started several years ago to siphon all the despair to a small town and then purposely make a door go out of control. To commit to such a large scale, this was definitely more than cultivating a red specter. Chen Ji was suddenly reminded of the many children who had met grisly ends in the game at Linwan City. His eyes moved to the 4-star trial mission, Ghost Fetus. These two missions are probably related. Could the Ghost Fetus be the thing that the Shadow is cultivating in Liwan City? The Ghost Fetus was rated a 4-star mission by the Black Phone, so there had to be something scary about it. However, Chen Ji currently had too little information to come up with a useful hypothesis. I need to find Xiao Bu first. Before clearing the game, I shouldn't start the trial mission in Liwan City. The game reflected reality, and the plot in the game reflected the actual murders that happened in real life. Chen Ji believed that by completing the game and mastering all the side quests, it would be greatly helpful when he tackled the mission in Liwan City in real life. But I'm still lacking power. His heart was unsettled. The appearance of 2 4-star scenarios made Chen Ji feel a sense of danger. I cannot give up any chance to improve the haunted house's power. Reminded of something, Chen Ji picked up the unconscious child to return to the bus. Sitting at the driver's seat, Chen Ji tried to operate the bus. He realized that the bus was seriously outdated, like it could crumble at any minute. Stepping on the pedal, Chen Ji turned the bus around. The large Liwan City had no trace of light. Chen Ji drove the bus alone down the road. He drove the bus to the entrance to Liwan City. There was a singular red shadow standing at the bus stop by the roadside. The bus stopped, and Chen Ji had Su Yin escort the middle-aged lady off the bus. Once the middle-aged lady was carried off the bus, the woman in the red raincoat's eyes turned red immediately, and she almost lost control. If you kill here, the clue to your child's location will be lost. Chen Ji stood before the woman. The desire to kill that radiated from the woman overwhelmed Chen Ji. She sent your child into Liwan City, so we need her to give us the exact location. The woman slowly calmed down. Her eyes moved from the middle-aged woman to fall on Chen Ji. This was the first time that Chen Ji had seen the woman's face up close. There were small nicks on her cheeks and neck. Her lips were sewn shut by blood threads, and they would tear whenever she wanted to speak. Life sure is hard for you as well, and I sincerely want to help you. I will leave you to deal with this middle-aged woman. I hope you can get the location of your child from her. Chen Ji sighed. I know that you have your own reason for not entering Liwan City, but if you wish to find your child, you will have to enter it. I don't ask that you listen to my command. I just want to tell you that I will accompany you to help you find your child. The woman in the red raincoat was shaken, and Chen Ji added while the iron was hot. After you get your child's location, you can come find me at Western Jiujiang's New Century Park. I promise you in the capacity of the chairperson of the Ghost Story Society, no matter how dangerous Liwan City is, I will accompany you into the city to help you find your child. Chapter 547, First Building First Floor. After that, Chen Ji had Su Yin hand the middle-aged woman to the woman in the red raincoat. I'll wait for your news. He did not stay at the bus stop but led Su Yin back onto the bus. The woman's screams came from the bus stop. Blood pooled around the raincoat, and it crawled into the middle-aged woman's body like snakes. Hearing the cries for mercy from the woman, the lady in the red raincoat did not appear happy. Her red eyes looked at Chen Ji on the bus, and the emotions in them were complicated. Chen Ji did not use the middle-aged woman as a bargaining chip to force her to do something, but handed her over to her directly. This action made the woman in red raincoat's impression of him improve by a lot. The bus left the stop and headed directly for Fan Chong's home. The rain started to lighten, and Chen Ji carried the e-bike from the bus and up the building. After an eventful journey, Chen Ji arrived at Fan Chong's place at around 2 a.m. He was afraid that Fan Chong would already be asleep, so he sent him a message first. After some time, Chen Ji's phone started to vibrate. Fan Chong called him directly after seeing his message. "Boss Chen, are you downstairs?" "Yes, I hope I didn't wake you up. I guess you aren't sleeping yet." "It's raining outside. I'll come get you immediately." "There's no need. I came today to ask you some things." The phone hung up, and Chen Ji placed the e-bike at the parking lot and then entered the building with the keys. He reached the top floor, and the door to Fan Chong's place was open. "My brother is sleeping in the other room. He needs to work tomorrow morning." Fan Chong was excited when he saw Chen Ji. "Boss Chen, I got a few other endings. The game has quite a few Easter eggs won." "This time I'm not here for the game." Chen Ji had not forgotten what had happened at Jiujiang's mental asylum. He wanted to go take a look at Jiang Long's apartment. In the game, after Xiao Bu opened the door behind the closet in her classmate's home, the style of the game changed. If the game was a reflection of real life, then the door that had gotten out of control in Liwan City was probably in Jiang Long's home. Chen Ji wanted to see the difference between the door that had gotten out of control and a normal door. "You're not here for the game? You came so late at night just to return the e-bike?" Fan Chong was confused. "That is one of the reasons. Let's go in first and I'll tell you." Chen Ji stood in the corridor, and he had a bad feeling about the place, like something was eavesdropping on them. After closing the door, Fan Chong handed Chen Ji a towel. "You're so soaked. Why don't you change into some of my clothes first?" "Thanks, but it's fine." Chen Ji cut right to the chase. "Fan Chong, you have played the game before. Did you realize that the building where Xiao Bu's classmate lived was very similar to the first building of your residential area?" Initially, that did not even cross Fan Chong's mind, but once Chen Ji brought it up, his eyes slowly widened. "Now that you mention it, the residential area where Xiao Bu's classmate stayed is rather similar to the layout here. I plan to visit Xiao Bu's classmate's home tonight." Chen Ji stood. Because his clothes were wet, he did not want to stain the furniture. Xiao Bu's classmate's home? In real life, Fan Chong had trouble following Chen Ji's thought. "I've already contacted the police. Xiao Bu's classmate is now a mental asylum patient, and I know his home's exact location." With that, Chen Ji confused Fan Chong even more. "Boss Chen, aren't you a haunted house operator? Why would you have a relation with the police?" "Don't worry, I didn't reveal anything about the game, and the connection to the police is due to a dismemberment case." "Dismemberment case?" Fan Chong's face paled immediately. "Yes, it's at Ming Yang residence not far from here." "It's not far from here." "Yes, the murderer is still currently on the loose, but I already have a few suspects in mind." Chen Ji did not consider Fan Chong's feelings when he said those things. He forgot how terms like murder, dismemberment, and killer might affect a normal person. Fan Chong also got nervous hearing what Chen Ji was up to. "What do you need from me?" "Based on my previous investigation, I confirmed that Xiao Bu's classmate's home was this residential area's first building's first floor and first unit. You and your brother have stayed here for so long already. Did you notice anything weird?" The first building was just opposite from Fan Chong's building. He only needed to pull back the curtain to see it. "I don't think there's anything weird about the place, but now that you put it that way, it does look quite creepy," Fan Chong answered with a bitter smile. "There's no need to hurry, give it time to think. When your brother wakes up tomorrow, you can ask him as well or ask the other old tenants at the area." Chen Ji did not expect to have a result on day one. "This is the key to your bike. I'll place it on the table. Your bike was the MVP tonight." Fan Chong did not know what Chen Ji was talking about. He thought about it and then waved at Chen Ji. "Come with me. I've thought about it and realized that there was something weird about that building." The two entered the bedroom, and Fan Chong pulled back the curtain. Liwan City is the easternmost side of eastern Jiujiang, so the traffic here is very inconvenient. Many people have moved away because of that, and the tenancy rate here today is only 1/3. Fan Chong pointed at the building opposite. When we first moved here, we planned to stay at the first building because the rental there is much cheaper compared to the 3 other buildings. However, our current landlord told us that the place is not safe, and many tenants that moved into that building would disappear due to mysterious circumstance. Disappeared, Chenji was immediately reminded of the door. He suspected that these people had entered the door. Yes, we saw people move in, but one day, they stopped appearing. No one knew whether they had moved or something else happened. Did no one call the police? It's no use calling the police. Eastern Jiujiang is near the countryside, and most of the people here are not locals, so they move about a lot. The police would come to check whether it was a big case like murder. They realized that there was no sign of fighting inside the home, and everything looked normal, so they left. After this carried on for a while, everyone sort of got used to it. Other than that, what else happened? Chenji looked at the first floor of the first building. All the windows had tape seals on them. Was it the police who put those seals up? Yes, there was once someone who lived on the first floor. It was an old lady who lived alone. She often said that there was a little child standing outside her window at night. The people around her knew that she was not a liar, and they even came up with a group to ambush the child who wanted to scare the old lady. And then what happened? Chenji was intrigued. The mention of the child connected his thought to the ghost fetus directly. Fan Chong shook his head. There was no child. The old woman was probably too old and confused. The people squatted there for a whole night and saw no child. In the end, they entered the old woman's room to inspect and realized that the window in her room was caked with grease and grime, so standing inside, there was no way she could have seen anything that was outside. Couldn't see out the window? Chenji thought about it and asked, could it be that the child has been standing inside the room? Chapter 548, The Room. The bedroom suddenly became quiet. Fan Chong looked at Chenji's face, forgetting what he was going to say. No, that can't be right. After a long time, Fan Chong forced a smile. Every time he was with Chenji, he had to remind himself to be quiet and calm, but he often found himself being stunned by the words that left Chenji's lips and the things that he did. The door and windows of the old lady's place are unharmed, and the child wouldn't have shown up inside the room. Could it be that the child sneaked into the room when the old lady was out and had been hiding inside the room, and he'd only appear after the old lady crawled into bed and fell asleep? How come you're making it sound so scary? Fan Chong could not catch up to Chenji's train of thought. He did not think that this would be that scary, but once Chenji gave his thought, his heart quivered. I just stated the most possible scenario with the limited clues. Even so, what was the child doing at the old lady's home at night? Prank, to steal stuff. Chenji looked at the building opposite, his eyes focusing on the tapes. It's quite a heartless for a child to prank an old lady. The chance of it being a thief is bigger, but not by much. By the way, was the child that the old lady saw a girl or a boy? Is that important? Fan Chong combed his memory. It should be a girl. A girl? Chenji turned around and looked at the game that was playing on screen. Could it be that Xiao Bu has returned? The leap in Chenji's thought was big. Before Fan Chong could get it, Chenji continued. The first floor of the first building was where Xiao Bu's classmate's house was. If the game reflects reality, then Xiao Bu would show up there. After all, that is the door's location. He did not hesitate. I wish to go over to the building to take a look. Do you want to come with? Now Fan Chong shivered. You're going there at 2 a.m. There are too many people in the morning, and that will limit our actions. It's better at night. Boss Chen, it's not that I'm a coward. Fan Chong took up the cola from the table and took a sip. This seemed to be the way the man calmed himself down. The old lady passed away soon after she saw the girl. She died from a sudden heart attack. When the ambulance arrived, they were already too late. At the time, I was also there. I heard the medical people say that the old lady was too old, and the sudden heart attack meant that she shouldn't have been able to make the emergency call. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but after what you told me tonight, the more I think about it, the more confused I am. The old lady stayed at her place alone, so when she lost her mobility due to the heart attack, who was the person who called the emergency number for her? Didn't this show that the child did not have any intention of harming her? Perhaps she was just passing by. Brother, aren't you being a bit optimistic? Fan Chong shook his head. I don't feel that safe going there now. Never mind then, you can stay here. We will keep in contact over the phone. If you see anything weird from the window, remember to tell me on the phone. Then Chenji picked up his backpack and headed out. Fan Chong tried to stop him, but looking at his back, he did not know what to say. Chenji stood alone in the darkened residential area. Liwan City's difficulty is 3.5 stars. The final enemy is more powerful than Dr. Gao. If I can find Xiao Bu and combine the help of all the victims, the success rate of this mission will drastically increase. From how Chenji saw it, it was just a coincidence that Xiao Bu opened the door. Even though the door was ultimately the reason Liwan City had become how it was, the culprit was not Xiao Bu. She was technically also a victim. Chenji reached the first building. The first floor had 2 rooms, one on the left and the other on the right. The old lady's home was the one on the west side, and Jiang Long's was on the east side. Studying the rusted door, Chenji opened the backpack, activated the recorder, and pulled out his phone to call Fan Chong. Fan Chong, I've entered the building. Now I have a question for you. What is it? Are there still tenants living in the first building? Chenji gripped the hammer. If this place was already abandoned or all the tenants were on the top floor, then he was going to rely on violence. A few days ago, I ran into the mother on the 3rd floor at the market. There are still tenants, but probably just 2 or 3 families. Fan Chong's answer disappointed Chenji. He released the grip on the hammer and zipped up the bag. Why did you ask that? If there are still tenants, I have to be more careful. Chenji walked toward the window. He held the bag, leaned against the window, and looked in. Boss Chen, it's 2 a.m. You're leaning against the window. What if someone sees you? How are you going to explain this? If you keep this up, I'm going to hang up. Chenji's pupils narrowed. He used yin-yang vision to look inside the room. The place had 2 rooms and 1 living room. It was probably around 80 meters wide, and the decoration was very simple, but there were many handcrafted art pieces. It was very stylistic, and the people who lived there seemed to have a passion for life, happy people. The decoration was different from the story that Chenji knew and did not fit Jiang Long's identity. To open the door, one has to be completely wrapped in despair, from the heart to the body. Chenji felt like when Jiang Long first met Xiao Bu's mother, he probably promised something to make Xiao Bu's mother fall in love with him. When the woman was feeling the haze of happiness, he changed into a different person, lavishing her with endless cruelty and despair. Chenji moved his gaze and saw the closet in the living room. The world outside the closet was filled with happiness, but behind it was torture and torment. This contrast was just like Xiao Bu's game. Before the style changed, it was filled with color and sunlight, but once the style changed, the game became filled with ghosts and murderers. The door should be here. Chenji walked past the few windows. He noticed the window at the bathroom was cracked. It had probably been hit by the children when they were playing with a ball. I can get in through here. Chenji used the hammer to make the hole bigger. He reached in to open the lock of the window. He jumped into the room. He summoned Su Yin to follow behind him as he entered the living room and pushed the closet aside. It's similar to the game. Underneath the closet was a wooden board that shared the same color as the tiles around it. After lifting it up, there was a hidden passage that led downward. The space underneath here is quite big. Chenji studied the wooden board. He felt like this probably was not the door that Xiao Bu opened. He prepared to enter the hidden dungeon to take a closer look. Chapter 549, The Missing Door. Having Su Yin lead the way, after making sure there was no danger, Chenji entered the place. He followed the wooden stairs to get to the bottom of the room. Chenji ended the call and used the flashlight function on his phone. He bent down and crawled forward. After 3 or 4 meters of walking, there was a steel door with police tape. Probably due to the moisture underground, the door was covered with red rust. Chenji tried to push the door and discovered something surprising. The door seemed to have grown into the surrounding soil and formed a whole entity. No matter how hard he pushed, the door did not budge. Is it locked? Chenji inspected the door. There was no even a keyhole, so the possibility of it being locked was 0. Looks like I have to use another method. After taking out the hammer, Chenji did a quick calculation between the tunnel and the surface. If I start working here, I don't think the tenants above will be able to hear me. He took several steps back and raised the hammer to hit on the edge of the door heavily. The impact caused the rust to fall, and dust from above him fell on his shoulders. It gave him the sensation that the place was caving in. Bang, bang, bang. When Chenji ended Fan Chong's call, he had already been prepared. He swung the hammer multiple times before the door was cracked open. Clots of soil fell out, and Chenji felt the ground under his feet move. The place was dangerous, but since he was there, not going in to look was not Chenji's style. He looked at the door that he had cracked open, and he reached out to touch the edge. At the place where the door was connected to the soil, there were many plant roots that looked dried and dead. Most of them were gray, but some were blood red. Are these the blood vessels that crawled out from behind the door? What's the difference between a normal door and one that has lost control? The longer Chenji inspected the door, the more confused he became. The whole door was encased into the tunnel, and it was hard to open. An adult like myself had a hard time opening it, much less Xiao Bu. Chenji suspected that this door was not the door that Xiao Bu had opened, but was one that was added on later by the police to prevent people from trespassing into the dungeon. The door had a police seal, and there was no keyhole. Instead of a door, this was more like a partition to block people's way. If this door was installed by the police, then where is the real door to the dungeon? Studying the edge of the steel door, Chenji soon discovered something. Inside the steel door, somewhere further away, was a wooden door frame that was bright red. However, weirdly enough, while the frame was there, the door itself had disappeared. There should be a second door to the dungeon, so where is the door? Did the door disappear after going out of control, or have the police taken it away as evidence? Did they discover something on the door? Chenji thought to himself. He raised his phone, and when the light fell on the space behind the door, his heart skipped a beat. There was a hidden room around 30 meters behind the steel door. There was a large cage in the middle of the room, and inside it was a mound of woolly dolls' clothes. Right in the middle of the dolls' dresses stood a little girl. Xiao Bu? Su Yin did not react, and Chenji walked closer with the hammer. He moved 1 meter forward, and when he was close enough to the girl, he realized that it was a mannequin. The mannequin's face was scrawled fully with the name Jiang Bai. It looked quite scary since the marker used was red. Jiang Bai is Jiang Long's daughter. Why is her name written on the mannequin's face? The iron cage was not locked, and Chenji soon made a new discovery. All the dolls' clothes had the name Zhang Chuyu written on them with color pencils. Chenji was familiar with this name as well. That was Jiang Long's official wife. Did Xiao Bu have Zhang Chuyu put on all the dolls' clothes and trap her inside the cage for revenge? Xiao Bu had pushed the door open, and there was no chance of her surviving behind the door with her young age. Based on Chen Ji's speculation, when Xiao Bu exited the door, she was already a red specter. From the Jiang family of 4, Jiang Xiaohu was sent into a mental asylum. Jiang Long died in a car accident, and the wife and daughter went missing. Was all that Xiao Bu's doing. Red specters were normally made from the intensification of a particular feeling, often pain or resentment. They were more powerful than normal ghosts, but they were still limited by emotions. They would act more recklessly and crazily. Chenji was not surprised by what Xiao Bu had done, but he was confused about one thing. How did Xiao Bu lure Zhang Chuyu and Jiang Bai to Liwan City? Unlike normal specter, red specters did not need to possess something to survive, but they could not leave their place of origin. For example, Zhang Ye had been trapped at Western Jiujiang's private academy until Chen Ji won her love letter. The only reason she could wander about was because she had made Chen Ji's shadow her home of sorts. In other words, Chen Ji was her vessel, and that was the reason she was able to follow Chen Ji to wander all around Jiujiang. Did someone help Xiao Bu drag Zhang Chuyu and Xiao Bu here? From his experience dealing with ghosts, Chen Ji knew that ghosts could sometimes communicate with one another. He now suspected that the culprit had a deal with Xiao Bu. They would sacrifice Jiang Long's family to Xiao Bu, and in return, they needed Xiao Bu to do something for them. The Ghost Story Society once controlled the door at Liwan City before. According to Dr. Gao, they even pushed some of the stuff the society has collected behind the door. Could it be that Xiao Bu cooperated with them? Chenji thought about it, but the chance of that was low. The Ghost Story Society was probably tricked by the shadow. The door here is different from the third sick hall. This one was purposely created. It was one of the shadow's plots. From the perspective of an outsider, Chenji could see the situation clearly. The society limited its activity to western and northern Jiujiang, but they happened to chance upon this door in eastern Jiujiang. Perhaps it was the shadow who was behind this. He probably wanted to swallow the society whole. At its prime, the society had many normal ghosts and several red specters. Other than that, they had Wu Fei, the mad genius, and Dr. Gao, the maddest of the madmen. But even so, they had the rug pulled out under them by the shadow. This made Chenji even more cautious of the culprit in eastern Jiujiang. Before Dr. Gao's death, he mentioned the door in eastern Jiujiang. Looks like this place left a huge impression on him. He probably fought the monsters here before but did not get a victory. Chenji actually wanted to borrow Dr. Gao's power. But since the man was barely a human now, he thought about it and abandoned this dangerous idea. Chapter 550, How Many People Are in My Room? The soil at the ceiling continued to peel. This place appeared very unsafe, like it could fall at any moment. With no other discovery, Chenji prepared to leave. The door that connects both worlds often appears for a minute after midnight. I wonder if this door retains that property. Perhaps I can find the time to come back to look. The police had sealed the door and did not discover the secret of the door. It was probably because they had missed the opening. After all, the police had regular working hours, and no one would go back to the crime scene for no reason at midnight. Calling Su Yin, Chen Ji exited the tunnel, closed the door, and replaced the closet. Looking at the art pieces inside the room and thinking about the dolls' clothes inside the iron cage, Chen Ji's mood began complicated. Despair is something natural, and life is already hard enough. Why are they doing something as meaningless as this? Chen Ji checked the room again, but he came up with nothing. He jumped out from the window and then closed the window that had lost the glass. I've completed the mission for the hearse, returned the e-bike, and inspected the secret room at Jiang Long's place. That's everything that I set out to do. Guess it's time to go home. Looking at the time, Chen Ji realized that it was 3 a.m., the time when the night was darkest. I'd better drive the bus back before the sun comes up. If I run into any traffic police, so much trouble will follow. The black phone had said that it was best to use the hearse after midnight on a rainy night. Chen Ji remembered that closely. He did not want the police to tow his bus on his first day on the road. Fan Chong's home was on the top floor. Chen Ji found it too troublesome to climb up again, so he used the phone to call Fan Chong down instead. The phone rang once before it was answered. "Brother, why did you break the man's window? Didn't you say you just wanted to go take a look?" "I checked the surroundings. There was no surveillance." As Chen Ji stood by the building, the rain began to ease up. "No, how is that related to surveillance?" "I also wanted to clear the murder case. The family of the victim need their justice. And most importantly, the murderer is still on the loose, and new victims might soon appear. Think about it. You're living in this type of danger every day, aren't you afraid? Furthermore, if I break one piece of glass to save one or more lives compared to human lives, is a simple pane of glass more important?" Fan Chong did not know how to counter Chen Ji. He thought about it and somewhat agreed with the man. "By the way, before I cracked the glass, I ended the call, so how did you find out about that?" Chen Ji was one who paid attention to details. It was the reason he had managed to survive so many trial missions. "I've been watching you from upstairs. If something happened to you, I was ready to call the police." When Fan Chong said that, Chen Ji lifted his head to look up. The room that was on the leftmost side on the opposite building had a faded light coming from the window. Fan Chong was standing next to the window, and he held the phone in his hand. When he saw Chen Ji look up, he even waved at him. "Boss Chen, I'm really impressed. You dared to jump into a cursed home at 2 a.m., Fan Chong said and waited, but there was no reply from Chen Ji. He looked down. Chen Ji had the phone beside his ear, but the man looked petrified. He stood where he was with his head titled upward. "Boss Chen, why aren't you saying anything?" Fan Chong noticed the anomaly about Chen Ji and he started to panic. "Don't scare me. Are you all right? F***CK, I told you not to go to that place already." "Stop talking for now." Chen Ji's voice came from the phone. Perhaps it was psychological, but Fan Chong felt that Chen Ji's voice seemed different from before. "What's wrong? Maintain your posture and remember, do not turn back no matter what happens." This was the first time that Fan Chong had heard Chen Ji use such a stern tone, and he promised quickly, "Okay, I will not turn back." He said so, but his heart could not resist the urge to turn back. Fan Chong felt a chill run up his spine, crawling right up to his brain. "Boss Chen, is there something behind me?" "You're fine. Now use your hand that is holding the phone and slowly reach behind you." "Like this?" "Yes, go a bit further. Perfect. Maintain that posture, don't move." Chen Ji stood under the building, and his eyes were narrowed as he kept his gaze on Fan Chong's room. The weak light came from inside the room, and Fan Chong stood at the window. He gripped his pajamas with one hand, and his other held the phone that he had extended behind him. Not far away from his phone was a girl in a red shirt. The black hair fell on the red shirt. The girl did not have any clear facial features but several dark holes. She had no eyes, nose, or teeth. Her limbs were covered by the shirt. There was no way of telling her age, appearance, or height. Everything about her was a mystery. "Red Spectre." "Red, Boss Chen, what's going on? Don't scare me. I promise that I will not tell anyone about your trespassing." "Stop talking. Let me try to communicate with her." Chen Ji arranged his thoughts. The Red Spectre that had suddenly appeared in Fan Chong's room was probably Xiao Bu. Chen Ji already had the suspicion that the child was hiding at the deepest part of the game. All the children in the game are called Xiao Bu, and all the tragedies happen to Xiao Bu. There has to be a reason for that. Chenji took up the phone and stated his stance. Don't act recklessly. What do you want? What do you desire? You can tell me. In the bedroom, neither Fan Chong nor the red specter behind him moved. Time seemed to have stopped. Realizing that the girl did not have any intention of harming Fan Chong, Chenji continued. I have not experienced your pain before, so I cannot say I can understand you fully, but I beg you to give me a chance. Perhaps we can sit down together and talk this out. Fan Chong's body was shaking. He listened to Chenji on the phone and felt like either he had gone mad or Chenji had gone insane. Brother, who are you talking to? Chenji ignored Fan Chong. He would not dare stay in the same room with a red specter without help, but Fan Chong had done that. I've seen many children like you, or perhaps their experience was nothing compared to yours, but with my help, they found a new direction in life. Chenji had played Zio Bu's game before. He looked through his backpack and found an old phone and called out the phone's spirit, Tong Tong. Can you see the boy beside me? His story is included in that game, so you should know about him. I helped him fulfill his wish and helped punish those who hurt him. You can ask him to confirm these details. The phone's spirit understood what he was supposed to do. He nodded and tried to smile, but probably because he had not smiled for a long time, the smile was rather ugly. Listening to Chenji, Fan Chong looked at the empty space next to Chenji. What do you mean? How come there's another one? How many people are in my room? The girl seemed to have met Tong Tong before. She tilted her head to the side. After a moment of consideration, she lifted her sleeve. There was no hand. One could only see her sleeve wave several times at the window. Minutes later, blood started to leak on Fan Chong's window, and the blood slithered to form words. You will die if you come back to Liwan City.